Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of Future, BNHA Boys Combined Ex-Female Listener. Chapter 1, titled Where in Our Lives. Where's Dumb here? He's late, Bakugou growled grumpily. Chill, dude. He'll be here soon, Kaminari replied, leaning back in his chair to check out the waitress that had just walked past. Shoto breathed out heavily through his nose and looked across to his wife beside him. She could sense his need to get away and smiled and patted his arm reassuringly, her beautiful Hessonite ring glistening even in the dim light of the busy restaurant. Trying to lighten the mood and keep conversation going, she turned and spoke to Bakugou. "Where's your soulmate tonight, Bakugou? You two are usually inseparable," she asked with a soft smile. He looked at her, narrowing his eyes and glowering. "None of your business," he growled. "Don't be rude," Shoto said darkly, looking as if he were about to jump his ex-classmate for speaking so tersely to you. "Honey, it's okay," Shoto's wife chuckled, patting his arm again to calm him down. "It's fine, I know how he is, you don't need to stress." Shoto calmed and looked lovingly at her, his eyes softening at her quiet, sweet voice. He leaned over and kissed her gently on the lips, one hand caressing her pregnant belly. "Hey, that reminds me," Kaminari piped up, his attention being pulled away from the leggy waitresses that were parading by. "Congratulations on the pregnancy, you two." "Thank you, Kaminari," Shoto said courteously. "We're excited to meet him." "Oh, so you know it's a boy then?" Kaminari asked with a grin. "That's awesome." Bakugou grit his teeth and looked away. He and his soulmate had had a little falling out. She was also heavily pregnant, and he just couldn't do anything right. He had stormed out of the house to go to this meeting and hadn't said sorry for making her cry. So seeing Shoto and his wife hopelessly in love made him sick with jealousy. He was the one with the actual soulmate. They, he and his girl, should be the ones all loved up and happy, not these two half-baked idiots. "What about you, Kaminari? Where is your girlfriend?" Shoto asked the electric blonde, who had looked away by this point to watch yet another girl saunter up to the bar in a miniskirt. "Oh, me. Yeah, nah. Don't have anyone at the moment," he replied casually, tearing his eyes away from a potential new target. "What happened to barista chick?" Bakugou asked, happy that someone here wasn't loved up and mushy. "Who?" "Oh, barista chick, who, ended up joining our class?" he asked, nodding as he remembered. "Yeah, she dumped me, man," he added nonchalantly, looking past Bakugou to watch another girl on the table nearby. "Didn't you date someone else after her?" Bakugou asked again. Yeah, Kaminari replied, still distracted by the girls at the other table. "Yeah, Suki, the waitress I almost dated for a bit," a voice from behind Kaminari said. The blonde turned to see who had spoken, and his eyes landed on Kirishima, who was giving him a big toothy grin. "About time, dumb here," Bakugou grunted as Kiri went around the table, shaking hands and making other polite greetings to the other classmates and Shoto's wife. "Where were you?" Bakugou snapped, his glowing red eyes tearing shreds off Kirishima. "Oh, I just had an appointment thing with Yin. It's all good, though," the redhead said, waving his hand dismissively. "How's your wife going, Bakugou? She's due soon, isn't she?" Bakugou leaned back in his chair and grunted as he crossed his arms across his chest. "Yeah, another month or so." "That's so exciting, bro. Super manly to be having kids, hey. You'll be a great dad," Kiri said, holding the smile on his face for as long as he could. Bakugou smirked. "I'm going to be the #1 best dad ever," he said proudly. "What about you, dude?" Kaminari piped up, addressing Kirishima. "You want kids too?" Kiri jumped slightly and his gaze fell. Yeah, maybe one day," he mumbled, shifting slightly on his feet before pulling a chair out and sitting. "Oh, excuse me," a young female voice said from beside him. "Are you the hero Red Riot?" she asked hopefully. "Yes, I am," Kiri beamed, thankful for the change in the subject. The young teen fangirled quietly. "Oh my gosh," she squealed in a suppressed voice. "Can I please have your autograph?" "Of course," he said, grabbing a pen from his pocket. "I'd be happy to." Suddenly another voice nearby addressed Bakugou. "Sir, are you, dynamite?" Bakugou shot the young boy a disgusted look. "Yeah, why?" Well, I'm a big fan, and I was wondering if I could... No! Back off, you dweeb. Bakugo! Kirishima snapped. Don't be rude. You're going to be a father soon. Think about if this kid was yours. I wouldn't have such an ugly kid. Bakugo! Kirishima said firmly, cutting into Bakugo's sentence. Give him an autograph. Bakugo clicked his tongue against his teeth and snatched the pen from Kiri's hand. Fine. He growled, angrily scribbling his name on the kid's notebook. Now get out of here, he snarled at the kid, who promptly scurried away. Has everyone got drinks? Kiri asked suddenly, realising he didn't have one in front of him. Yeah, dude, we're all set, Kaminari piped up. Want me to grab you one? Nah, bro, I've got it. I'll grab one, Kiri said quickly, standing up and making his way to the bar. He ordered a drink and then rested his arms on the countertop, only then allowing his shoulders to slump and his face to fall. He'd been putting on a brave face all night, but today's appointment with his wife, Ikki, was starting to really plague him. Was everything going to be okay? The hell's wrong with you? A gruff voice said from beside the redhead suddenly. Kiri's head shot up and over, and his eyes met Bakugo's angry crimson ones. Huh? Kiri asked. Don't play dumb with me, dumbhair. I know something's wrong, Bakugo said stiffly, leaning on the counter beside Kirishima. What's happened? Kiri sighed and looked back down at the countertop in front of him. He knew he couldn't hide his true emotions from Bakugo. The aggressive, tempered hero knew him too well. It's Yin, bro, he said, not knowing how much to tell Bakugo yet. We're, expecting, but I don't think everything is... His voice trailed off. How far along is she? Bakugo asked abruptly. About 8 weeks, Kiri said dejectedly. No one knows yet, bro. So if you could keep it... Yeah, I know, Bakugo said, looking at Kiri briefly before looking away. Text me when you know if everything's alright, yeah? He said lowly, before turning and walking back to the table. Kiri watched him walk back. Your drink, Red Riot, the bartender said. Oh, thank you, Kiri said happily, accepting the drink and plastering a big, fake, toothy smile on his face before heading back to his ex-classmates. How is work going, Kirishima? Shoto asked, turning his attention to the spiky redhead as he sat down next to him. Work? Oh, work, yes, fine. Fine. How is it going for you? Kiri asked hurriedly before taking a sip of his drink. Fine, thank you, he replied. I met an American hero at our wedding last year. He glanced lovingly at his wife, the boyfriend of Momo Yaoyorozu, Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers? Kami interjected. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard that before? He's Captain America, dunce face. Bakugo snorted. The American version of All Might. No known drawbacks to his quirk. So you're working with Captain America? Kirishima asked, turning back to Shoto. That's pretty awesome, bro. Super manly. I am not working side by side with him, but I am an affiliate to the team, Shoto said, leaning forward on the table. He came and spoke with me seriously about the position after the invasion last year. Invasion? Kami asked, tilting his head. Yeah, an invasion by the army of mutant quirk users, Bakugo said. It was all over the news. How did you not see it? Oh, that one. Yeah, I saw it, Kami said, remembering the event. That was a badass fight, man. But how is Captain America's shield so strong? That would be because of Momo, Shoto said with a sly smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. She was part of the team who developed it. She worked with a hidden civilization deep in the heart of Africa. Oh, interesting, Kirishima said, intrigued by the whole story. And what about you, Bakugo? What have you been up to, bro? He said, turning his attention to the angry blonde. Working. That's it, Bakugo grunted. Nothing exciting. Kiri shrugged and smiled. Can't be exciting all the time, I guess. Just then Kiri's phone rang. It was you. Oh, sorry guys, excuse me, I have to take this, he said abruptly, his facial expression going from cheerful to worried immediately. Hey, Ikki, are you okay? Kiri asked the minute that he pressed the answer call and put the phone to his ear, hurriedly leaving the table with his friends looking on with a variation of mildly perplexed looks on each. Sharky? Your shaky voice came through the receiver. I'm being taken to hospital. Okay. Okay, gorgeous. Don't worry, I'm coming, Kiri said soothingly. Which hospital? You told him which one, and he told you that he'd be on his way. I'm so sorry, guys. I have to leave, Kirishima said to the rest of the table as soon as he approached it again. No one asked why. They could see something was wrong. They excused him and he left, Bakugou's angry, concerned eyes following his retreating form all the way to the door. He was low-key worried for his friend, but would call Kiri later to make sure he was okay. Kiri drove as quickly and safely as he could to the hospital, asking at reception for directions to where you'd been taken. He was directed to surgery. You'd already been taken in to the operating room when he got there, and he paced nervously back and forth outside the surgery doors waiting for a nursing staff or doctor to come out. The hours ticked by and finally a doctor exited the operation room and into the hall. Doctor! Kirishima shouted, jumping up from his seat and racing down the hall. Doctor, I'm so sorry, forgive me. Is my wife in there? The doctor looked at him a moment. Your wife? Yes, sir, Yin Kirishima, he said, his eyes pleading with the doctor to remember you. Ah, yes. We've just finished the selective reduction procedure, the doctor said, smiling. All has gone well, Red Riot. Your wife will be coming out soon. Sir, may I go in? Kiri asked softly. No, I'm sorry, Red Riot, the doctor said, shaking his head. It's a sterile environment in there, and you're not prepped. She'll be coming out shortly. They're just finishing up. Kiri nodded reluctantly and thanked the doctor again, returning his attention to the doors. As the doctor turned and walked down the hall, Kiri walked back to the operation doors and waited. He was praying that you would be okay. What about the baby? Was the baby okay? He swallowed thickly. A few minutes later you were wheeled out on the bed. You had tears in your eyes and he rushed to your side, holding your hand as the orderly pushed your bed down to the recovery ward. Nothing was said between you two. Icky? Kiri whispered softly once you were in the room alone together. Are you okay? You rolled your head to the side and shook it slowly. What's wrong, baby? Are you in pain? He asked again, worry lacing his voice. No, you croaked. The baby. Tears welled up more in your eyes and your bottom lip quivered. What about the baby? He replied, the lump in his throat almost choking his words. His brow furrowed in an attempt to stop himself from crying as well. I didn't make it, you choked out, bursting into tears. Kiri broke down, sobbing just as hard as you were. He reached over the side of the bed rail and embraced you gently, the two of you sobbing uncontrollably. A nurse came in to do a check-up on you, but backed away quietly when she saw you both having a moment together. She walked back down to the reception and asked for the clerk to ring for the doctor. Bed 9, Yin Kirishima. I think the doctor needs to come down here and explain the situation immediately. Her and her husband are in tears. The clerk nodded and rang for the doctor. Icky, I love you so much. I'm just glad I still have you. It's okay. We could try again. We'll do whatever you want to do, Kirishima said through tears to you, holding your face in his hands. His heart was breaking seeing you like this. It was also breaking knowing that he had lost the baby as well. Mrs. Kirishima, the doctor's voice called as he entered the room. How are you feeling? The look on both your and Kiri's faces said it all. You didn't say anything, you just looked at the men. Mr. and Mrs. Kirishima, you still have a live and well baby. Let me explain what happened, the doctor said gently. What? Kirishima stammered. But I thought... The doctor raised his hand slowly and closed his eyes gently to indicate for Kirishima to remain quiet for a second so that he could explain. Yes, I know what you thought. Let me explain, he said to Kiri, then turned to address you. Mrs. Kirishima, when you had the ultrasound yesterday and earlier tonight, did your sonographer tell you that there were multiple babies present? You shook your head. I don't remember. There was a lot of people in the room and they were saying a lot of medical stuff and... You sniffed. The doctor walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. What? Kiri gasped. We were having twins? Yes, you were, Mr. Kirishima, except one of the twins had a very low heart rate and we determined that it wasn't going to be viable. Both babies are on the smaller side and at that point it was possible that we could lose both, so we had to act quickly to nullify the least viable twin, the doctor said in a very calm voice. He had done this procedure many times and talking about this didn't faze him at all. I'll double check the paperwork, but I'm sure that you were made aware of this, Mrs. Kirishima, he said with a kind smile. Well, now that you mentioned all this, I'm remembering the sonographer saying something like that, but I had no idea that I was carrying twins. I thought that there was just one baby and that it wasn't well and we were going to have to medically, Wait, so what happened with the other baby? Kiri asked suddenly. It's still there, healthy and well. You still have one baby present, the doctor said softly. So I'm still pregnant? You asked incredulously. This whole ordeal had made your mind numb, but you were starting to understand. You'd seriously thought that there was only one baby and it had passed away. Kirishima burst into tears again, this time happy tears. You followed suit, tears of relief flooding down your cheeks. Kiri grabbed onto you in another tight embrace and mumbled words of love and praise into your neck as he sobbed. The doctor smiled softly and gently stood up from the bed. I will send the nurse in for a routine check, Mrs. Kirishima. You'll be in for a few days for monitoring, but the procedure went well and I'm not expecting any complications. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kirishima cried to the doctor. Thank you for saving our baby. It's my pleasure, sir, the doctor said with a smile before leaving you two alone. We still have a baby, Sharky? You sniffed. Yeah, Icky, we still have a baby, Kirishima said lovingly, stroking your forehead. I'm going to love you both with all my heart. Bakugou parked the car and hopped out. He had secretly enjoyed catching up with Todoroki and Kaminari, but he was low-key worried about his buddy Kirishima, and for the rest of the night it had made him a bit antsy. Getting out of the car, he sauntered to the front door and unlocked it and pushed it open. I'm home, he called out down the hall. All the lights were off except for a soft glow coming from the bedroom, so he kicked his shoes off and headed down the hall, his feet thudding softly on the hard wooden floorboards. You still up? He asked when he saw his pregnant wife sitting propped up in bed, surrounded by pillows, on her phone. She looked up from her phone and glared at him. He scowled. Listen, I'm sorry, okay? Shouldn't have said that. She looked back down at her phone, ignoring him. He exhaled sharply through his nose and walked over to the bed. I don't care if your ass is bigger. You're pregnant. It's normal. I like big asses. Well, I don't, she snapped. Why couldn't you have just said, nah, baby, it's not that big. What are you talking about? Because that would have been all lying, Bakugou snorted. I'm not just going to frickin' lie to you. And what? She shot back. Saying it puts Mount Lady's ass to shame is better? Her eyes glowed with anger. Bakugou smirked. It was a damn funny response, okay? Get out of my bed, she snarled, her eyes narrowing and very threatening. I apologize, damn it, Bakugou said with a hint of surprise. Doesn't that make it I said, get out! Bakugou grit his teeth but obeyed. His soulmate had fallen pregnant on the honeymoon, and the further she got along in the pregnancy, the angrier and more short-tempered she got. He was trying his best not to upset her, but almost on a daily basis he would say the wrong thing and be in the doghouse. In a huff he got up off the bed and walked to the door, heading for the spare room. He was almost there when he heard sobbing coming from the bedroom. Upon hearing the sound he stopped and then rolled his eyes. Now what? He grunted, turning around and walking back to stand in the doorway. Hey, he said gently, a scowl still on his face. What's wrong? I'm a horrible wife and I hate myself, she bawled. Bakugou let out a loud sigh. Babe, it's okay. You're pregnant and uncomfortable. She nodded, tears still streaming down her face. He walked to the bed again and sat down to draw her in for a hug. Not long now and the baby will be born, he said, resting his chin on her head and rubbing her arm. She nodded again. I'll try to be less angry, she sniffed. He smirked. It's probably the baby causing this, if it's got my genes. She smiled and wiped her eyes. I need to call Dumbhair, Bakugou said suddenly. Something's up. I can't rest. I'll be back in a second. He gave her a quick kiss and then stood up and walked out to the kitchen, pulling his phone out and dialing Kiri's number. Hey, he grunted into the receiver when Kiri answered. Is it a bad time? He turned around and leaned up against the kitchen bench, one hand in pocket, other holding the phone to his ear. No, not at all. We just got good news, Kirishima's relieved voice said down the line. So, all's good? Bakugou asked stiffly. Yeah, all's good. Baby is okay. Please keep it quiet though, because it's still early. Yeah, I know. Don't tell me what to do, Bakugou replied curtly. Thanks, bro. Really appreciate the call too. Kiryu said, happy that Bakugou had called him. Don't mention it, Bakugou said, his voice softening a little. He really cared about Kiryu. The cheerful redhead was a good guy. He deserved to be happy. Have a good night, yeah? Bakugou added, signalling the end of the call. Yeah, bro. Thanks again. Give my greetings to your wife too, Kiryu said before ending the call. He's a good guy, that Bakugou. He's kind, but he doesn't like to show it, Kirishima thought as he put the phone in his pocket and turned to go back into the hospital room, smiling lovingly at you from the doorway. A month later, you were still doing well. Baby was thriving, and you were now 12 weeks along, so everyone knew by now, and the news reporters had gotten a hold of the exciting announcement and had broadcasted it nationwide. Red Riot, soon to be father. You and your beloved Sharky were ecstatic. You were looking forward to meeting your baby, and had started chatting about names and decorating the nursery. Life had finally started to settle. It was around 10 p.m. one night at the Todoroki residence, and Mrs. Todoroki was feeling slightly uncomfortable. Gem, are you okay? Shoto asked his wife with delicate concern. Shoto's wife had a gem quirk. She could make gems by singing and was very good at it. She hailed from a long line of gem quirk wielders, and as a consequence Shoto had lovingly nicknamed her Gem. She had a sweet, gentle nature, and he loved her dearly. He was besotted with her and would do anything for her. I'm okay, Gem said, wincing again as she shifted in her seat at the table. Let's go and sit on the lounge for a bit, Shoto suggested, making his way around to her side of the table and helping her up. Oh, Gem grimaced as she stood up. Wait, hold on a second. She bent over slightly and held her pregnant belly. Gem, please tell me what's wrong, Shoto asked again, a slight bit of panic in his voice. I'm just getting cramps occasionally. I'm okay though. Please don't worry, she said as the cramp eased and she was able to stand up and walk. Shoto was not convinced and kept his gorgeous mismatched eyes on her, carefully helping her to the lounge room. Can I get you anything? He asked as he helped her sit. A glass of water would be lovely, thank you, she replied with a beautiful smile. Anything for you, he said in a low, respectful voice, leaning down to kiss his beloved wife on the forehead. She raised her hand up to caress his cheek and sighed happily. Thank you. Shoto gave her a soft smile and then went back to the kitchen to get her some water. Another hour or so later they made their way to bed, with Gem still having cramps every now and again, but nothing too severe, just enough to make her uncomfortable and want to change positions. You have 2 more days to go till the due date for our boy, correct? Shoto suddenly asked as they were cuddling up in bed. Yes, that's right, Gem replied, reversing into him a little more so that he could run his hand over her side and belly. The baby was on the move that night, and Shoto could feel all the little bumps and wiggles from the little one as it wriggled around in Gem's belly. Not long now, he whispered with a kiss to Gem's neck. Not long now, she repeated with a contented sigh. Pregnancy had been relatively good to Gem. She hadn't had much morning sickness, and she had felt very well throughout the duration of it. Even though she was almost full term, she didn't have too many aches and pains, so she counted herself lucky. Around 3 a.m, Gem woke to a particularly strong cramp, and she groaned as she shifted in the bed to ease the pain. Her noise woke Shoto immediately, and he propped himself up in bed and roused her slightly with a warm hand to her shoulder. Gem, are you okay? He asked in his deep, just woke up voice. No, his wife stuttered in reply. I'm getting a bit more pain now. Are you getting contractions? Shoto asked. I don't know, she stuttered again. I'm going to ring the obstetrician, see what he says, Shoto said, kissing her quickly before getting out of bed and grabbing his phone. He rang the obstetrician and told him what was going on. The obstetrician asked a few questions, then told Shoto to start timing when these contractions or cramps were happening, and to start heading to the hospital when they were in a regular pattern and 5 minutes apart. Shoto took his job very seriously, and every time Gem made a noise and commented on a cramp, he would check his watch. The contractions, as he was now calling them, were anywhere from 20 minutes to 3 minutes apart, and in no pattern, so he wasn't too worried. He got Gem as comfortable as possible and busily packed the last of the hospital bag in preparation for heading to the hospital. Unsurprisingly, Shoto was calm under pressure. He wasn't flustered at all and treated it like one of his hero missions, except that this was a personal mission, and that he was very excited to meet the outcome of this mission, his own little baby boy. At around 6 a.m, Gem was starting to feel more and more uncomfortable. The contractions were now 7 minutes apart, and she was finding it hard to deal with the contractions when they came, so Shoto rang the obstetrician again and told him that he was taking Gem to the hospital. The obstetrician agreed and told Shoto that he'd meet them there. It was go time. Shoto helped Gem to the concierge's car, having to stop twice on the way to the car, as she had another contraction. The drive to the hospital seemed to be painfully slow for poor Gem, who had her nails digging into Shoto's arm as he sat beside her. He accepted the pain and was grateful that he could bear at least some of the pain with her, even if it were minuscule to what she was currently experiencing. The midwives met Shoto and his wife at the car outside the hospital doors and immediately helped her inside. During this, Shoto was giving them all the information about her contractions and other necessary details and was well and truly on top of his game. He obediently followed behind with the hospital bags and baby bag and placed them down in the corner of the birthing suite that they were taken to. As you probably expected, some of the younger midwives were starstruck having the Shoto Todoroki in their ward, but his eyes and full attention was on his wife, and he stayed beside her and held her hand whenever a contraction came. Gem was doing really well and had dilated to 6 centimetres once she was checked by the nurses. She had to get to 10 before she would be allowed to push the baby out, but she was managing with just a little bit of happy gas and loving encouragement from her husband. By 9 a.m, poor Gem was starting to tire, and seeing her in this state was starting to stress Shoto. He wished he could take the pain for her, and his brows furrowed with concern. He used his quirk to cool Gem after each contraction, but she was starting to want something a little more than just the gas. "Mr. Todoroki, we have concerns that your wife has stopped dilating," the senior midwife said to him after one particularly strong contraction. "We need to either medicate her or get her into the bath with warm water to help her relax. The baby is doing well and isn't stressed, so we would like to take conservative measures at this point." Shoto nodded and tilted his head in thought. His wife had given him the power to make decisions for her when she was in the throes of labour, so it was up to him now. "Let's try the bath first," he said confidently. He knew he could help a lot more when his wife was in the bath, so that was his first thought. The midwife nodded and addressed her assistants, who quickly went and prepared the bath for Gem. "We are going to put you in the bath to help with the pain and to help you dilate," the midwife said to Gem. But there was no response from Mrs. Todoroki, as she'd almost used up all of her energy, but she did look up at the midwife as if she'd heard her. The assistant midwives came back to help Gem off the bed and over to the birthing pool, easing her over the edge and helping her settle down in a squatted position with her arms draped over the sides. Shoto crouched down in front of her and caught her attention. He didn't say anything, he just gave her a sympathetic smile and a gentle kiss on the forehead. The water was soothing and warm and did wonders for helping Gem with the pain. She was free to contort her body whenever a contraction came, and the senior midwife was pleased to announce that she had started dilating again. It was shortly after 10 a.m, and Gem's cries started to get lower and more aggressive, almost animalistic in sound. Shoto had never heard such a noise come from her before, from anyone before, and it startled him a bit. He was doing his best to actively help, and was alternating placing a cooling right hand on Gem's forehead after contractions, and placing his left hand in the water to activate his quirk and keep the water at an acceptable warm temperature. The senior midwife was most impressed, and mostly let him do his thing, occasionally jumping in to check Gem's dilation, or to listen to the baby's heart on ultrasound. Every time she checked Gem, Shoto would make eye contact with her from wherever he was, and without saying a word would plead with his eyes for her to tell him that everything was okay. She would always nod and give him a thumbs up, and then he'd go back to focusing on his wife. At 10:30 a.m, Gem said that she felt like she needed to push. The midwife checked her again and announced that she was finally 10 centimetres dilated. "Okay, lovely. When you feel a contraction, I want you to push," the midwife said authoritatively. The next contraction came, and Gem let out a low bellow. "Push, Gem. Push," Shoto coaxed softly. The midwife checked and gave Shoto a thumbs up. "I can see the head," she said to him, then addressed Gem again. "That was beautiful, hun. I need you to do another one of those." Gem let out another agonised groan and bared down again, pushing with all her might. "That's it, lovely. You're doing great," the midwife called from behind. The baby was on its way. 2 more pushes and the head was free. 1 more push and the baby's body followed, with the midwife scooping the baby out of the water and lifting it up to take its first breath. Shoto helped the exhausted and panting Gem to roll over in the water, and she was handed the baby. It had taken a big first breath and was now crying pitifully. Poor Gem was so tired but so elated, and her breathing heaved as she was handed her beautiful baby boy. Shoto was in awe, and tears pricked the corner of his eyes. Here was his first baby. His little boy. He was too scared to touch him just yet, and so crouched next to Jem outside of the bath and smiled lovingly at their little newborn that was nestled on her chest. "He's beautiful," Jem said in a breathy tone as she cradled her little boy, who was settling now. She turned to look at her husband, and he bent his head down to give her a sweet kiss of congratulations. Their little boy still hadn't opened his eyes yet, and only had a few small wisps of hair that was slicked down by the water and vernix, but he had a perfect little face and beautiful features. "I can see you in him already," Jem commented to Shoto with a little smile. "What will you name him?" the midwife asked after giving her congratulations to the pair. "Oh, a name," Jem said suddenly. "Shoto, what do you think?" Shoto looked lovingly at his boy and thought for a moment. Just then the little baby opened his eyes and looked around with unfocused eyes. He had the most gorgeous iridescent orange eyes, just like the garnet hesonite. They were captivating. "Oh," Jem breathed when she saw his eyes. "They're beautiful." "What about Sochi for his name?" Shoto asked. "Sochi means element. He will definitely possess a mix of our powers. All our powers are element powers." "Sochi Todoroki," Jem said lovingly. "It's beautiful." The midwife smiled and wrote it down, while the assistants were grabbing towels and preparing for weighing and measuring of baby Sochi. "Welcome to the world, Sochi. You will be a wonderful man when you grow up," Jem whispered to her minute-old baby. Once the cord was clamped and cut, little Sochi was taken for weighing and measuring, and Jem was helped out of the bath to clean up. The minute she was clean and dry and in her pyjamas, she crashed in the hospital bed and slept. "Please be advised that we will not be seeing any visitors for the rest of today," Shoto said to the nursing staff, who were bustling around outside Jem's room. "My wife needs her rest for now, but we will be seeing friends and family tomorrow." "Yes, Shoto," the star-struck young nurses said as they floated back to the nursing station to spread the good news of the hero baby. It had been 3 weeks since Sochi Todoroki had been born, and naturally the news reporters had gotten a hold of the exciting announcement and broadcast it immediately. Kirishima, Kaminari, and surprisingly Bakugou had all been there to see the new baby, and Kirishima was especially interested. "I wonder what his quirk will be," he commented to Bakugou as they left the hospital together after the visit. "Who gives a damn?" Bakugou responded. Kirishima furrowed his brows. "Bro, how can you not care? You're going to be a father any day now. Don't you care about babies even just a little bit?" "I only care about mine, because it's going to be the best baby out there," Bakugou said with a proud smirk as he walked beside his red-headed friend. "How many days to go now before your boy is born?" Kiri asked, excited to meet the newest Bakugou member. "She's due in 2 days," he replied. "Are you ready?" Kirishima asked, eyeing Bakugou as they walked. "Hell yeah," Bakugou replied confidently. Kiri chuckled internally. "Yeah, that's Bakugou for you, overconfident as always." They said their goodbyes as they reached their cars and headed home to their respective wives. 2 days came and went, and Mrs. Bakugou was pissed, to say the least. "Oh, I want this damn baby out," she growled as she waddled around the house. She had followed every damn rule to get labour started, but nothing had worked so far. She had eaten papaya, gone for long walks, bounced on a Swiss ball, everything. Except for doing the dirty, of course, which was high on the list for bringing on labour. She was now 2 days overdue and desperate. She and Bakugou hadn't done it for over a month now, and she could tell he was blue-balling. Maybe it would be worthwhile using him to get this baby out. She glanced at the clock. Bakugou would be home in the next half hour. She smirked. Perfect. I'll drag him into the bedroom the minute he gets home. She sat down at the kitchen bench and waited. Finally he arrived. His greeting was cut short as his wife approached him and pulled him in for an intense kiss. He smirked, feeling her knead through the kiss. "Is somebody in the mood for a—" "Shut up and take me," she growled, grabbing him by the front of his shirt and pulling him forwards. Without a second thought, he reached under her thighs and hoisted her up with ease, despite her overly pregnant belly in the way. And like the hero he was, he carried her gently yet purposefully to the bedroom, then lay her down on her side and propped pillows around her as he kissed her down her neck and shoulder, pulling her shirt up and continuing down her side and over her very pregnant belly, earning himself a sharp bop on the lips as the baby swiveled around and kicked him. His wife giggled. "He's a crack shot with his kicks and punches," she said as Bakugou growled at her belly. "Listen here, you little ish. I won't be having any of that attitude when you get out here, hear me?" His wife giggled again, and Bakugo made his way around the other side of her and pulled the front of her top up and reached around behind her to unclip her bra. I might have a sleep, she said drowsily as he kissed her lips lovingly. Sure, baby. You want me to make dinner? He asked slowly. Oh, yes, please, she said through a yawn. Can you make your spicy cutlets bowl? Spicy? He asked with surprise. You don't even like Yeah, I know, but I've heard that it helps bring on labour, so I'll eat it, she said dismissively. Okay, you're frickin' crazy, he said with a smirk. But I'll make it now, and when you wake up you can eat it. Thanks, babe, she said, her eyelids fluttering closed. Bakugo snorted softly and shook his head before leaning in and kissing her on the forehead. It was a little while later and Bakugo had just finished making dinner when he heard a low groan come from the bedroom. He paused and listened. Was I just her waking up and trying to get out of bed? He waited. Another minute or so and he heard another groaning moan. The sound made the hair on the back of his neck stand up on end and he dropped everything and ran to the bedroom. Babe, he shouted as he skidded into the room. You okay? His wife growled at him. I'm in pain! I'm not okay! Bakugo didn't quite know what to say and walked to the side of the bed to help his wife up. Don't touch me! She hissed. This was completely out of character for her and he was hella confused. He extended his hand towards her again to help her up and she cried out again as another strong contraction hit her. He yelped, flinching at the ferocity of her yell. Get me to the hospital! She howled. Bakugo shot into action. He raced out of the bedroom door and then immediately back in, his head snapping left and right, looking for the hospital bag. He located the bag and grabbed it, jumping violently again when his wife screamed again as she tried to pull herself up and out of bed. He tried to offer her a hand for the third time and had it violently smacked away. Bakugo was used to being the one to dole out the harsh words and aggressive attitude, so this was throwing him for a loop. It was especially baffling that it was coming from his usually cheerful and well-mannered wife. Was she possessed? He watched helplessly as she waddled out of the room and down the hallway to the car, stopping 2 or 3 times to clutch her pregnant belly and emit a low, agonising moan. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, impatient and fretful, feeling really out of his depth with this situation. He finally got her to the car and threw the bag in the back and onto the back seat before hopping in the driver's side. Ring the hospital! His wife snapped and he quickly pulled his phone out and dialed the number. A little bit later, as he pulled into the hospital emergency driveway, the midwives came out and helped his screaming wife from the car. He started to follow, but then realised the car was still in the driveway, lights on, engine running, and the bag was still in the back. Crap! He yelled and raced back to park the car and grabbed the bag. A few moments later after that, Bakugo raced into the hospital and grabbed the first nursing staff shirt that he could get his hands on. Where have they taken my wife? He yelled in a panic. Mr. Dynamite, sir, right this way. The poor, flustered nurse stammered as she turned on her heels, forcing him to release his grip, and trotted off down the hallway with Bakugo hot on her heels. Bakugo could hear the screams of his wife as he approached the birthing suite, and his hair stood on end. There was something terrifying about her cries. He'd never heard that noise before. She's 8 centimetres already, he heard one nurse say to the other as he entered the room. What does that mean? Bakugo shot at the nurse, demanding an answer. It means she's dilated very quickly and the baby is going to be born very soon, she said, racing out of the door to grab some pain medication for Mrs. Bakugo. Bakugo paced helplessly back and forth by the bedside, desperately wanting to do something but not knowing what to do. He tried to get close to his wife, but she'd scream at him to get away every time he tried to touch her, so he reluctantly retreated. Her screams were getting more and more intense, and the midwives were literally running in and out of the room, and Bakugo was only catching bits of conversation that made no sense to him. Her waters just broke, there's meconium present, one nurse called to the senior midwife who was in charge. How far is she dilated? The senior midwife called back. 9.5 centimetres, the first nurse replied. Okay, good. Monitor the baby's heart rate, the senior called back. Bakugo just looked with absolute confusion from one nurse to the other as they spoke a completely unknown language to him. The confused kitty look was real. Hun, are you ready to push? The senior midwife addressed Bakugo's wife. Just get this baby out! She growled in return. The midwife nodded. Okay, it's go time. When you feel a contraction, push, she commanded. The next contraction followed the command, and Mrs. Bakugo screamed and pushed with all her might, her face turning bright red. Heart rate is dropping, the midwife who was monitoring the baby's heart rate called. The senior acknowledged the announcement and turned her attention back to Mrs. Bakugo. "Sweetheart, we need to get this baby out immediately. Push!" Mrs. Bakugo screamed a deep animalistic scream and pushed again. "I can see the head," the midwife at the end of the table called. "Heart rate is critical," the monitoring midwife called. "Damn it," the senior growled. "Pass me the scissors." "Scissors?" Bakugo yelled. Finally, a word he understood, but not the word he wanted to hear. The senior midwife ignored him and grabbed the surgical scissors from the assistant and quickly walked to the end of the bed. "Wait, what the hell are you doing?" Bakugo screamed at the senior midwife as she lowered the scissors in between his wife's legs. He clutched his chest and panicked as he heard his wife scream again. One of the other midwives had taken the senior's place at the head of the bed and was encouraging Mrs. Bakugo to push. "Call the resus team!" The nurse monitoring the baby's heart rate suddenly screamed, and another nurse raced over to a big red button on the wall and slammed her hand into it. Bakugo stumbled back against the wall, his heart rate increasing and breathing rate becoming erratic and unstable. He was well and truly panicking now. He felt like he was having an out-of-body experience. There was so much going on, but he felt like he wasn't even there, like he was watching it through a screen. What's happening? Is the baby okay? Damn, if anything happens to that baby or my wife. Suddenly the senior midwife pulled out a bloodied bundle from between his wife's legs, and Bakugo exploded, thinking she had massacred his newborn. "You bitch, you'll die for this!" he screamed as he lit explosions in his hands and readied himself for the launch. Suddenly the resus team raced in and attended the baby straight away, and a guard followed quickly after, barring Bakugo and then wrestling him out the door. The last thing Bakugo saw as he was forcefully escorted out the door was an oxygen mask being placed over his lifeless baby's face as another nurse commenced CPR. "No. No!" Bakugo hollered, restrained by the guard. "What's wrong?" Tears welled up in his eyes. Was he about to lose his baby? Suddenly he saw movement from the resus trolley and heard a little cry from where he had been forced outside, looking through the door window. He stopped fighting the guard and froze. The team attending the baby seemed to calm down a bit, and the nurse doing CPR stopped and started cleaning the baby. Bakugo quickly looked to his wife on the bed and she was crying. His heart broke. "Let me go," he said to the guard, turning to stare him down. "I'm not going to hit anyone. Just let me go. My wife needs me." The guard conceded, feeling the strong emotion emanating from Bakugo, and released his grip on him. Bakugo pushed through the door and made a beeline straight for his wife. She saw him and reached out for him straight away, tears streaming down her face. "Katsu," she wailed. "I'm here, baby. I'm here," Bakugo said lowly as he engulfed her in his arms. She sobbed loudly into his chest as he cradled her. "It's okay," he said. "Mrs. Bakugo, would you like to hold your baby boy?" a voice said from behind Bakugo. He had momentarily forgotten all about his baby. He spun around in surprise. "He's okay," he said incredulously. "Yes, he's fine," the nurse said, handing a swaddled-up little baby to Bakugo. He was too extremely awkward taking the precious bundle, and so quickly handed the baby to his wife for her to hold. "My baby," she wailed with happiness as she broke down again. "He's alive." The nurses smiled and congratulated the pair on a job well done, and the senior midwife talked to Mrs. Bakugo briefly about the speed of the labour and why the little boy went into shock. Total labour was 3 hours, extremely short for a first labour. Just then the little boy started fussing and opening his mouth. Both Bakugo and his wife looked at the baby. "He's ready to feed," the midwife said excitedly. How do I..." Mrs. Bakugo asked, adjusting herself in the bed. "Okay, pull the sheet down so that he can get to your breast," the midwife said, helping to arrange Mrs. Bakugo for the first feed. Bakugo watched with fascination as the midwife helped the little boy find the nipple and latch on. "Oh," he said softly, his paternal instinct kicking in as he watched his baby feed for the first time. "Have you got a name?" the midwife asked, breaking the silence for the moment. "Yes, we have," Mrs. Bakugo said, looking lovingly at Bakugo and then back to their baby, then to the midwife. "Chisuki," Mrs. Bakugo said proudly. Chi, for the first part of the Japanese word for intelligence, also for life force, and Suki, after my amazing husband, Katsuki, but we're just putting a little bit of a slant on the ski and making it Suki. The midwife smiled. "It's beautiful. Welcome to the world, Chisuki Bakugo." The little boy opened his eyes for the first time, and he looked directly at the midwife. She gasped when she saw the colour of his eyes, a brilliant crimson red, just like his father. "This child's just destined for greatness," she chuckled, throwing Bakugo a wink. Damn right he is, Bakugo replied with a proud smirk. The little boy turned his head, tugging on his mother's nipple, and looked at Bakugo. Is he supposed to be able to focus yet? Bakugo asked as his little boy stared him down. No, not yet, but he certainly looks like he knows exactly who he's looking at, the midwife said, slightly perplexed at how quickly this baby was picking up on things. We will be moving you to a maternity room shortly, Mrs. Bakugo, as soon as the doctor comes and stitches you up. We had to cut you to get Chisuki out. Bakugo grimaced. The doctor soon entered and stitched up Mrs. Bakugo, as Chisuki continued to feed happily. He was a good feeder, and after drinking his fill, fell asleep with the nipple still in his mouth. Bakugo was overwhelmed with all the different emotions. He felt this all-encompassing feeling of protection towards his little boy, pride at his wife, and pride at being a father. You did amazing, he said to his wife as he bent his head down and kissed her on the forehead. Thank you, she whispered up to him. I'm so sorry, I was really angry. No, it's fine, he said with a dismissive hand wave. You just pushed a whole frickin' baby out of your hoo-ha. Can't blame you for being angry. She laughed. When you put it like that. 6 months passed, and both Sochi and Chisuki had grown immensely. Little Sochi was a lovely-natured baby. He had pure white hair, just like his daddy's right side of his head, and iridescent orange eyes. He had an affinity to cold things and adored cold soba, much to Shoto's delight. He loved cuddles and slept in the bed with Shoto and Gem, and Shoto would never miss an opportunity to carry him around, never wanting to put him down. He could sit on his own now and clap his hands. He was gorgeous to look at, and a lot of people commented that he was a good mix of Shoto and Gem. She was a proud mum. Over at the Bakugo household, things were a little different. Chisuki was basically a carbon copy of his father, same bright red eyes and spiky blonde hair, and poor Mrs. Bakugo didn't get a look in at all. He was quieter than when Bakugo had been as a baby, but that silence definitely wasn't golden. If Chisuki was extra quiet, it was suspicious. At 6 months, he was already pulling himself up to standing and moving around on his own 2 chubby legs while holding onto furniture. If he was told not to do something, it almost seemed like he went out of his way to go and do that thing in particular. He was defiant and determined, and he had an intelligence behind his eyes that made you think that he knew way more than what he was letting on. He was a handful. He loved spicy food and rough play. Bakugo had to buy a specially made cot with extra high sides to stop the little mister from climbing out. He was a chip off the old block, and Bakugo couldn't have been prouder of his little monster. He had been lovingly nicknamed Handful of Chi by his parents, that had been shortened to the acronym HOC, or HOC, and then morphed into Hockey. Hockey was the centre of attention whenever Mrs. Bakugo would take him out. Paparazzi and reporters were always interested in what this boy was up to, as he was the firstborn son of the great hero Dynamite, and they could see that he would be the perfect successor of Katsuki Bakugo. Kirishima and Kaminari had visited both Todoroki and Bakugo many times, and Kirishima was especially besotted with Chisuki. He would gush over the pint-sized blonde and get down on the floor and play with him. Hockey was a cunning play fighter, and 9 times out of 10 would end up with the upper hand over Kiri, which Bakugo found extremely entertaining. Bakugo would sit back with beer in hand and watch with a proud smirk on his face, occasionally slinging words of encouragement to his boy as Kiri and he wrestled on the floor. You were getting closer to the due date of your baby by now, and the appointments with the specialists were starting to get more and more frequent as you neared the end. Mrs. Kirishima, because of the complicated situation you're in with your little baby, we would like to schedule you for a planned caesarean at the hospital, the specialist said. Oh, okay, that's fine, you said, caressing your belly. You still couldn't wait to meet your little bundle. You and Kirishima had opted to not find out the gender of your baby, and you were waiting with much anticipation to meet either him or her. You had met both baby Sochi and little Hockey, and you were hoping that you would also have a little boy for your Kiri, as you saw how proud both Todoroki and Bakugo were about their boys. Kiri was just so excited to be a daddy that he didn't care. As long as he had you and a healthy baby, he was happy. The specialist gave you some options of dates of birth, and you happily picked a day. The 16th, because that was the same date as your beloved Sharky, except his was in July, and this birthday would be in October. That was next week on Monday. You were so excited and texted Kirishima as you headed to the car. Our little baby will be born on Monday, you sent excitedly. How do you know? He replied in confusion. Because that's the day the caesarean's planned for, you replied. Want to go out for dinner Sunday night, then to just have one last meal before we become family? He asked, putting a little heart emoji at the end of his text. I would love to, you gushed with heart eyes emoji. Your Kiri was just the sweetest, and he was going to make the best daddy. Monday came and Kirishima helped you pack the hospital bags for your stay and lovingly kissed you on the lips as he reached past you to put some newborn nappies in the bag. Now, he said with a bright, sharp-toothed smile, little onesie with I'm daddy's boy or little onesie with daddy's princess? He held up both the tiny outfits for you and you gushed. Oh, I don't know, Sharky, but we'll be finding out soon enough, you squealed. He gently and lovingly placed the clothes in the hospital bag and walked around behind you to engulf you in his strong arms. Your belly was well and truly in the way, so he found it easiest to cuddle you from behind. He kissed your neck softly and ran his hands tenderly over your belly. The little baby wriggled and kicked as he caressed the bump, then with a giggle gave you one more kiss and let go of you to get the bag. You ready, beautiful? He asked you, extending a hand out to you. More than ready, you replied with a giant smile. Let's go. You waddled calmly into the hospital a bit later, hand in hand with Kirishima, and told the clerk that you were here for your planned caesarean. She smiled and asked you to take a seat briefly while she called the doctor. Kirishima had been distracted by a toddler nearby and had crouched down to interact. Your heart swelled. He was going to be the most loving father. Mrs. Kirishima? Red Riot, sir. We are ready for you now. Please follow me, a head midwife said with a firm voice. She commanded attention, and you quickly alerted your Sharky, and both of you followed her down the hall. Hello, Mrs. Kirishima and Mr. Red Riot, the doctor said politely as you entered his office. Are you ready to meet your baby today? Kirishima had the world's biggest grin on his face and nodded his head enthusiastically. Yes, very ready, he said brightly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You smiled and took his hand and squeezed it. The doctor smiled at Kiri's eagerness and gestured for you both to sit down so he could go over a few things before starting the operation. After detailing the procedure and getting you to sign some forms, he ushered you and Kirishima down the hall to the holding bay, where they would insert the numbing agent through the epidural into your spine so that you wouldn't feel it when they cut the baby out. The anaesthesiologist came in and got you prepared and gowned for the insert of the needle and asked you to lie down on your side on the bed. Now, this will hurt a bit, I'm just being honest, he said as he positioned the needle at your back. As he started inserting, you winced heavily and reached out to grab a hold of Kiri's hand. Icky, baby, are you okay? He asked fretfully. Tears pricked the corner of your eyes as you squeezed them shut and grit your teeth. Kiri held your hand and looked you over with a worried expression, rubbing circles with his thumbs on the back of your hands. Your knuckles turned white as you gripped his hands. Finally, the needle was in and the pain subsided. Okay, you should start to feel a little numb from the waist down soon, the anaesthesiologist said. And sure enough, you did. It felt weird not being able to move your legs. Are you okay? Kiri asked again. He was so concerned about you. He didn't like that you had to be in pain. I'm okay now, you replied with a weak smile. I just feel weird. Kiri kissed your lips tenderly. You're doing so well, he said lovingly, smoothing your hair down and tucking it behind your ear as he looked you in the eye and gave you his signature toothy smile. You smiled back, grateful that he was by your side for the procedure. Okay, Mrs. Kirishima, we're ready to take you in now, the doctor said, entering the room. We just need to lie you on your back and we will be ready to go, he added, gesturing for a nurse to roll you on your back. The nurse adjusted you on the bed and the orderly wheeled you out and down the hall to the operating theatre where Kiri trotted along beside, a nervous look of apprehension on his face. Are you okay? He asked you again as they slid you from the bed to the operating table and set up the screen so you couldn't see what they were doing below your waist. Poor Kiri felt helpless. The most he could do was ask about your well-being, so he was asking regularly to make sure that you knew that he was still there and he very much cared. I'm okay, you replied, still a little nervous and a nervous smile plastered on your face. Okay, Mrs. Kirishima, we're about to start. This won't take long, the doctor said. You could feel someone pulling at your belly, but that was about it. There was no pain. You made small talk with Kiri and asked him if he could see what was going on the other side of the screen. He looked up and over and turned a very pale shade of white and then sat back down again. It looks like a murder scene, he said frankly, the colour still drained from his face. You gave him a sympathetic smile and apologised for asking him to look for you. He shook his head and patted your hand. It's fine. he said, giving a reassuring smile. 20 minutes later, the doctor called for your attention and lifted up the cutest little baby you'd ever seen. Mr. and Mrs. Kirishima, here is your beautiful new baby girl, he announced proudly. The little baby wriggled a bit and let out the cutest little cry, and Kirishima burst into tears. Can I hold her? He sobbed. Yes, of course you can, the doctor said, clamping the cord. Come around here and cut the cord, then you can hold her. Kiri hopped up and stumbled over to the doctor and took the scissors, taking a bit of time to cut through. It's like calamari, he commented with a giggle and a sniff, regaining his composure. The nurse handed him his little girl, and he cuddled her close and carefully walked back around to you so you could see her. Oh, she's perfect, you gushed as Kiri continued to hold her close. She's so little, he said. Such a petite little baby. The nurse came over and helped you arrange your top for some skin-on-skin contact with your new baby, and Kiri reluctantly handed her over. I'm so in love, he whispered as his little girl nuzzled into your skin, searching for a breast to feed from. We need a name, you said, realising that you had a few that you liked, in case it was a baby girl, but you hadn't settled on anything yet. As the nurse helped you attach your baby to your nipple for its first feed, you and Kiri listed the names that you liked. Ginsey, meaning lifelong love in Japanese, Korana, a take on the Japanese name for petite, or Meru, a take on the Japanese word for harden after Kirishima's quirk. You pondered over them for the next 1 hour while the doctor stitched you back up and the nurses took your little girl to be weighed and washed. Which do you like? You asked Kiri. I don't know, he said, the weight of picking his little girl's name crushing him. It was a big responsibility. Which do you like? He asked. I don't know, you replied, just as petrified as him to pick the wrong name. Just then the nurse brought back the sleeping, swaddled baby girl, and Kiri reached for her first. Oh, he breathed to the little sleeping bundle. I love you. You smiled softly. He was just so in love. I'll love and protect you forever, he said again to the little bundle. Ginsey, he said. We need to name her Ginsey because it means lifelong love. Kiri looked up at you and beamed, and then looked down at his baby girl. Ginsey, he whispered. Ginsey Kirishima. It's perfect. As Ginsey grew, she became cuter and cuter. She had the same coloured eyes as her daddy and same hair colour as you. She was a good mix of the two of you and was very even-tempered and calm. She smiled lots and loved her daddy. Kiri was besotted with her and would often take her out for walks in the pram or carrier just so that he could have some time alone with her. Kaminari would come over frequently to visit. He seemed to be quite attached to her too, and you could see both the boys soften when it came to your little Ginny. Dude, I gotta look at settling down, Kami said to Kiri one day at the park. You guys have got it all made. Got beautiful wives, and now little ones of your own. He paused and sighed. Thought I liked the single life, hooking up with hot chicks, but you all look so happy. I want that. Well then, find yourself a good girl and put a ring on it, Kiri said with a laugh, lifting Ginny out of the pram and onto his lap so that she could look around. Yeah, but who? Kaminari laughed, leaning back on the bench and stretching his arm out across the backboard. Have you ever tried to find wifey material at a club? Good point, bro, Kiri laughed as well. Well, look, come with me and Ginny to the mothers group next week. There are some single mums there. You might like one of them. Kami wrinkled up his nose. He wasn't sure if he was ready to jump into a family commitment straight off the bat. He thought for a bit. Yeah, okay, he said finally. Guess I don't have to pick someone straight up. Good to just check out the playing field. Kiri eyed him from the corner of his eye. You're gonna have to change that mindset though. You're still talking like a player, he said with a smirk. Old habits die hard, Kami leered at him, watching a pair of toned legs and ass jog by. Kiri rolled his eyes and looked down lovingly at Ginny, who was also watching the bright pair of yoga pants as it trotted past. Your girl there's got good taste, Kami commented when he saw Ginny was also watching the chick run by. She's drawn to colour, Kiri said quickly. You sure about that? Kami jeered cheekily. She might swing that way. Kiri looked at Kami. Well, look, even if she does end up with a girl, I will still love her all the same. Being with a girl doesn't change her heart, or the fact that she's my beautiful girl. Cami smiled. That's super sweet and manly, dude. It's hot as hell, too. You're the worst, Kiri laughed and stood up. Stay for dinner, bro. Yin's making chicken katsu and pork dumplings. She's an amazing cook. Sure, I'd love to. Yin's a looker too, so I don't mind the eye candy, Kaminari added casually. Kiri snorted. You have no chance, bro. If you even so much as have one lingering eye contact on her body, I'll give you the same treatment that I gave you that day back in high school. Kaminari shuddered. Yeah, okay, dude, I get it, he added with a light laugh. Back in high school, Kaminari had tried to date you and had taken you out to a cafe. He knew that you were interested in Kiri, and he knew that Kiri had feelings for you too, but neither of you would admit it. When Kiri saw Kaminari pretend to kiss you outside the cafe, he lost his cool and knocked him down. All had been forgiven from that day, but it still popped up in conversation every now and again. You can't blame me, bro. She's my best friend. I wasn't going to let her go, Kiri said. Nah, dude, no blame, Kaminari said with a cheeky smile and an arm nudge. Can I hold Ginny? Sure, bro, Kiri said, passing Ginny across to Kaminari. Oh my god, what a beautiful baby, a voice said from nearby. Kaminari stopped and looked to see a girl about his age come bounding over. She was cute and had beautiful big eyes. Is she yours? She asked Kaminari. What's her name? Oh, no, not mine, but I'm the loving uncle who just adores kids, Kaminari emphasized, wanting to make himself sound as attractive as possible. Her name's Ginsey. Kiri rolled his eyes. Oh, that's so cute. I love the name. You're such a good guy, she said to Kami, batting her eyelashes at him. After a bit of small talk, Kiri interrupted the now flirtatious conversation to get home for dinner. Bro, I can't trust you anywhere, Kiri said with feigned exasperation. Kaminari laughed. Ginny's a chick magnet. I could pick up heaps of girls with her. You're not supposed to be wanting to pick up anymore, Kiri said again, throwing an arm up while he pushed the pram. Ginny was still happily in Kaminari's arms. Kami laughed. I know. I'll do better, he said with a smile. I was actually serious about wanting to settle down, though. Who wouldn't want this life? He looked down at Ginny, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on his chest. She looked so peaceful and content. I hope I end up with a baby this cute, too, he added quietly. Kiri swelled with pride. The next week at Mother's Group, Kaminari waited out the front of the building for Kiri and Ginny to arrive. He was leaning back against the bricks, one leg up against the wall and his free hand in his pocket, headphones on, staring at his phone as he scrolled through Insta, liking all of the babes' bikini selfies and suggestive shots. Hey bro, Kiri greeted him. Kaminari didn't hear. Kami! Kiri called loudly. Kaminari looked up. Oh, hey dude, he said, taking his headphones off and slinging them around his neck, clicking his phone screen off and putting it in his pocket. Hey cutie, he greeted Ginny, who reached out with a smile towards him. There's my baby girl, he cooed as she clung to his top and snuggled into him. Shall we go pick up the ladies? He asked her, sneaking a cheeky smile at Kiri. Kiri was about to tell him off, but saw that he was being cheeky and shook his head with a snort and a smile. All three of them headed in. Welcome, Ginny and Red Riot, the leader of the Mother's Group greeted them. Oh, and you've brought a friend, she added, smiling at Kaminari. I think I've seen you before. Yeah, probably on TV, he said with his signature sexy smile and a hair flick. I'm the stun gun hero, Chargebolt. A ripple of excited whispers went through the mothers of the group, and Kaminari smirked as he allowed the excitement surrounding him to grow. Amongst the amorous noises he heard a snort of disdain, and quickly looked to see who it was. A girl around his age with dead straight black hair and piercings galore was sitting at the back of the room chewing gum. Dressed in all black, with knee-high black leather boots, she was the epitome of girl that doesn't give a damn about you or your problems, and she clearly wasn't interested in his flirtatious introduction. They made eye contact for a second before she screwed up her nose and went back to scrolling through her phone. Kaminari's interest was piqued. Someone who's begging for my attention without being overtly interested, he thought, smirking before giving his attention back to the leader of the group. Well, lovely to have you here today, Chargebolt. Please make yourself at home, the leader said. Oh, please, call me Denki. No need for formalities, he said graciously. We're all friends here, right? You could have heard the panties drop right there and then. Ovaries were throbbing, single mothers were arranging their hair and straightening their tops. It was madness how his charm could command the room. Kiri was surprised. He hadn't seen Kaminari in a while, but he sure hadn't lost his touch with the ladies. Back in high school, he would hit on any girl that stood still long enough to be flirted with, but rarely would he get a bite. But as he aged, he seemed to be getting better, and his hit rate had improved. The morning's meeting commenced, and the babies were free to crawl around or lie on the kick mats, and the mothers chatted about all things babies and made plans for the next coffee date and park run. Kiri was a great father, and was quite happy to chat about what his little Ginny was up to. She could sit now, and was trying to crawl, but could only drag herself along with her arms, kind of like an army crawl. Kaminari, feeling all eyes on him, got down on the floor to play with Ginny and the other babies, and the mothers were drooling over him and making comments like, "Oh, if only my husband would play with the kids like you do, Denki," or, "Oh, you'd make such an amazing daddy." Kami was loving it, and feigning modesty as best he could. Every comment he made was met with a soft snort of abhorrence from the girl at the back of the room, who really didn't like his presence. She didn't seem to be there with anyone in particular, and no one had spoken to her that he had seen anyway. Did she have kids? Why was she even there? He played with the babies until it was their lunch or nap time, then he sauntered over to where this girl was still posted up at the back wall. Her eyes flicked up as he walked over, and he gave her his best bright smile. She looked back down and ignored him. "Hey," he said in a sexy voice. "Come here often?" She laughed cruelly. "Is that your opening line? You think we're at a club and I'm a chick that you can just sling your usual pickup line at and I'll fall at your feet? Is that it?" she asked, staring him down with a very intimidating look in her eye. She had stopped chewing her gum now and had her teeth gritted together. His face fell. "Whoa, babe, I didn't mean any harm." "Babe? Who the hell's babe? Not me. Get gone with you," she said with a snort before turning her attention back to her phone and holding up her palm to his face, very strongly indicating that the conversation was over and he was no longer welcome. He got the hint and turned to leave. Yeah, okay, don't get your knickers in a knot," he said as he turned to go back to the other women who were making begging eyes at him as he stood in front of this girl. "It was nice meeting you," he said in a loud enough voice for everyone to hear, showing that he was the bigger man, being so gracious to take time out to introduce himself to this girl. He would be lying if he didn't find her dismissiveness attractive. He liked a bit of a chase, as long as he would get a prize at the end, but he wasn't sure if he'd even get anywhere with this chick. Maybe she didn't actually like him at all, and this wasn't an act? Ginny gave him a giant smile as he approached her, and he scooped her up as she held her arms out to him. "Well, at least you love me," he said as he rubbed his nose into her cheek, earning himself an adorable giggle from her. On the way home after Mother's group, curiosity got the better of Kaminari, and he asked Kirishima about the chick at the back of the class. "Who?" Kiri asked. He never really cared who was at the class. He wasn't there for the other women. He was only there for his baby girl, and for her to have fun playing with the other babies. "You know, emo chick that brushed me off?" Kaminari laughed hollowly, trying to hide the fact that his ego had been bruised a little by the girl's response to him. "Oh, her!" Kirishima said with a chuckle. "I don't know, dude. I've seen her there before, but I've never actually said more than hello to her. She just sits at the back quietly, and I've never really asked why. I just get the feeling she doesn't want to talk." Well, you got that right," Kaminari mumbled, kicking a rock as they walked home. "I think you're trying too hard," Kiri piped up. "Stop trying to forcefully find a girl. You need to just be happy in yourself, and she'll come," he said. Kaminari snorted playfully. "Listen to you, Mr. Sage, with all the wisdom." Kiri chuckled again and lifted Ginny out of the pram as they walked. She looked across to Kaminari and reached out for him. "I think she likes you more than me sometimes," he laughed. "That's because I'm cool," Kami said with a cheeky wink. Kiri smiled. He was grateful that Kaminari had come with him. It was nice to spend time with another guy every now and again. "You'll get yourself the perfect girl one day," he said confidently. "Don't stress it." Next week at Mother's group, Kaminari tagged along as well. That chick was there again, and her face darkened when she saw Kaminari come through the doors. He smiled brightly at her, and she soured and looked away. "Ugh, tough nut to crack," he mused internally. "Welcome back, Denki," the leader said brightly to him. "We love to have return visitors." "Ah, well, I had such a wonderful time last week with you lovely ladies that I just had to come again, he said with a swift run of his fingers through his hair and a cute wink, added just for good measure. Swooning everywhere, left, right and centre. It was almost sickening. All the women fell for it and you could almost see the heart-shaped eyes beating at him. He was loving it. The leader nodded with a smile and called over her shoulder. Kairi, would you come and give me a hand? I have something for the ladies and gentlemen, she added quickly, remembering Kiri and Kaminari. The quiet chick in black, who had been hiding in the shadows, hopped up and walked over to the leader. The older woman whispered something in Kairi's ear, and she nodded and walked off towards the kitchen, returning with some ingredients. We're going to be baking today, ladies, the woman said excitedly. Some cookies to take home and enjoy when you're up at all random hours at night with your babies, she added with a wink. There was a ripple of laughs and noises of agreement. Kairi. Kami was in love. Such a gorgeous name. He watched as the mysterious girl went and sat back down at the back of the room again. She didn't look at him once. Okay, let's get started, the leader added, and started breaking people into groups so some could cook while others would babysit and then they would swap. Kaminari graciously offered to look after the babies so that more women could cook, and they all promised that they would make him some cookies in return. He was happy with that arrangement. When he was relieved of his babysitting duties, he sidled up to the leader to ask a few questions about the girl who had piqued his interest. Hey, so, that girl who's hiding in the shadows? He asked casually, nodding towards Kairi. Ah, Kairi, the woman said with a smile. She's had a rough trot, so go easy on her. What happened? She got caught smoking weed in the school bathrooms and got expelled? He said with a chuckle. The woman's face darkened. That's my younger sister, and no, it's worse than that. That was a careless thing to say, Denki. I'm disappointed that you would say something like that. Kami was a bit taken aback by the change in mood of this woman. Clearly she was protective of her younger sister, and he had crossed the line. Whoa, I'm sorry, Kaminari said quickly. I was out of line. I'm sorry, please forgive me. The woman just gave him a grunt and a side glance and moved away, helping another lady with her mixing. Well, now I'm on the bad side of the older sister, he thought with a sigh, and went back to Kiri and Ginny. The leader was wary of Kaminari for a bit after that, and try as he might, he just couldn't seem to get back in her good graces, but he kept coming week after week. The other women loved his presence, and a few started dressing a little more invitingly, but he paid them little to no attention. His full attention was on this mysterious Kairi, and why her older sister was so protective of her. What had happened to her? One afternoon, as Mother's group was finishing, Kaminari excused himself to go to the bathroom, and when he came out, a young mother was waiting for him in the hall. Hey, he said with a flirty smile. Hey, sexy, she replied overtly, tilting her head invitingly as she spoke. So I was wondering what you're doing later, she quizzed him, walking up to him and placing a hand on his chest to adjust his top before removing her hand and pressing her breasts against him, one hand on his hip as she pulled her body against his. Whoa, easy, he breathed, taking a step back. You're getting pretty close there, lovely. Oh, am I? She said in a flirty tone, feigning innocence. Sorry about that. What's you say you and I get to know each other a little better? She said in an airy tone, glancing at his lips and then back to his eyes and biting her bottom lip. Listen, you're hot, okay? You know it, I know it. But you're married, he said, trying to step away. She grabbed a hold of his shirt and pulled him towards her as she stepped back against the wall. Kaminari stumbled forwards at her sharp tug and had to quickly place his hand up against the wall by her head to stop himself from falling directly onto her. Come on, baby, she whined seductively. I can show you a real good time, she said, licking her lips. Kaminari swallowed thickly and took a hold of her wrist that was wrapped in his shirt and removed it as he stepped back, placing the hand that he had put on the wall on her shoulder. Listen, he said lowly, looking her in the eye. I'm a flirt. I know that. You know that. A blind man can see it. I don't try and hide it. But I'm not a homewrecker, he said, removing his hand and stepping away. If you're not happy in your relationship, then you should end it. Don't complicate it by doing something like this, he said as he backed away. The woman fumed. How dare he turn her down like that? Her pride had taken a hit. She felt humiliated. As he turned to leave, she lunged at him and grabbed his shirt, yanking him back and trying to turn his head to plant a kiss on his lips. He pushed her off before she could connect, but in the process it smeared her lipstick. Kaminari took off running and made it safely back to Kiri's side in the group. "Yo, bro, you good?" he asked, seeing that Kaminari was out of breath and a little flustered. "Huh?" he asked, looking at Kiri with a spacey look, and then suddenly snapped out of it. "Oh, yeah, dude, I'm good," he said, trying to regain his cool demeanour. He was a bit quieter than usual for the rest of the time there, and Kiri couldn't help but wonder that something had happened. On the way home, he asked, "Bro, you seemed a little strange after you came back from the bathroom today," he pried. Me?" Kaminari said. He knew exactly what Kiri was talking about, but it wasn't really something he wanted to talk about right now. "Yeah, you," Kiri said with a small chuckle. "What happened?" Kaminari fell quiet and just stared at his feet as he walked. Should he tell Kiri what happened, or lie? "Bro," Kiri said sternly, halting in his stride and pulling up the pram. "Talk to me. What happened?" Kaminari sighed. "Listen, I didn't do anything wrong, okay?" he said glumly. "Why, bro? What happened?" Kiri asked with concern. One of the married mums made a pretty strong pass at me and I turned her down," he said. "I just feel a little embarrassed that it happened, that's all. I would never ruin a family like that. I swear I didn't do anything to her," he added, his eyes looking up into Kiri's, pleading for the spiky redhead to believe him. Kiri smiled. "I know you wouldn't do that, bro. You're a flirt, but you're not a homewrecker," he added. "That's exactly what I said to her," Kaminari said, delighted that Kiri had used the same line as him. "Thanks, dude. I really appreciate the support." Kiri smiled. "You're a good guy, Kami." Kaminari reached into the pram and lifted out the fussing Ginny. "This is the only girl who's got my eye," he said playfully, kissing her chubby cheeks as she squealed with delight. The next week at Mother's Club, the leader met Kiri and Kaminari at the door. She did not look impressed. "Red Riot, you and Ginny are welcome to come in, but I'm afraid Denki will have to go," she said sternly. "Wait, what?" Kiri asked, confused. "Why?" "Denki," the leader said, shooting Kaminari a deathly stare, "has been making unsolicited passes at one of our married mothers here, and she does not feel comfortable with his presence," she said, looking down her nose at Kaminari. "Wait, whoa, hold on," Kiri started to say, before Kaminari cut him off. "Dude, it's fine. Don't make a scene," Kaminari said quietly, holding onto Kiri's shoulder. "I'll go. You go in and have a good time. I don't want to drag you into this. Just let it go." "No, bro, I'm not going to let her..." "Dude," Kaminari said firmly, shaking his head. He was about to turn and leave when a voice nearby stopped him. "Sis, I know the full story," the voice said. Kaminari turned. It was Kairi talking. "That bitch lied to you. I saw the whole thing. She made a huge pass at him. He stopped her. He's innocent," she said plainly. The leader just stared at her younger sister. She knew that her sister wouldn't just defend a guy for no reason. She very much disliked men, especially cheating men. "But she showed me the smeared lipstick where he had grabbed her and kissed her." "I know what she said, and that she showed you, but she's lying. She tried to grab him for a kiss, and he smeared it when he pushed her off," Kairi said, holding her sister's gaze. "Okay," she said, "but I'll need to have a talk with the mother about this." She looked back to Kaminari. "My apologies, Denki. I've made a huge mistake. Please forgive me." Kaminari shrugged. "It's fine. Listen, I'll just go, okay? I don't want to be the cause of any more problems here. Thank you for your hospitality and for welcoming me in. It's been nice." He patted Kiri on the shoulder again and put his hands in his pockets to walk away. He had walked a fair way down the street before a familiar voice called out to him from behind. "You're not just going to let her walk over you like that, are you?" they said. Kaminari glanced over his shoulder. It was Kairi. He stopped and turned around. "Don't worry about it," he said dismissively. "I don't belong there anyway. I don't have a kid." "Yeah, well, neither do I," she said, crossing her arms. "You can't just let her run her mouth like that and still get away. She'll get a rap over the knuckles and that's about it. She's won, if you walk away." "Why do you even care?" he said with a soft snort. "I don't care about you," Kairi snorted. "What I do care about is that the cheaters get what they deserve." "What does she deserve?" Kaminari asked, Curious now because what Kairi would say next would give him a fair idea of perhaps her past. She seemed quite passionate about this subject. She deserves to be called out. Her husband should know what a lousy, low-life scumbag she is. She deserves to lose all her friends and be kicked out of the mothers group. Kairi spat vehemently, tears welling in her eyes. Kaminari could see that he had hit a raw nerve. Hey, he said softly. I'm sorry. Kairi turned around sharply. Shut up, you don't care, she snapped before running back to the building. Kaminari was torn. Did he chase her or let her go? Should he follow her advice and go back in there and not let that mother win this situation? He sighed. Baby! Where the hell's hockey? Bakugo's voice rang out through the house. Language! Came the reply. He loves playing hide and seek. Check behind the lounge. It was Chisuki, Bakugo's first birthday today, and Bakugo and his wife were preparing for a small, at-home party. Everything was going smoothly as far as food prep and decorating went, but little Hockey was in a mischievous mood and kept disappearing right when Bakugo was trying to put him in his party outfit. Hockey! Bakugo called in his best growly sing-song voice. He heard a giggle from behind the curtains and marched over and flung them back. There was little Hockey, giggling softly as he was exposed. Get over here, you little bundle of mischief, Bakugo growled, trying to sound as angry as possible, but failing. How could he be angry at that little face? Chisuki's eyes flicked across Bakugo's face before he turned and dropped down, crawling out of his father's reach. No! Bakugo shouted. Get back here! I need to change you! Chisuki was gone again in an instant, and was weaving his way behind the lounges as Bakugo lunged across the top backboards trying to reach him and failing. Katsu, what are you doing? Mrs. Bakugo called with amusement at Bakugo's inability to catch his own son. This little... Bakugo puffed, finally catching Chisuki by a leg and lifting him up gently from behind the couch. Weren't like... he wheezed. You're way out of shape, babe. You need to work out a bit. His wife jeered at Bakugo trying to catch his breath after climbing all over the furniture after Chisuki. Shut up, he huffed, a little red in the face from all the exertion. He flipped Chisuki the right way up and blew a raspberry on his cheek, before putting him down and patting him on the bottom towards his mum before flopping down on the lounge. Come here, my little Hockey, let's get you ready for your party, Mrs. Bakugo said. Chisuki obeyed beautifully, and in a matter of seconds he was in his cute little cotton suit and looking very gorgeous indeed. Bakugo just looked bewildered. How did you just get him to come to you like that? He said with amazement. Because I'm the mum, she replied with a wink. Bakugo clicked his tongue against his teeth and looked away, embarrassed but proud of his wife's ability to command his boy. So who's coming today? He asked gruffly, changing the subject. The Todoroki family. Bakugo groaned. The Kirishima family? Bakugo nodded. And Kaminari. Why that dunce face? Bakugo said. Be nice, Katsu. He's your friend. He loves our little boy and he was so excited to be involved, she said sternly with her brows furrowed. Bakugo scowled but didn't say anything. Okay, let me just check the food in the kitchen, then we should all be set and ready to go, Mrs. Bakugo said brightly, immediately distracted by the happiest little event that was soon to take place. Her little boy was turning 1. Just then the doorbell rang. Got it! Bakugo yelled as he pulled himself up from the lounge and picked up Chisuki to carry him to the door. Let's see who it is, Hockey, he said as he opened the door. Bakugo, Shoto said formally with a slight head nod. Bakugo scowled and grunted. We're here, Jem called past Bakugo to where she knew his wife would be in the kitchen. Ah, is that you, Jem? Come on in, Mrs. Bakugo called from the kitchen. Shoto smirked and, using his free hand that wasn't holding Sochi, pushed Bakugo aside so they could enter. Bakugo was seething, but he stepped back and held his tongue. Just then, Yu, Kiri, Ginsey, carried by Kaminari, arrived, and Bakugo brightened slightly when he saw Kiri. Bakugo and Kirishima had been close in high school, and Kiri had always had this ability to be able to calm Bakugo. Hey, bro, Kirishima called brightly to Bakugo, pulling him in by one hand for a shoulder bump when he got close enough. Hey there, big boy, he said happily to Chisuki. You're the big 01 today. Chisuki looked at Kiri, then up to his dad, and then back to Kiri and smiled. Bakugo caught his boy smiling and smirked. He knows a good guy when he sees one. he thought. "Sup, dude?" Kaminari said, holding Ginsey in his arms. "Hey," Bakugou said with a little upward head nod. Then he turned his attention to Ginsey. "Your girl has grown, Kiri," he commented. "Little cutie, actually." "I'm surprised you'd say something so nice," Kiri jeered playfully. "Shut up," Bakugou huffed while Kiri and Kaminari laughed. "Come in, guys," Mrs. Bakugou called from the kitchen. She had heard voices from the front door. While the boys teased each other, Chisuki and Ginsey eyed each other from the safety of their carers' arms. Little did they know that today would be the start of something exciting between them. Mrs. Bakugou was the one who invited all of the people that attended Chisuki's first birthday, and she enjoyed chatting with the other mums and comparing notes of what their babies were all able to do now. Baby Chisuki could walk, babble, and could identify things by pointing at them if you asked him to locate things for you. He loved to rile Daddy up, but he was Mummy's boy through and through. Baby Sochi was trying to walk, but was mostly getting around on all fours. He was a quiet, sweet child that liked to just watch and observe things. He could say Mummy and Daddy, and loved Daddy the most. He was now 1 year old and 3 weeks, and Shoto had great pleasure in always letting Bakugou know that his boy was the eldest of the trio of children, out of Chisuki, Sochi and Ginsey. As usual, Bakugou was annoyed that he had been beaten at something, even if it was out of his control. And then there was little Ginsey. She commanded the attention of the room the minute that she was put down. She was 6 months younger than Chisuki, but that wasn't stopping her from doing her best to keep up. She could commando crawl and was trying to get herself up on all fours, but wasn't quite there yet. She was bubbly, smiley, and had big, beautiful eyes that just drew you in. If you didn't pay her attention when she wanted it, she would squeal and giggle until you looked at her. And trust me, once you looked at her, you were hooked. Kiri watched with pride as Bakugou eyed Ginny on the floor as she pulled herself towards him. He shifted in his seat and he leaned forward to watch her. She looked up at him with those gorgeous giant eyes and smiled a big gummy smile at him. He melted and put a hand out to her, and she took his hand and reached out to him for him to pick her up. He smiled and reached under her arms. Just then, Chisuki, who had been watching from the other side of the room, dropped the toy that he was holding and toddled over. As Bakugou hoisted Ginny up, Chisuki waddled over and bit down sharply on Bakugou's knee. The little man had 2 very sharp front teeth, and Bakugou let out a yell and almost dropped Ginny, who was giggling at Chisuki with his teeth firmly fastened into his daddy's knee. Kaminari lost it, as you well imagined, and was wiping tears of laughter from his eyes as he doubled over. "Fucking beaver with 2 front sharp-ass teeth," Bakugou mumbled as he quickly put Ginny down and pried Chisuki off his knee. Chisuki couldn't have cared less now that he'd had his daddy's attention, and struggled to get down before toddling away to go back and snatch something from Sochi. "Your boy's a handful," Kiri commented as Bakugou nursed his knee. "Chip off the old block, I say," Kaminari said, coming down from his laughing spree. "Come to think of it, all of your kids have qualities of you guys." "That would be expected, Kaminari," Shoto chimed in. He had been watching with silent amusement from the lounge a little way away. "Except my boy's going to be the #1 hero in this generation," he added quickly, shooting a side glance at Bakugou. Bakugou scowled heavily and was about to say something when he was interrupted by his wife announcing food was ready. Leaving that conversation in the dirt, everybody headed to the kitchen to get food. There was a smorgasbord of food laid out, and before long everyone had a huge plate full of delicious-looking food and had made their way back to the lounge room or to the table to feed the kids. "Hey, bro, it's been kind of lonely at Mother's group without you," Kiri said, glancing at Kaminari as they ate. "Nah, I'm sure you're fine there without me," Kaminari answered emotionlessly. It had been 3 weeks since the incident, and Kaminari still hadn't gone back. Kairi's words had been playing on his mind, but he just couldn't bring himself to go back. He didn't know why, but maybe in a way he felt partly responsible for giving that mother the wrong idea. He was determined to change. He didn't want to be a useless flirt anymore, but he just didn't know how to go about it. It was a deeply seated part of his personality by now, and it's hard for a leopard to change its spots, if you know what I mean. He sighed. Kiri stayed quiet, hoping Kaminari would open up to him. He felt like Kami was feeling the weight of it a little more than what he was letting on, but he didn't want to force him to talk. "What happened?" Bakugou asked bluntly from across the table. He could tell by the look on Kaminari's face that something had happened that stopped Kaminari from going back to the mother's group with Kiri. Kaminari flinched. I kind of got accused of something I didn't do, but it got sorted out, so all good, he said, forcing a fake smile onto his face and looking at Bakugou. If it's all sorted, how come you haven't gone back? Bakugou asked frankly. I don't know, I just don't want to cause a scene, that's all, Kaminari said, looking away. If it's all sorted, then how are you going to cause a scene? Bakugou asked gruffly. Bakugou, Kiri said sharply, feeling Kaminari's unease at Bakugou's directness. Kaminari avoided answering Bakugou, and there was a heavy mood looming over the table until Ginny giggled from the floor beside Kaminari, and he looked down to see her little face smiling up at him. All of his worries faded away, and he smiled down at her, reaching down to lift her up onto his lap. She reached for some rice dumplings on his plate, and he let her take one in her chubby hands and watched her happily chewing on it. I've missed seeing you each week, he whispered to her. I'll come to the next one, dude, he said, turning to Kiri after thinking a moment. Bakugou's right. If it's sorted, then I don't need to worry. At the following mother's group, Kaminari promised he would be there, but so far he hadn't showed up. Kiri kept watching the door, hoping that he would make good on his promise, but it was now 15 minutes into the meeting, and no Kaminari. He sighed. Guess he got cold feet. Just then the door opened and everyone turned to look to see who it was. It was Kaminari. The mood in the room changed instantly, and Kaminari felt it, frozen by the eyes of the mothers from where they sat. That mother that had accused him of making a move on her was still at the mothers group, and just as Kairi had predicted, she had gotten a stern talking to by the leader, but that was about it. Unfortunately, that mother had told a few other mothers about what had happened, and she had stuck to her side of the story, telling them that Kaminari had made a pass at her and showed them the pictures that she took of the smeared lipstick. Some of the mothers still didn't know what had happened and smiled brightly when he arrived, but the ones who had been tainted by the false rumours scowled at him. Kiri smiled and waved at Kaminari, holding up Ginny to entice him to come over. Kaminari ducked his head slightly and trotted sheepishly past the mothers around to Kiri and took Ginny in his arms like a teddy bear and quickly sat down, cuddling her close to him for comfort. Welcome back, Denki, the leader said brightly. Thank you for having me, he said in a small voice. Kiri patted him on the back. There was a moment's brief silence before the mother that had accused Kaminari of sexually assaulting her stood abruptly and picked up her little girl before turning and leaving. Her posy of mothers quickly did the same, and there was a mass exodus of about 5 mothers and babies in one hit. Kaminari looked down glumly and was about to apologise and leave when Kairi spoke from the back of the room. Good riddance to those bitches, she said with a snort, and made her way over to the group of remaining mothers who were looking around in bewilderment. What's going on? One mother asked. She didn't know about the incident, so was rightly confused. Kairi paraphrased the story as quickly as possible and painted Kaminari in the best light, proving his innocence by her own eyewitness. Kaminari was gifted many words of genuine praise, and the remaining mothers were happy that he had remained a gentleman, despite that mother throwing herself at him. Kaminari felt better after everything had been put out in the open and the mood lightened. As the rest of the meeting commenced, he felt more and more at home. At the end of their time there, he told Kiri to go on ahead of him and that he would catch up. He just wanted to thank Kairi and the leader. Kiri nodded and headed for the door, happy that Kaminari had come back again. Hey, thank you, Kaminari said sheepishly to Kairi as he approached her from behind. I appreciate you standing up for me. Kairi shrugged, not bothering to face him. I wasn't standing up for you, I was standing up for justice. Kaminari chuckled lightly. You're really on this whole justice thing, aren't you? Got a problem with that? She snapped, spinning around to face him. Whoa, he said, taking a step back. No, Sorry, he apologised, rubbing the back of his head. Kairi sighed. No, it's not your fault, she said, dropping her gaze before turning around and continuing to stack the chairs. My ex cheated on me, so it hits too close to home, yeah? Oh, Kaminari said. That sucks. He cringed. Man, what a stupid thing to say right now. Sounds totally removed, but I don't know what else to say. Kairi stayed silent. Well, thanks again, Kami said, before slowly walking away. Denki, the leader called. Listen, I hope today wasn't too much for you. I don't know why those other mothers left, but I can only assume that mother said something to them. I'll be sure to ring them tonight to clear your name," she added with a smile. "Oh, thanks. Don't go out of your way, though. I've caused enough trouble." "Nonsense," the leader replied. "Justice must be served, and it's not fair for people to not be told the truth of what's going on." Kaminari laughed. "Man, you and your sister are huge on the justice thing, hey? Kairi just told me about her ex cheating on her, so totally get that," he said defensively. "And I can only assume that you're on the same train because of what happened to your sister?" "Well, yeah," the leader said. "I mean, it's not nice seeing your sister's marriage fall apart like that when she was so happy." "Wait, what? Marriage?" Kaminari stammered. She was married?" He looked back over his shoulder at Kairi, who still had her back to him. "Yeah, for 1 year, then she caught him cheating with a lady from work," the leader sighed. "She's been a bit broken ever since. That's why I said be gentle with her. Your personality and her ex's are very similar, except for, so far, you've proven that you won't cheat, unlike him." Kaminari looked a bit crestfallen on Kairi's behalf. "Man, when she said ex, I thought boyfriend. I didn't think husband," he said to the leader. "Yeah, she hasn't seen anyone since. She's not interested in getting her heart ripped out of her chest again, as you can imagine," the leader said, turning to pack some things away. "You're a good sister to take her under your wing," Kaminari said genuinely. "I respect that." "Thanks, Denki. You're all right. Please keep coming. We do love having you here. You really are a good guy underneath all that fluff and charm," she said with a wink. "I'm trying to change," Kami said honestly. "I'd love to settle down, have some kids of my own. That whole incident thing has really knocked me across the head, though," he added with a sheepish chuckle. It's made me watch myself a little more." "Well, that's good. I'm glad it helped you in some way," the leader said with a smile. Kairi overheard Kaminari's last comment to her sister, and she smiled to herself. Might actually be alright. This starts at the Todoroki residence. Jem looked up at Shoto from where she was feeding Sochi in the high chair. "Are you expecting anyone?" she asked him. "No, Jem," he replied, not looking at her but towards the front door. "I'll get it." They were used to some random intrusions by the media or paparazzi wanting to talk to Shoto about something relating to villains, his father, or some other random event. Sho walked to the front door hesitantly, quirk ready to be activated in case it was an attack. He opened the door slowly, and a man in plain clothing with a cap and dark glasses on met his gaze. The man had his head lowered slightly so Shoto couldn't see his face, and the dual hair-coloured hero froze for a minute, not knowing what to say or do. There was something about this man that looked familiar. He wasn't holding a camera or weapon, and certainly didn't look threatening. The man spoke. "Shoto?" he said in a firm yet friendly manner, raising his head so that he could make eye contact with the still guarded hero. "Oh, Mr. Rogers," Shoto said, relaxing immediately. "Do come in," he invited, stepping aside so that Steve could enter. "What brings you here?" "Lovely place you have here, Shoto," Steve said, removing his hat and glasses and nodding while looking around. "Thank you, sir," Shoto said, leading the way down the hall to the dining area. "I'm here to talk to you about the pending mission of the Avengers team," Steve said frankly. "We could really use your help." "What would you need me for?" Shoto asked as they rounded the corner to the dining area. But before Steve could answer, Shoto spoke again. "Steve, this is my beautiful wife, Jem, and my boy, Sochi," he said proudly, as the mother and son came into view. "Hello, Mrs. Todoroki, nice to see you again, and congratulations on the baby. He's a good-looking little boy," Steve said with a pleasant smile. "Thank you, sir," Jem said with a bright smile. "What quirk will he inherit?" Steve asked, turning to Shoto. Steve had done a bit of research into this world of quirk development after he had met Shoto last year. "We're not sure yet, but it's bound to be a good one," Shoto said with a smirk. "Please have a seat, Mr. Rogers. Can I get you anything to drink?" "Please, call me Steve," he said as he took a seat. "I'll have a glass of milk if that's all right." Shoto nodded and headed for the kitchen. "Mrs. Todoroki, you possess a gem creation quirk, correct?" Steve asked Jem. "Yes, that's correct, although I don't use it a lot now. I have a far more important gem to look after," she said, smiling at Sochi as he grabbed for another rice ball. Steve smiled, then cleared his throat. Mrs. Todoroki, would you mind if I asked Shoto to come with us to America for a bit to help out in our mission? He wouldn't be in any danger. This is just groundwork before we make a move. Oh, I don't mind at all, Jem replied. This is Shoto's work. He's a hero through and through. Who am I to dictate what he does for his work? But thank you for considering me, she added with a smile. Steve smiled sadly. I never got the chance to settle down and have a family of my own. I'd hate to pull him away from his most important duty, being home here with you and your son. Just then Shoto entered with the glass of milk. Would you like to discuss your reason for visit privately, or is here okay? Shoto asked, sitting down next to Jem. Here is fine, Steve said, smiling at Jem. I've already asked your wife's permission. Shoto raised an eyebrow in amusement and looked at Jem. And what did she say? Sho asked, looking back at Steve. She said yes, he said, as he sat his glass of milk back down after taking a sip. We all know how it goes. He rules the roost, but she rules the rooster. Shoto chuckled. That's a very old saying, Steve. I think my dear grandmother used that one. Steve smirked. I'll tell you my story one day, he said with an intriguing glint in his eye. Anyway, I'd like for you to meet some of the team. I'm sure you've seen them on TV and know their names, but I'd like for you to meet them in person. Oh, yes. Are you referring to Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Thor, etc.? Shoto said, extremely calmly, like he wasn't a huge fan of the hero team. You know their given names, Shoto. I'm impressed, Steve said with a coy smirk. They're just as keen to meet you as you are to meet them, he added with a cheeky tone in his voice. He knew Shoto was a fan, but he didn't want to call him out on it. So when do you need me? Shoto asked, trying not to sound too keen. Next week, if possible, Steve said authoritatively. I understand that you'll need to arrange your absence from work? Yes, sir, but that won't be an issue. I run my own agency and have heroes working for me, so they can step up and cover for me while I'm away. Shoto said quickly. Wonderful. We'd need you for 2 weeks if that's not too much to ask. Not a problem at all. I look forward to working with you, Shoto said, unable to hide his enthusiasm now. Fantastic, Steve said, smiling at Shoto and Jem. I'll take my leave now, thank you for the glass of milk, and take care of your little boy, he added, smiling fondly at Sochi, who was a curious onlooker to the conversation. Let me walk you out, Shoto offered, standing and walking Steve to the door. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Steve. I look forward to working with you and the team. Not a problem at all, Shoto. The team's very much looking forward to meeting you. They have lots of questions, he said with a chuckle, especially Tony. I bet, Shoto said. He knew Mr. Stark was an intelligent man and was always interested in how things worked. I'll see you next week. You'll be hearing from me shortly with the next lot of details, Steve said as he left with a tip of the cap as he placed it back on his head, sliding his dark glasses back on with a wry smile pulling at the corner of his lips. Shoto held it together till he shut the door and then broke into a weird, wide grin, walking quickly back to where Jem was pulling Sochi out of the high chair. Jem turned and saw the look on his face as she placed Sochi down on the floor. Excited? She quizzed, although she already knew the answer. Shoto just nodded enthusiastically and made his way around to her and grabbed her in a joyful hug. Jem giggled and pecked him on the lips. I'm excited for you. That will be wonderful to meet such big-name heroes. Shoto's eyes danced with delight and he kissed her back. I need to make arrangements at work. I need to call some people, he said suddenly, realising there was a lot to get done before he left for America. Kaminari had continued to keep coming to the mothers group, and the other mothers that had been lied to by that one mother who had accused him of sexually assaulting her started coming back too, and even made a point of apologising to Kaminari for their misjudgment of him. He was happy. Kairi was happy that that woman had left, and she was starting to see Kaminari in a new light, but still wasn't letting him get too close to her. Poor Kaminari really wanted to befriend her because he could see that she was just a tortured soul, but sometimes a little cringy pickup line would slip out and she would turn away and storm off, leaving him to rethink all of his life choices. He decided to stop trying to force the friendship with Kairi and just enjoyed his time there with Ginsey, who he referred to as the light of his life. Little Ginny could crawl now and would follow Kaminari everywhere. It was adorable to see. Okay, ladies, the leader said one day, shall we organise a beach outing for the bubs? We can go to a more quiet beach that has rock pools, she suggested. "Oh, that sounds amazing," one of the mothers said. "Wouldn't that be a bit of a risk to the babies that can crawl? What if one crawls off towards the water and..." Kaminari left it open-ended, not wanting to say the word drown. It was too horrible to say. Kairi, who was still at the back of the room, looked up from her phone. "Oh, that's a change. He's genuinely concerned for the babies and not interested in checking out the girls in skimpy bikinis." But she kept her thoughts to herself. Beach day was settled, and the following Thursday was the fated day. Kiri had invited Bakugou and little Chisuki along as well, so it was a semi-reunion of the Baku squad. Kiri had baby Ginny, Bakugou had hockey, and then Uncle Kaminari was bringing up the rear with all the bags and baby accessories. Bakugou was slightly less than impressed to be out with a bunch of mothers and their babies, but he was secretly happy that his hockey and Kiri's Ginny got to spend some time together. That, and he was back with his high school mates. The mothers filed out onto the beach in their modest swimmers and oversized wide brim hats with sunnies and shawls, looking like a bunch of beach mum veterans. Bringing up the rear of the group were 3 super hot young men in boardies carrying their bubs in one arm. Ovaries were throbbing all over the beach watching the extremely toned Bakugou Katsuki and Kirishima Ijiro carrying their little bundles to the water's edge to introduce them to the gently lapping waves. Kaminari hung back and set up the 2 large beach umbrellas and beach tents and arranged towels and bags, making sure everything was set before he turned to try the water out. He saw Kiri and Baku out there with their shirts off, and man did they look like demigods with their perfectly stacked torsos. He paused and pulled the collar of his open shirt and looked down at the front of his flat chest. Sure, he was toned, but he didn't have the same bulk and shape as his mates, and he'd be lying if he said that he didn't feel slightly inadequate about standing next to them. They never teased him about it or anything, but it was his own quiet, slight insecurity. He didn't want to make it look too odd by refusing to take his top off, so he quickly flicked it up over his head and tossed it into the tent. "Denki," one of the mothers called to him. "Could you watch my little one for a second? I just need to go to the bathroom." "Oh, sure," he responded happily and trotted over to her to take her little 3-month-old in arms. The little boy was used to seeing Kaminari and was happy to go to him, grabbing at Kami's face and giggling. "Oh, Denki, could you watch Akira for me, please? I need to go to the ladies too," another mum called. "Sure thing, lovely. You go, I'll watch her," Kaminari replied cheerily. Akira toddled over and sat down in the sand next to Kaminari, who squatted down and gave her a little pat on the head. 3 more mothers then asked to go too, and left their babies with Kaminari, who by now was in charge of 5 variously aged bubs, and they were starting to go in all different directions down the beach. From a distance, Kairi was watching. She had said that she wasn't going to go to the beach to see if Kaminari would ditch the outing, but if he did go, she wanted to watch him from a distance and see if he really was changing his ways, or if he would let old habits resurface and go after some skimpy-ass bikini-wearing bitch that sauntered by. And so far, she couldn't help but crack a smile at Kaminari's plight. Poor Denki had his hands full watching over these kids and stopping them from either eating sand or crawling to the water, and although he looked stressed out, it was almost comical. Kairi sat down on the sand and watched, wondering just how long he could keep it up before calling for help from his 2 blissfully unaware mates who were playing in the water with their babies. One by one the mothers came back and took their babies back, leaving an exhausted Kaminari to go and join his buddies in the water. Ugh, man, I seriously hope I don't end up with triplets or anything, because dealing with multiple young kids at once is impossible, Kaminari said to Bakugou as he waded up to him in the water. "What the hell are you on about?" Bakugou asked. He hadn't seen Kaminari struggling with the 5 kids. Kaminari waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it," he said as he dove under the water. The water was a perfect temperature, and he came up looking a little bit more refreshed. "Yo, Kiri, let me hold Ginny for a bit," he said as he breaststroked over to him. "Okay, bro. Be careful though, yeah?" Kiri said. Kaminari snorted. "Dude, she's like my own daughter. Of course I'm going to be careful." Kiri smiled. "I know, dude. I know. Just mandatory dad speech," he added with a wink. Kairi was about to walk down and join the group when one of her friends randomly spotted her and trotted over from further down the beach. "Kai!" she called out. "Fancy seeing you here. What you doing?" "Oh, hey, Misa," Kairi said with a smile. "Just here with my sis and her mum's group." "Why are you up here and not down with them, though?" Misa asked with a chuckle. Kairi hadn't really thought about what she was actually doing until Misa had asked her why she wasn't with the group. Hey, can you do me a favour? She suddenly asked, changing subjects as she got a brainwave. There's a guy down there. I want you to hit on him, yeah? Test him out. Misa shot Kai a devilish smile. Oh, I love this game. Which one and what do I get if I can get him to give me his number or get him to ask for mine? I'll take you out for ramen, Kai said with a mischievous smirk. This isn't the first time that Kai had done this with her friend Misa. She was gorgeous, and almost every guy that Kai had tested had fallen victim to Misa's charm. Misa was half American, half Japanese, and had run multiple beauty pageants, blonde, toned, and blessed with the perfect hourglass figure, 36, 25, 36, with legs for days and a killer smile. It was extremely difficult for any man to turn her down. The best thing about this? Misa was a private investigator, specialising in adultery cases. So, which one is he? Misa asked, looking down the beach with one hand shielding her eyes. The hot blonde with the pecs and abs to die for? Kairi laughed. Nah, babe. That's the one with the black lightning streak in his hair, holding the little girl. Is the kid his? Misa asked, eyeing Kaminari. Nah, it's the spiky redheads, Kairi said. You know who those guys are, right? Misa squinted. Wait! Hold up, they're not heroes, are they? She squealed incredulously. Yeah, they are, Kairi said in a bored tone. Red Riot, Dynamite, and Charge Bolt. I've definitely heard of the first two, and I've seen them on TV, but can't say I've heard of Charge Bolt, Misa said, mentally working together a plan of attack. What's his personality like? Flirtatious, shallow, loves chicks, says he wants to change, but I don't believe him, Kairi said in a flat tone. What's he to you, boyfriend? Misa asked. No, Kairi said softly. Just a loser. Misa looked down at her friend. Why are you keen to know if he'll take the bait, though, if he's just a loser? She said, doing air quotation marks around the word loser. Kairi stayed silent and just stared down the beach at the boys. Oh, well, I'm always up for a ramen dinner, so I don't care why you're doing this, Misa said, flicking her hair to one side and adjusting her bikini top to show as much cleavage as possible. I'll be back in 10 with a number, she said, heading off down the beach and looking back with a wink and a little blown kiss to Kairi. Kairi snorted with amusement. This bitch, she giggled to herself. Misa entered the water near the three boys and did her most seductive, gentle dive with a very exaggerated light moan as she came up out of the water. Oh, God, that feels so amazing, she said airily, loud enough so that anyone who was watching her nearby could hear. She flattened her long blonde hair back and smoothed the water out of it as she looked up into the sky. She glanced to the side and saw none of the three had acknowledged her presence yet and were all focusing on the kids, so she tried another tactic. Sinking down into the water and reaching behind her, she untied her bikini top and held the front on. Oh no! She gasped dramatically and bounced in the water over to the three boys. Hey, guys! She called in her most feminine voice. Kaminari looked up first, followed by Kiri, then Bakugou. I kind of need some help, Misa said with the cutest little embarrassed and bashful look on her face. What's up, babe? Kami said, with genuine concern in his voice. Misa looked down with fake embarrassment. My top has come undone, and I can't do it up, she said, biting the bottom lip and batting her eyes at him. I can help, Kami said, still genuinely sucked in, thinking she was an innocent damsel in distress. He handed Ginny back to Kiri and swam around behind Misa. He grabbed each of the ties and quickly tied them together, ending with a nice little bow on the end. Done, he said as he came back around to the side of her. You okay? Yeah, she said quietly. That was so embarrassing. You're my hero, she added with a bashful smile. You saved me from what could have been a very embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. Nah, Kaminari said with a laugh and scratched to the back of his head. Just being a gentleman, he added with a wide smile. Oh, you're too modest, Misa giggled and stood up a bit out of the water, squeezing her arms together in front of her slightly so that it accentuated her breasts. Kaminari's eyes went straight to the prize. Bingo, Misa smirked internally. Wait, Misa gasped suddenly, snapping Kaminari out of his boob-induced daze. You guys are actually heroes, she squealed. You're Charge Bolt, right?
She blinked her eyes at Kaminari in faux disbelief. And you're dynamite, she said, turning her attention to Bakugou. And you're at Riot, she said, ending with Kiri. Kiri smiled and nodded. Bakugou scowled and Kaminari was flattered. You knew my hero name? Kaminari said with surprise. He wasn't shown much on TV, and not many people knew him by name. They would say he looked familiar, but that was about it. Usually he had to say who he was. Oh yeah, I definitely recognise you now. That telltale lightning strike? She added, moving forwards to touch the black streak in his hair. Sorry I didn't recognise you before. I was a little flustered over my loose top, she said, lowering her head and looking up at him with puppy dog eyes. Kaminari had a perfect view down her cleavage, and he swallowed thickly. I guess you really are my hero, Misa said lowly with a very suggestive tone, biting her lip again. Yeah, Kaminari said, backing away slightly. This minx was coming on strong now, and he didn't quite know what to do. What you doing later? She asked confidently. If you don't have plans, we should grab a drink. I need to thank you, after all, for saving me from a very embarrassing situation. Kaminari opened his mouth and closed it again. He couldn't believe his luck. This gorgeous blonde, with a perfect rack, was falling all over him. He didn't have to do a thing. Yeah, okay, he said, not sure what was going on, but happy to spend time with this chick. Really? She squealed, like she had almost been expecting to be turned down. Oh, that's awesome. I'll get your number in a bit, yeah? You're not going anywhere soon, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, nah, we just got here, Kaminari said in bewilderment. Okay, good, I'll be back, okay? Misa said and stepped away to head back to the beach and gloat to Kaminari. Don't go anywhere till we exchange numbers, she said with a flirtatious wink. Sure thing, Kaminari said, coming back around a bit. He gave her a smile and a little wave as she made her way back to shore. What the hell? Kaminari whispered as soon as she was out of earshot. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could kick her, Bakugou growled. What? Why? Kami asked, still perplexed over how easy it was to pick up. There were just some major red flags, you dunce. She was acting innocent, but that certainly didn't match the look in her eye. She was faking that whole thing, Bakugou said, staring Kaminari down. But what's her angle, though? Kaminari asked. Why would I need to be careful? It's not like I'm super famous and have loads of money or anything, he laughed. I don't know, but watch her with both eyes. She's up to no good, Bakugou said snidely. Okay, Kaminari shrugged, looking to see where Misa had gone. I don't even know her name, he suddenly said. So, what day are you free to take me out for that ramen dinner? Misa asked cheekily, plopping down on the sand next to Kari. You're kidding me, right? Kari said in shock. Did you seriously get his number? Easy as ABC, Misa said proudly. He was a pushover. Once I showed him my cleavage, he was putty in my hands. Kari's heart sank. Oh, right, she said glumly. Misa eyed her friend. Hey, listen, do you like him? She asked bluntly. Kari's eyes shot up and over to Misa. What? No, why? She yelled, her heart pounding in her chest. Whoa, babe, Misa laughed. I'm just asking, but I think you do, she added with a wink and a nudge to her friend's arm. No, I don't, Kari snapped and looked away to hide the blush on her cheeks. Hey, look, I know it's been 2 years since that whole... Her voice trailed off. She was talking about Kari's divorce from her husband. Thing, she added. But maybe it's time to test the waters. Screw you, Kari snorted. What would you know about getting back into the dating scene after a messy divorce? You don't know what I went through, okay? I'm not going to just go around banging a heap of guys for no goddamn reason, she added with fearsome growl in her voice. I don't trust guys. They say they're different, or that they want to change their ways, but then they're just lying arseholes, she spat, referring to Kaminari at this point. If you're referring to your blonde-haired interest over there, he wasn't exactly falling all over me. He almost seemed indifferent or unsure of what to do. Sure, he gave me his number, but I had to do all the work. He just ended up giving in. He's not a bad guy. He's single, for God's sake. He's actually allowed to go out with me. If he were your boyfriend, it would be a different story, she said, slightly ticked off now at Kari's outburst. She continued. And I'm actually going to go out with him, so if you have a problem with that, you'd better step in and do something, she said before getting up and walking off. Latest, bitch, she called back over her shoulder. Screw you, Kari called after her. She knew what Misa was trying to do, and she didn't like it. Misa had picked up that Kari liked Kami, but was too afraid to make a move, so she was giving her a reason to step up to the plate. Would Misa's plan work? Hey, cutie, Misa called as she made her way back down the beach to Kami, who had hopped out of the water by now and was drying off. Oh, hey, Kami replied, blushing slightly. His eyes travelled down Misa's perfect curves and back up to her beautiful face. Have I hit the jackpot here or what? He drooled internally. Here's my phone, Misa said, handing her phone over to him. Put your number in and then I'll prank call you, she said. Kami took the phone and put his number in, handing it back to Misa. Oh, I didn't get your name, he said quickly. It's Misa, she said with a beautiful, perfect smile. That's a really pretty name, he said, giving her a genuine compliment. Oh, thank you, so sweet, Misa replied, pulling a loose bunch of wet hair round to the front of her face and tugging it gently over her eye to make it look like she was shy and trying to hide. Kami gave her a confused smile. He still wasn't too sure about this one. Yeah, she was hot, but there was something not quite right. I'll text you, Misa said with a wink as she backed away. I gotta get back to my friends. Oh, sure thing, babe, he said casually. Chat later? She smiled and headed off down the beach. Just then, Kairi arrived. Oh, hey, Kairi, Kami said, brightening up as soon as he saw her. Kairi glanced at him as a slight acknowledgement before dropping her things down and taking her oversized shirt off and walking down the beach to the water. Kaminari watched her go. She had a slim little body and a cute little backside as far as he was concerned. She was just a little cutie. He shook his head, dumbfounded. Man, what's going on today? He said, turning to Kiri, who was giving Ginny some squeezy fruits. There's a hot chick falling at my feet, and I'm backpedaling, and then there's Miss Stiff Starch down there at the water, and I can't even get her to look at me. Kiri laughed. Where is Kami and what have you done with him? A month ago you would have been throwing pick-up line after pick-up line at that hot one, and now you're borderline not interested. He laughed again. Yeah, man, I don't know, Kami chuckled as he looked over at Kairi in the ocean. Kairi was pissed, at herself mostly. Why am I getting so upset at Misa when I was the one who told her to test him out? Why am I annoyed that she won and that he fell for her? What was I expecting from him? Why do I even care? She slapped the water in frustration. What did the water do now? A chuckling voice said from behind her. She turned. Kaminari was there, smiling like a stupid idiot behind her. She scowled. Go away. Whoa, Kairi, what have I done now? I've literally said one sentence to you. Kami was hurt. Why did she hate him so much? Oh, it's because of her ex's personality and mine being the same. That's right. He hung his head. Hey, look, I'm sorry if I remind you of your ex, he said glumly. Who said you were like my ex? Kairi shot at him, her eyes raging. If looks could kill, Kami would have been dead. Oh, your sister did? He said softly. She said he and I had the same personality. Yeah, you do, she said stiffly. There was a tense silence before Kami spoke again. Yeah, but I haven't done anything to hurt you, so why are you taking it out on me? Kairi softened. He was right. He hadn't hurt her. All Kami had ever tried to do was talk to her and be her friend. He didn't deserve this treatment. Sorry, Kami, you're right, she said, looking down at the water and swishing it. I just... Look, I know you've been hurt badly, babe. You don't need to explain it, Kami said gently. I'm not trying to get in your pants, so just chill, okay? Kairi eyed him. It wasn't the best line that he could have said, but it worked, and she let her guard down a bit. I thought you weren't coming today, he said. Yeah, I changed my mind because it started to get hotter and I was dying, Kairi replied, dropping her body down into the water and floating a bit while she swished her arms back and forth for buoyancy. Fair enough. I haven't been to the beach in ages, Kaminari said, happy a conversation had started. What do you reckon, bro? Kiri asked Bakugou as they sat together in the beach tent with the two kids. Reckon what? Bakugou asked, reaching out to stop Hockey from pulling more food out of the bag. Do you ship it? Kiri asked, looking out to where Kairi and Kaminari were chatting in the ocean. Bakugou looked at his little boy, then across to Kiri's girl, to where she was sitting in Kiri's lap. Yeah, I do, he said with a smirk. I think they'd be cute together. Kiri continued, still watching the pair as they bobbed around in the water. Bakugou did a little half laugh and smirked. Yeah, man, I agree, he said, watching as Chisuki toddled over to Ginny and tried to climb into Kiri's lap next to her. Kaminari just needs to get in her good books and she'll open up a bit more, I think, Kiri said. Wait, what? Bakugou said. He was confused now. Weren't they talking about their kids? Kairi and Denki, Kiri said, looking over at him. Who the hell cares about them? Bakugou snorted. Well, you did 2 seconds ago, Kiri replied, rightly confused now. I was talking about... Bakugou's voice trailed off. Never mind, he added quickly. So, do you have a quirk? Kami asked as he floated next to Kairi. Yeah, do actually, she replied nonchalantly. What is it? He pried, watching her from the corner of his eye. I can summon rain clouds and make thunder, she said plainly. It's nothing special. It's still pretty cool though, Kami said. We'd be a great couple. Thunder and lightning, he said with a lopsided, quirky smile and finger guns. Kairi deadpanned. I'm going, she said as she turned to leave him floating in his own cringy puddle of flirt. Whoa, Kami chuckled. I'm kidding. Can't you take a joke and lighten up? He asked as he reached out to grab her wrist and stop her from going. Stop being so uptight, he added with a smile. Excuse me? Kairi started. Kai, drop the act, okay? Listen, I get it. You've had a rough past, but how long are you going to act like this? Kaminari said, starting to get a little irked that every time he tried to start getting somewhere with her, she would find a reason to get mad at him and leave. It's annoying, okay? I'm not doing anything wrong. Stop treating me like I'm a worthless piece of garbage. Kairi stared at him. She never expected that Kaminari, of all people, would be the one to pull her up. Kaminari saw her hesitation and decided to continue. If you keep this up, I'll give you the same treatment and never talk to you again. He froze, his grip on her wrist tightening slightly. Oh, crap. What if she actually tells me to piss off? I don't want to not talk to her ever again. I'm bluffing massively here. Kairi narrowed her eyes and turned to face him, her wrist still firmly in his hand. You're talking like you're kingpin, thinking you're so good that I won't want to let go of you? But I'm calling your bluff. You've got a death grip on my wrist, Kami. Your words don't match your actions, she said, squaring up. You're a real pocket rocket, aren't you? He said with a smile and a wink. Okay, I'll level with you. I don't want to not talk to you again, but I am pissed at your attitude. So it might end up pushing me away anyway, he stated plainly. Kairi knew he was being serious. He let go of her wrist and moved away as if to swim off. Kairi eyed him. Would he actually swim away? Kaminari felt like this was a test and decided to see what would happen if he did leave. He spun around and started swimming purposefully back to the beach. Kami! Kairi called from behind him. Her heart was racing. She had some deep-seated abandonment issues, but hid them by pushing people away and not letting them become someone important, so that if they ever did leave, she wouldn't get hurt. But for some weird and annoying reason, Kaminari had become someone that she almost cared about, and seeing him leave, angry at her, made her feel a bit sick. I'm sorry, she whispered, lowering her head. Kaminari didn't hear what she said, but when he saw her vulnerable stance, he knew that she had apologised. He swam back to her. You ready to chat now and be friends? He said as sternly as he could possibly muster. She nodded. Yeah, friends. Deal, he said with a smile and reached out for a handshake. She took it gingerly and shook it, a warm feeling invading deep into her soul. Been on a private plane before, Shoto? Steve asked as Shoto stared with wide-eyed wonder out the window, then around the cabin. Well, yes, but nothing like this, he said, pushing some buttons on the inbuilt menu board embedded in the seat. Steve smirked. This is Tony Stark's private plane. He wanted to, and I quote, bring the Japanese hero in with style. Sho chuckled lightly. Why doesn't that surprise me? When they had landed at the Avengers headquarters, Steve led Shoto off the plane and towards the big doors. He led him up to the meeting room, where all the Avengers were assembled, and they all turned to look at the new hero who had entered. Pleasure to meet you all, Shoto said, bowing deeply with his head lowered. Respectful, Natasha commented, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow as she stepped back from the table that they were standing around. Okay, let's not go writing wedding vows now, Tony cut in, seeing how Natasha's eyes travelled over the new handsome Japanese hero as he stood back up. Shoto Todoroki, I assume? He said, addressing Shoto. Yes, sir, Shoto said, making gentle eye contact with the overconfident hero. What can you do? Tony said bluntly. Sir? Shoto asked, a slightly confused look washing over his face. What are your powers? What can you bring to the plate? Tony asked impatiently. Oh, my quirk, Shoto said. It's probably not safe to demonstrate it at full power in here, he said, looking around the room. Tony scoffed. Find that hard to believe, he said in a condescending tone. Shoto shot him an icy stare. I'm acquainted with your personality, Mr. Stark. You're welcome to take me on in a duel, if that's what you're after. Oh, I like a man with spunk. Bring it on, kid, Tony said, pushing off from the table and walking over to Shoto. Follow me, he said as he walked past. Shoto turned and gave Steve a confused look. Steve was rolling his eyes and shaking his head. Don't go easy on him, Shoto. Give him all you have. Shoto nodded and followed after Tony. The other Avengers followed shortly after, curious to see the showdown that was about to happen. Inside an enclosed arena, Stark summoned his suit and put it on. Okay, kid, bring it on, he said as the visor dropped down. Shoto stomped his right foot heavily and ice shot out from the front of him, shards at the end speeding towards Iron Man. Iron Man swiftly dodged by taking to the air and firing a series of rubber bullets at Shoto, who threw his right hand out and instantly created a solid ice wall. Impressive, Bruce said, watching from the sidelines. What's his power? Ice? He asked, turning to Steve. He actually has two powers. They call them quirks. He can throw ice from his right side and fire from his left, he said, keeping his eyes on the fight. So far, Iron Man was on the offense, and Shoto was just casually defending himself by throwing up ice walls. Have you seen him in action before? Natasha asked, observing Shoto's footwork as he manoeuvred away from Iron Man's next attack. No, actually, first time, Steve said. He's a calm and collected hero, though, as you can see. Is he starting to slow his movements? Hawkeye asked from the back of the group. Yeah, he is, Natasha agreed, seeing that ice was starting to form on Shoto's arm and his movements were becoming a little heavier and stiffer. Iron Man had been relentless in his attacks, and Shoto was starting to tire with his ice quirk reaching capacity. Watch him, Steve said with a smirk. Suddenly Shoto threw out his left arm and shot a beam of fire into Iron Man's path, causing the flying hero to balk mid-flight and give Shoto a chance to throw another shard of ice to capture his leg. With Iron Man temporarily captured, Shoto activated both sides of his quirk and assaulted Iron Man head-on, both fire and ice encasing the suit as Shoto deployed his finishing move to end the duel. Jarvis was relaying critical information to Tony inside the suit and advising him to disengage immediately, as the heat from the fire was starting to burn out valuable equipment inside the suit. Tony quickly fired the rockets from the base of his boot and shot out of range, settling down on the other side of the arena and opening his visor to indicate a break in the duel. Shoto had disengaged his quirk by this point and was standing on guard, breathing heavily with half of his uniform burnt off. We'll need to get him a fireproof suit, Bruce commented. Do we though? Natasha asked, admiring Shoto's chiselled form. You boys done? Steve called out. I've seen enough, Tony replied from the other end of the room, and Shoto nodded. Good, let's get back to the conference room then, Steve said, beckoning for Shoto to follow him. Nice display, Bruce said, sidling up beside him as they walked back to the room. Were you born with those powers? Yes, sir. It's a long story, but yes, I was born with them. Were you born with your transformation quirk? Shoto asked, referring to the Hulk that Bruce transformed into. Transformation quirk? Oh, you mean him. No, I was exposed to gamma radiation initially, Bruce said quietly, avoiding continuing the conversation. I see, Shoto said, eyeing Bruce. Are most of the Avengers' powers from exposure to something, or are they naturally occurring? Everyone is different, Bruce continued. Some aren't even powers, they're just honed skills, like Black Widow. Hand-to-hand combat, Sho clarified. Bruce nodded. Master in covert arts, martial arts and espionage. She does have a stun bracelet that she does use occasionally. A fellow hero of mine, named Chargebolt, has an electricity quirk. He uses specially designed discs that attracts the charge, so when he deploys his quirk it doesn't become rogue and electrocute everyone around him, Shoto said. Interesting, Bruce mused as they entered the conference room. Okay, everybody, we are now familiar with Shoto Todoroki's quirk or power, Steve said as everyone joined the table, including Tony. Are there any questions? Yes, Tony said bluntly. Are you going to pay for damages to my suit because that's an expensive piece of equipment? He shot a dirty look across to Shoto. You're a billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, Mr. Stark. I'm sure you'll be fine to cover the damages, Shoto said without missing a beat, his heterochromic eyes trained on Tony from across the table. You forgot genius. It's genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, Tony corrected, staring Shoto down from where he stood. Okay, Tony, calm your jets. We're discussing powers here. I want to know how we can best utilise Shoto's powers for the Avengers team, Steve said, holding a hand up to calm Tony. Wait, whoa, have we discussed this? Bruce piped up, looking over to Steve. I mean, do we need an extra person on the team? Like, no offence, Shoto, but we have enough manpower, don't we? He said as his eyes darted from Steve to Shoto and back to Steve. Everybody knows who we are and what we do, Bruce, Steve replied. In a way, we're exposed. We need to have some people in the background with special skills that we can call on as our trump card if need be. Bruce nodded and shrugged in acknowledgement. Okay, I can see the logic in that. Well, I can't, Tony said defensively. We don't need any more people. You just have your pants in a knot because you didn't win that duel, Natasha said, winking at Shoto. I think it's a good idea to have affiliates in other countries. Steve nodded. Hawkeye, penny for your thoughts? Clint watched Shoto closely for a few more minutes, then addressed him in formal Japanese. Todoroki-san, do you have a reliable team of heroes at your disposal that you would be willing to gather for our cause if need be? Shoto bowed slightly and addressed him back in Japanese. Yes, Barton-san, it would be my honour. It doesn't matter which continent heroes come from. We all have one goal. Clint nodded. Well said, Natasha chimed in, having understood everything between Hawkeye and Shoto. Shoto smiled slightly and nodded at her. Okay, well, let's get back to the discussion at hand, shall we? Steve said, calling an order to the meeting. Ugh, what a day, Bakugou groaned as he entered the house. Babe, I'm home, he called out. In here, Mrs. Bakugou called from the kitchen. Just giving Hockey his dinner. Bakugou rounded the corner just in time to see his wife bend over to pick up something Hockey had thrown on the floor. You know what I'd like for dinner? He growled with sexual arousal as he walked over and grabbed right between her ass cheeks, digging his finger through her soft tights and pushing as far as the fabric would allow. Katsu! She gasped as he groped her ferociously. Not in front of Hockey! She said with a horrified giggle and stood up, stumbling forwards to get away from his wandering hands. He was on a mission now and stalked towards her with a hungry gaze, licking his lips as he prepared to pounce. Suddenly, a toddler drink bottle connected with the back of his head with a thud, and he yelled in shock. What the hell? Hockey was in fits of giggles. He was a crack shot and had lobbed his full water bottle at his daddy's head in an attempt to save Mummy. Bloody kid, Bakugou growled, turning his attention to Hockey and hoisting him out of the high chair and into the air. Hockey was in fits of giggles and his happiness rubbed off on Bakugou, who cracked a smile as he spun his cheeky boy around. Okay, now go play, he said, placing his boy down and patting him on the bottom, pointing him towards the lounge room. I have business to attend to, he said lowly, his crimson eyes locking back on his wife, who had now moved to place the dining table between them. Don't think you can get away from me, he said with a smirk as he started to walk around the table. Mrs. Bakugou quickly ran to the other end and kept her distance from him as he continued to walk around the table, a giant smile plastered on her face. She loved these games. Get back here, he growled with a grin, picking up the pace. She squealed and picked up her feet, jogging a little to stay ahead of him. Suddenly he lunged over the table and grabbed for her arm. She screamed and jumped back. His hand missed her wrist but caught her sleeve, and he pulled her towards himself as he tried to hurriedly climb over. His wife turned to run, but Bakugou had made it to her side of the table by that point and pinned an arm in front of her face, up against the wall. She turned to run the other way, and he let go of her sleeve and quickly placed his other hand on the other side of her, caging her up against the wall. Your ultimate move, she giggled, lowering her head and looking up at him seductively with smouldering eyes. I see you've got your ultimate move too, he breathed lowly. But we can't do anything yet because Hockey's still awake and we need to keep an eye on him, she said, running her fingers along the rim of his pants, just barely brushing his skin up under his shirt. His body shivered in response as goosebumps took over him. He breathed. Even after all this time together, she still had such a command over his body. Can't wait. I need you now. He lowered his head to his wife's neck and ghosted his lips along her skin, his hot breath causing shivers down her spine. She could feel her core igniting, and a little anticipatory airy moan escaped her lips. Bakugou smirked. That's all I needed to hear, he whispered as he grabbed her around the waist and hoisted her up. This chapter starts just after Bakugou and Yu have just done the Devil's Tango. Bakugou smirked and walked to the kitchen to get tissues, helping his missus up and handing the tissues to her. I love you. You're so good to me, he said softly as he kissed her lips. I love you too, Katsu, she said with a smile, happy that they were very much still in love, even after having Chisuki. It had been about 5 days since Mother's Group beach outing, and they were back to the usual schedule of meeting once a week for Mother's Group in the hall. Kairi and Kaminari had spent most of the beach outing together, and Kiri was really happy to see them finally getting along. It was still kind of bugging Kairi that Misa had won their little bet and was still planning on going through with seeing Kaminari again, and there was a part of Kai that wanted to mess their whole perfect meeting up. Towards the end of the Mother's Group meeting, she sidled up to Kaminari and decided to pry a bit. Hey, Kirishima told me that you picked up at the beach last week? She lied, averting her eyes and scratching her cheek. She knew Kiri hadn't told her, but she didn't want Kaminari to know that she had set it up, in a way. Oh, did he? Kaminari asked in surprise. Yeah, I tied this chick's bikini top up and all of a sudden we were going on a date for a drink, he said with a confused chuckle. Oh, right, she said. So that's what happened. Yeah, really random actually, Kaminari said, still confused. So, have you gone out yet? She asked, looking down at her feet. Kaminari cocked his head slightly. Is she upset that I picked up? She's acting like she's a little bit sad. No, we exchanged numbers and we've set a meeting date for this Saturday night, he said, still trying to make sense of the way she was acting. I don't like her though, he added defensively. I don't even know her. But you're still meeting up with her, Kai shot, her eyes finally meeting his. Well, yeah, because she wanted to buy me a drink to thank me, he said, perplexed. Why do I feel like I'm in trouble here? I'm a single man. I'm free to meet up with whoever I like. Kairi suddenly realised how she was sounding and backed right off. Sorry, she said abruptly and spun on her heels, walking briskly away. What the heck? Kaminari whispered to himself. What the hell was that all about? Kairi walked straight to the bathroom and pulled her phone out, opening a message to Misa. Hey, free for that ramen dinner this Saturday? She typed, hitting send with a mischievous grin on her face. She waited for the 3 dots to pop up, and they did almost instantly. Hey-ya, the reply came, then a pause. Sure, what time and when? Kairi was confused. Don't her and Kaminari have a date that night? Did I get the wrong date? Maybe it's next Saturday. No, I'm pretty sure he said this Saturday. She was thrown. How was she to respond now? Awesome, she sent back. Ramen Heart, 7:30 p.m. Kairi stared at her phone. Misa sent back a thumbs up and a winking face. Maybe she'll set the date with him for either earlier or later that same night, Kairi thought. Her heart sank. Maybe she didn't actually like the idea of him being with someone else. She sighed and clicked her phone off, exiting the bathroom and heading back to the group. Misa had a very self-satisfied grin plastered on her face as she looked down at her phone. Suck it, Kai, to can play at that game, she sneered internally. Saturday night. Kaminari walked casually up to the bar across from Ramen Hut, dressed in semi-casual wear. He didn't want to go all out, but he didn't want to look like a dag. To be completely honest, he didn't quite know what to make of this whole date thing anyway, but didn't want to look sloppy. Misa had told him to meet her there at 7 p.m, And there she was, dressed to the nines with the tightest little dress on that you had ever seen. Every part of her perfect figure was showing in its best way. Kaminari swallowed hard. Had the old Kaminari still been present, he would have definitely thrown her a few sexually charged compliments and been trying to sneak a peek down her top any chance he got, but this new Kaminari was trying to be better than that, and in all honesty, he just felt really awkward. "Hey, Misa," he said in a friendly tone, making sure to stay far enough back so as not to crowd her out. She laughed. "What are you, a robot or something? Give me a hug!" She stepped forward in her super high heels and reached her arms around his neck, pulling him in for a hug as she kissed his cheek, leaving a lovely red lipstick imprint there. She smelled amazing, and he was almost instantly intoxicated. Almost. You ready to go in?" he asked bashfully. "Yeah," she said brightly. "Let's go." She reached for his hand and led him, like a scared little puppy, to the door and pushed it open. "What do you want to drink, babes?" she asked as she pulled him up to the bar. "Oh, Corona, slime, thanks," he said quietly, trying to figure out a way to make her let go of his hand. She giggled and let go, ushering him to a stool and hopping up beside him. She ordered a drink for herself too, and then turned to him. "Okay, dude, I'm going to level with you," Misa said, her whole demeanour changing instantly. She dropped the cutesy act and was straight-faced. "Whoa," Cammy said audibly. "That was a quick change." "I know," she replied with a shrug. "Enjoy your drink, but make it quick because you need to be across the road at 7:30 p.m, she said as she took a sip of her cocktail. "What? Why do I have to be across the road at 7:30? he asked, perplexed. "Because you have a date, that's why," she replied nonchalantly. "With who?" he asked. This whole night was going completely differently to how he had envisioned it. Was she pimping him out? "A friend of mine," she said, leering at him. "Hey, whoa, now hold up a sec. You can't just go palming me off to all your friends that want dates. I'm not that type of guy. Well, not anymore." She eyed him. "Good to know," she said as she took another sip. Kaminari took some good gulps of his drink as he pondered silently. They drank a little more in silence before Misa checked her watch. "Okay, it's go time, pal, you're up," she said, hopping off the stool and beckoning him to follow. "Listen, I don't want to offend anyone, but I'm not going to go on a date with just one of your friends." He was about to tell her he was leaving when he looked out the window and saw a familiar figure walking to Ramen Hut. He froze. "Is that Kairi?" Misa saw that he had stopped and was staring out the window. "You okay?" she asked. I just saw someone that I know go into Ramen Hut," he said, still looking at the figure entering the shop. "Where across the road are we going again?" he asked Misa, head still craned towards the window. "Oh, to Ramen Hut," she replied casually. Kaminari's head snapped towards her. "Please tell me you're not serious," he begged. "Yes, I'm serious," she replied, pretending to not know what had Kaminari in a tizzy. I can't go over there," he said, frozen in place. "And why not?" Misa pried, with one eyebrow raised. The person I just saw go in there is, Poor Kaminari scrambled for words. "Kairi, yes?" Kaminari's eyes shot open. "Wait, you know Kairi?" "Yeah, of course I do," Misa said with a smug look on her face. "Wait, I'm so confused," Kaminari said, placing his fingers to his temple. "How? Why? Who am I meeting in there?" "Kairi," Misa said cheerfully. No I'm not," Kaminari replied with an indignant snort. "If she sees me walk in there, she'll pack up and leave right away. She loves to hate me." "No, she won't. She won't be going anywhere," Misa snorted. "Now, come on, we're going to be late." And with that, she grabbed Kaminari's hand and dragged him to the door. Kairi walked into Ramen Hut and grabbed a booth seat, telling the waitress that she was expecting company soon. She was about to pull out her phone and text Misa, thinking that she may have been stood up, when the bell chimed to indicate that someone had entered the restaurant. Kairi turned her head and looked back over her shoulder casually to see if it was Misa, and did an immediate double take. There was Misa, all right. With Kaminari? Misa was proudly marching through the doors, dragging a very terrified-looking Kaminari behind her. The electric blonde looked petrified as they got closer to Kairi's table. Kairi's heart was beating wildly as they approached, and Misa ushered Kaminari to sit down opposite Kairi. "Have fun, kids," she said as she turned to leave. "Hey, wait, what's going on here?" Kairi yelled as Misa turned to leave. "Listen, bitch, I know you did this on purpose, Misa whispered harshly between gritted teeth as she spun back around to Kari and slammed her palms onto the table in front of the Ravenet female. So you'd better own up about how you feel, or I'll tell Kaminari everything. Kari blushed deeply from embarrassment and fell silent. Misa wasn't one to be played with, and Kari's little trick had backfired on her massively. If she didn't want Misa to tell Kaminari everything about the whole beach day and this random date, then she'd better just shut her trap and own the consequences of her own actions. She nodded meekly and watched as Misa walked out the door and disappeared. So, Kaminari said, clearing his throat, this is a bit random. Kari turned and looked at him with an extremely embarrassed look on her face. I'm really sorry, Kami, she said quietly. This wasn't supposed to happen. What was supposed to happen then? Kaminari asked, cocking his head to the side in confusion. I was supposed to meet up with Misa for a, catch up, she lied. So you guys do know each other then? Kaminari said. Kari nodded and stared down into her lap. Hey, I'm not angry, Kaminari said with a soft smile. You're not? Kari asked as her eyes shot up and met his. No, he chuckled gently. Why would I be angry? I thought you'd be mad at me. You're always mad at me, he added with a bit of a sadness in his voice. I just can't seem to do anything right. No, it's not you, Kami, it's me, Kari said truthfully. I'm really sorry about how I've been treating you. I don't know, I'm scared, whatever. But I do want to change. Hey, well, that makes two of us, Kaminari said brightly. Let's change together, as friends, he quickly added on the end so Kari wouldn't get the wrong idea. She chuckled. Dude, you can stop with the disclaimer, I know you're harmless. Whoa, Kaminari breathed. You have a really beautiful smile. I've never seen you smile before. He was being genuine, and it almost broke her heart. Was she really that much of a sourwort? I'm sorry, she said again as her face fell. I'll try and be happier. Don't force it, Kaminari said with a smile. I just want you to genuinely feel happier. The smiles will come when you feel better inside first. Kari smiled softly. He really was a good guy at the heart of it all. So, what do you want to eat? He asked as he reached for a menu. I'm thinking the udon noodle soup, Kari said, pulling out the other menu and flipping it open. They chatted and ate well into the evening, and Kaminari even got some laughs out of Kari, which he had never been able to do before. They'd known each other for about maybe 3 months now, and her walls were finally coming down. He was being careful, though, because he knew that she could flip at any moment and go sour on him, so he was treading gently, but he was noticing that she was being more open tonight, and was even joking back at him. It was a welcome change. Do you want to grab some ice cream? Kaminari asked as their dinner came to a close. He was enjoying her company, and didn't want the night to end just yet. Her face fell slightly. Just as friends, he said, holding his hands up defensively. I just feel like something a little sweet, and I wanted to know if you would like one too. She relaxed again. Yeah, sure, she said with a grin, but I'll buy mine. Yeah, no problems, he said happily. If that's what it took for her to feel like it wasn't a date, then so be it. They paid for their meals separately and walked down to the ice cream shop and got a cone each, deciding to walk a little further to the park nearby that had a little river running past. Man, what a nice night, Kaminari commented as the soft warm breeze swirled through the trees. Yeah, hey, Kai agreed as she looked up at the stars. I've had a really nice night so far. I'm kind of glad it ended like this. Me too, he said softly. Just a disclaimer before we start, this chapter delves into cheating partners. If this is a trigger for you, then maybe skip this chapter. When was the last time you went out with a guy? He asked, almost immediately regretting the question. Not that this is a date, Kami quickly yelled on the end. Kari laughed. It's fine, I know it's not a date. The last time I went out with a guy was my husband. That was like 2-3 years ago. How long were you married for? Kami asked casually. A year, she replied, taking another lick of her ice cream. Then he cheated on you and you kicked his ass to the curb, Kami added, with a flick of his own leg to emphasise the kick to the curb. Yeah, something like that, she said, her own words sounding emotionless. You make it sound so simple, but it was far from it, she said with a sigh. I wish I never met him.
How did you meet? Cami asked, feeling braver now that she hadn't yelled at him. At a nightclub, actually, she said. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Who actually finds love in a club? She laughed hollowly. But I didn't think it was love at first sight. And what? He asked you out then and there? Cami asked, biting down on the edge of his cone. Nah, I was out with Misa and another friend, and he and his friends approached us. He picked me, of all people. Like, completely bypassed Misa, and you know how hot she is. I couldn't believe it, and he was the hottest of his group too, she said, reliving the memory as she chewed a mouthful of ice cream and cone. We just clicked, you know? Like, we had almost everything in common. He was so smooth. God, was he smooth. He just knew all the right things to say. She added as she hopped up on the park table and sat down. Yeah, I know those type, Cami said. But I'm not that smooth, though, he added with a chuckle. You're pretty close, Cami, she said, glancing at him. Okay, but go on. So Mr. Perfect had got you wrapped around his little finger and... Yeah, he asked for my number. Didn't want to sleep with me, didn't want a one-night stand. He just, seemed like he was genuinely interested in me. Interested in me, little old me. Sounds too good to be true, Cami added as he took another bite of his ice cream. Yeah, unfortunately it was, Kari said glumly. We started dating the following week, and it was amazing. He was so attentive to everything. He picked up on every little thing I did. He would send me flowers at work, pick me up, take me on random dates and long drives, and we'd just talk like we had known each other forever. She sighed. He was everything. There was a pause as they both ate and pondered. Then what happened? Cami asked, wanting to know how it ended. Well, after 3 months of dating, he proposed to me. I was stoked. He was an absolute catch, in my opinion. We were so in love, and he was all I could think about. We had a shotgun wedding because why should we have to wait any longer, he said. He flew us out to Tuscany and we had a super romantic sunset wedding, a 2-week honeymoon. She pulled her ice cream down from her mouth. And then when we got back and started living our lives together as a married couple, things went south. Cami finished his ice cream and sat down next to her. What happened then? He asked gently. Well, we got back and he told me that he was in line for a big promotion and that I could quit my job because he'd make enough for the two of us. So, did you quit your job? Cami asked. Yeah, I did. And the next day he got the promotion, she said. He was so excited. He took me out for a lavish dinner and we celebrated like we'd won the lottery. Cami hummed. Next few weeks were okay, Kari continued. He had to work a little later, so instead of coming home at 5:30, he'd be home at 6, which was fine, I could deal with that. Then he started to lose a little interest in me. Well, that's what it felt like. I wasn't working, so I'd be waiting for him to come home so I had someone to talk to. I just want to chat, and he just wanted to lounge in front of the TV. Cami nodded for her to continue. And then instead of coming home at 6, it would be 7:30 and he wouldn't want dinner because he ate at the office or said something like, I grabbed something quick on the way home. He wasn't interested in me anymore. Our sex life took a nosedive too. And did you think he was seeing someone else? Cami asked, glancing across at her. Yeah, probably, she said. I tried talking to him about how I was feeling lonely and discarded, but he'd just sound crazy and that I shouldn't be watching those midday dramas. I asked if I could get a job and he refused. I was nearly going insane. She sighed. One time I turned up at his work to drop him off some lunch and say hi, and he almost treated me like he was embarrassed to see me. That hurt. A tear slipped down her cheek. Kaminari's heart was breaking. Kari had stopped eating her ice cream now, and it was dripping down her hand and arm, but she hadn't noticed. About 10 months into our marriage, he sometimes wasn't even coming home at night and claimed he was sleeping in the office. I was so stupid. I should have known, but I believed him, she said, sniffing. At close to 1 year of marriage, I started getting suspicious, so I stalked him one night. I saw him leave the office, arm in arm with another woman. It broke me, she said as more tears spilled down her cheeks. I hired a private investigator to help. Her name was Misa,
Kairi said. Misa? As in Misa? Kami yelped. Wait, whoa. His mind was in turmoil. She's your friend and she's a PI?
Yeah,
Kairi said glumly. It's her profession. She's very good at it. She got plenty of pictures of him with his female co-worker. Disgusting pictures. She darkened. So I confronted him about it. Naturally, he denied everything, so I waited one night and caught him in the act, myself. I screamed. I yelled. Security came in. I was taken away. Kami was heartbroken on her behalf. I'm so sorry, he whispered. I went to court and I got a payout, which I thought would make me feel better, but it didn't. I lost so much weight. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I trusted no one. She sniffed and then burst into tears, sobbing into her hands. And you know what the worst part is? She said. The day the court finalised the divorce, I found out I was 8 weeks pregnant. She bawled. Kami reached out an arm to hug her, but then pulled it back. I had wanted to become pregnant so badly because I wanted something to help me from being lonely. And I thought having a beautiful baby would give me purpose again. But I hated my husband now and I didn't want his baby. So in a fit of anger, I got an abortion. She sobbed loudly. It was my biggest mistake and I regret it every single day. I really wanted to be a mummy. She bawled, tears and snot streaming down her face. Kaminari didn't know what to do. How was he to console her now? He didn't want to overstep any boundaries, especially now that she had opened up to him. She was extremely vulnerable right now. His eyes welled with tears. She'd been through so much and she was still so young. This arsehole had broken her. For what reason? She didn't deserve this. Everything was making sense now. Her walls, her insecurities about men, her hate of cheaters, hate of flirts, abandonment issues, everything. He gingerly reached an arm around her while she sobbed into her hands. The ice cream cone that had been there was now on the ground, and sticky melted ice cream dried to her arm. She flinched as he touched her, and he retracted quickly as if he'd been stung. Oh, I'm sorry, he yelped. I feel so sorry for you. I just don't know how to express my feelings. I thought a hug might help. I don't need a hug, she said in a shaky voice. I'm fine. You're not fine, he said softly. You've been trying to be so strong for so long and hold it all together by yourself. You need support, good friends, and I'm here as both. She bawled again. Kami, I don't understand why you're being so kind to me. All I've ever done is push you away and been really mean to you. You stood up for me, remember? When I was accused of sexual assault, he said. You're a good person, Kairi, and I know you don't mean to be like this, but it's just the hand that you've been dealt. She nodded and wiped her eyes and nose on her sleeve. You're really kind, Kami. I do appreciate it, I promise. I don't want to be touched. Yeah, fair enough, he said gently with a smile. I get that, and I appreciate the honesty. She smiled up at him through puffy, tear-stained eyes. Thank you, she said. Kami walked her home after she had calmed down a bit and dropped her off at her apartment before catching a bus back to his place. He was happy with how the night had gone. They'd had a breakthrough. He felt closer to her, and she seemed a lot happier after getting all of that pent-up emotion out. He was looking forward to a better friendship with her. Hey, Icky, baby, we have our anniversary coming up, Kiri called out as he walked into the kitchen. We should do something special. Oh, that sounds awesome, Sharky, you said as you turned to smile at him. What did you have in mind? You want to have a weekend away together? Just us? He asked with his big friendly grin. That sounds awesome, but who would look after Ginny? You asked, your initial excitement fading when you realised you may not be able to find a sitter. I can ask Denki, Kiri said. He loves Ginny, and he's super familiar with her routine too, and she loves him more than she loves me. That's not true, you giggled. She loves her daddy. We both love daddy. you said as you stepped towards him and hugged him, rubbing your nose against his. So what do you think? He asked. Ask Denki? Yeah, actually, I trust him with Ginny, so ask him, you said, giving Kiri a little peck on the lips and letting go to go back to washing up the dishes. I'd love to have a weekend away with you. Okay, I'll ring him, and then if he says yes, I'll start organising the accommodation, Kiri said with excitement as he walked to where his phone was on the table. I've got somewhere in mind that I think you will love, he added with a little eyebrow wiggle. Oh, really? You asked suggestively. Does it have hot springs? He winked at you. Maybe, he said with a smirk. You squealed. Oh, I can't wait. Kiri smiled at you and picked up his phone, stepping away so that he could chat to Kaminari. Hey, bro, Kiri said brightly when Kaminari answered. Hey, man, what's up? Kaminari asked. Hey, so I have a massive favour to ask you, Kiri said. Yeah, dude, what is it? Listen, it's Yin and my wedding anniversary coming up, and I want to do something special, so I was wanting to take her away for the weekend, but we're looking for a babysitter. And you need the best one in town for your beautiful baby girl, right? Kaminari asked with smugness in his voice. Yeah, exactly, Kiri said with a chuckle. When do you need me? Kaminari asked brightly. 2 weekends' time, Kiri said, from Friday to Sunday. So it would mean you'd be staying over for 2 nights. Would that be okay? Hell yeah, man. Can't wait to play Dad, Kaminari said casually. Ginny and I will have a great time. Oh, could I, invite someone to help me? He asked sheepishly on the end. Yeah, bro, who? Kiri asked curiously. Kairi? Kaminari asked shyly. Oh, really? Kiri said with surprise. What's going on with you two now? Nothing. We're just friends, but I really like her, dude, Kaminari said quickly. She has such a hard past. I want to be there for her, you know? Kiri smiled. You're a good guy, Kemi. All good, bro. Invite her to help you. I trust you both. Thanks, man, Kaminari said happily. Just text me the deets when you know more about time and stuff, yeah? Will do, bro. Thanks heaps, hey? Kiri said, wrapping up the convo. No probs, man. Make sure when you're getting busy on your little getaway that you name the next baby Denki if it's a boy, Kaminari said cheekily. Kiri blushed. Hey, bro, you can't say stuff like that. Kaminari laughed heartily on the other end. He loved how shy Kiri was when it came to talking about bedroom activities. Alright, dude. Laters. Talk soon. Yeah, okay. Thanks again, Kiri laughed as he ended the call. So, we're all set? You asked hopefully. All set, baby. Just got to book our weekend away and it's all good to go, Kiri said with a giant lopsided smile and a wink and thumbs up. You giggled. Awesome! And make sure you change her nappy before you put her to sleep. And don't forget Rabbi. And nightlight on and dummy. She likes the purple one to sleep and she holds the blue one in her hand. And dude, Kaminari laughed. Calm down, bro. I know what she likes. I'm basically her second dad, yeah? Oh, true, Kiri laughed. You weren't bothered in the slightest with leaving Ginny with Kaminari. You'd seen how good that he was with her, but poor Kiri was having separation anxiety already, and you hadn't even left the home. Kaminari already had Ginny in his arms, and she was just looking at her dad with a bored expression that almost said, Can you go already, Dad, please? Okay, Kiri laughed. We're off. Call us if anything happens. I got you, dude. But don't worry, we'll be fine. Won't we, babes? Cami asked Ginny as he hoisted her up and blew a raspberry on her tummy, making her giggle and squeal. She said yes, he added as he lifted her back down. Kiri smiled and followed you out of the door. Thanks so much again, Kaminari, you said. We owe you one. Yeah, he replied dismissively. Just make me another baby, yeah? Bro, what? Kiri screamed with embarrassment. You burst out laughing. We will, he replied with a mischievous smile. Kiri's head snapped around to look at you and you giggled and blew him a kiss. He was tomato red. See you Sunday, Kaminari called out, waving to you both as the car slowly reversed out of the drive. They'll be okay, won't they? Kiri asked as he pulled away. don't worry, Kaminari's great, he replied to him, waving to Kaminari and Ginny out the window. Okay, baby girl, let's go have some fun, Kami said to Ginny, turning around and heading back inside the house. Kairi hadn't turned up yet, but was due to arrive a little later to help put Ginny to bed. Then her and Kaminari were going to order pizza and watch a movie. She was low-key excited about spending time with him again, and she felt like she could maybe trust this guy. You want some dinner, cutie? Kaminari asked as he plopped Ginny down on the floor in the kitchen. She giggled and crawled away, looking for something to play with. Oh, just heat up the dinner your mummy left you. Kaminari was looking forward to playing Daddy for the weekend, and was excited about sharing his experience with Kairi. He knew that she really wanted to be a mum, so this was his gift to her, in a way, so that she could experience having a baby for a while. He smiled to himself as he heated the food up. Ginny, he called in a sing-song voice. Dinner's ready, baby. Ginny came crawling back around through the doorway, chewing on something. Hey, what you got there? He asked as he crouched down and pried her mouth open. Ew, what the flip-flop is that? He gasped, doing his best to avoid swearing. Only God knows what it was that Ginny had been chewing on, but it certainly wasn't something that she was supposed to be eating, and he threw it away immediately. Okay, come and have some proper food now, he said with a chuckle and plopped her up in a high chair. Dinner went well, and then came bath time. Kairi had texted Kaminari and asked if she could come earlier because plans had changed on her end. In actual fact, she had cleared her schedule so that she could be with him sooner, but there was no way in hell that she would be telling him that. Kaminari had been all too keen for her to show up, and she arrived just as he was running the bath. Hey, he invited her. Come in. We're about to have a bath. Ginny's about to have a bath, he corrected with a nervous head scratch. Kairi laughed. I was gonna say. Kaminari chuckled nervously. Come and give me a hand, yeah? I've never bathed a baby before. No worries, Kairi said with a grin. I got this on lock. Ginny knew Kairi and smiled up big when she saw her. Kairi was most happy to see Ginny too, and the pair were having a great time cuddling and giggling. Kaminari stood back and leaned up against the doorframe, with his arms crossed across his chest and an amused smirk on his face. This is exactly how he had hoped that the night would go. Kairi looked up, sensing Kaminari's eyes on her, and saw him enjoying the sights of her playing with Ginny, so she put the little girl down quickly and blushed. Oh, don't let me interrupt you, Kami said with a flirtatious smirk. You look good playing with a baby. Stop it, Kairi said, her blush deepening as she looked away to hide her face. Kaminari laughed. No need to be shy. Let's get Ginny in the water, he said, changing subjects quickly. He turned the taps off and felt the water temperature as Kairi got Ginny undressed. Kai gently placed Ginny in the water amongst the bubbles, and Kaminari gave her some bath toys to play with. Ginny loved bath time and was giggling and splashing around, soaking Kaminari, who was leaning into the bath. Kairi chuckled and stood back. I think I'll watch from here, she said as Kaminari copped another face full of water and bubbles. Smart, Kaminari replied with a chuckle as he wiped his face down. As he wiped past his nose, it made him sneeze, and he blew bubbles everywhere. Ginny cracked up laughing, and Kairi whipped her phone out. Do it again, she encouraged. Kaminari scooped up some bubbles in his hand and held it in front of his face and pretended to sneeze again. Bubbles flew everywhere and Ginny lost it, cackling away in her cute little baby voice. Over and over Kaminari sneezed bubbles everywhere, much to Ginny's delight, and Kairi was getting warm fuzzies watching Kaminari being an amazing stand-in dad. She was glad that she had this video on her phone to watch and rewatch whenever she wanted. Kairi snipped a clip of the video and sent it to Kiri. He had given her his number at the mothers group meeting because he knew that she would update him if anything happened while they were away. Kiri's phone buzzed as you and he arrived at your accommodation, and he pulled his phone out to check who it was. Kairi sent me a video? He said to you as he opened the video. The clip played and you and Kiri's hearts melted as you listened to your little girl having the time of her life, watching Uncle Kaminari blow bubbles everywhere. You smiled and leaned your head onto Kiri's arm, squeezing it as you wrapped your hand around his bulging bicep. Oh, she's so gorgeous, you gushed. Yeah, she is, Kiri chuckled. Let's make another one, you said with a sly grin. Kiri jumped. Are you serious? You want another one? You smiled up at him. Yes, babe, I actually really do want another one. Oh, he said with surprise. Okay. Did you want another one? You asked him curiously. Oh, definitely, he said enthusiastically. Let's, get settled in first before we, he mumbled, embarrassed on the end. You giggled. You're so adorable, you big bundle of innocent. Kiri blushed as you kissed his cheek. Oh, look at this place! You squealed as Kiri pushed the door open to your room. It was spacious and well set out. The place you two were staying at was called Mountain Escapes, and it was a pretty well-known place for people to have a romantic getaway. The room was built into the side of a mountain, and the big 180-degree glass windows opened up to a beautifully unobstructed view of the bushland. Some of the room wall was polished rock that had a spa built into the rock wall so that you could sit in the tub and look out at the view. Sharky, this is perfect, you squealed, bouncing up and down on the spot. He was grinning from ear to ear, happy that he had picked well. Do you want to hop in the spa? I'll order the chocolate fondue set for us, he said with excitement as he rang for room service. You quickly set your things down and started running the spa, putting heaps of complimentary bubbles into the bath so that it had maximum bubblage. As you turned the water off, room service arrived with the chocolate fondue set and placed it beside the spa. You thanked them and they left. Giving Kiri a sly smile, you started stripping off. He watched with a light blush on his cheeks as your naked form graced his view. Well, are you going to join me? You asked suggestively as you hopped into the warm water, sighing with contentment as you sunk beneath the waterline. Kiri was transfixed and didn't move for a bit until he snapped out of his daze. Yeah, I'm coming, he said as he threw his clothes off. Kiri had the most perfect body to you, rippling six-pack with well-set pecs on top and broad shoulders that tapered to a trim waist. He was a demigod, and you could never get tired of seeing him naked. You smirked and beckoned him to come over with one finger curling towards you. Kiri didn't need to be told twice and quickly entered the spa at the other end. You waited until he was seated, then floated over to him and straddled his lap, your knees either side of his hips. He placed his hands on your hips and gripped gently as you leaned in and gave him a soft kiss and draped your arms across his shoulders to run your fingers through the back of his spiky red hair. You want some fondue? You asked, pulling back from the kiss. He just nodded, too infatuated to say anything else. You leaned across and dipped a piece of strawberry into the chocolate and then put it to his lips. He opened his mouth and ate it, keeping eye contact with you. A little bit of chocolate had dropped down onto his lip, so you bent your head down and gently licked it off his lip with your tongue. He let out a little groan of arousal, and you felt him dig his fingers into your hips a bit. Is that yummy? You asked, referring to the strawberries and chocolate. Mm-hmm, he hummed in agreement. I'd like another one, please. You smiled and dipped another piece of strawberry into the chocolate, then placed it at his lips. He quickly jolted his head forward so the chocolate would bump his lip, then he ate the strawberry. Oops, he said provocatively. I've spilled some chocolate, he said with a smirk. This chapter starts back with Kaminari and Kairi looking after Ginny. Kaminari was up early the next morning and already had Ginny out of her cot and playing at 7 a.m. Kairi had decided to stay over to help for the weekend, and Kaminari had given her the master bedroom to sleep in, and he had opted for the couch. Okay, baby girl, what would you like for breakfast? He asked Ginny as she happily crawled all over him while he lay on the floor. Ginny giggled and blew her lips together as she stared into Kaminari's eyes. You're a real cutie, you know that? He gushed quietly as he pinched her cheeks. I'm going to make some pancakes. He got up from the floor and scooped Ginny up in his arms, making his way to the kitchen. Unbeknownst to him, Kairi was watching from down the hallway and had decided to stay just out of sight and observe. He seemed to genuinely enjoy playing with Ginny, and it made her warm and fuzzy inside to see a guy taking on the role of babysitter so seriously. She manoeuvred herself so that she could watch them through the kitchen door and stayed still. Kaminari gently plopped Ginny in her high chair and then went to the cupboard to grab the pancake mix. Now, Kaminari said seriously, staring at the plastic bottle. How do you drive this thing? Kairi stifled a giggle. He was such a dork. Kaminari continued with his one-sided comedy routine. Ginny, babe, can you read this? He asked the baby in all seriousness, handing the container to her. She reached out and took it and shook it a few times, then put the carton to her mouth to test it out for a good chew. Yeah, perfect, Kaminari said with a smile, watching her. That's exactly what we're going to do. He gently took the carton back and filled the bottle to the waterline, then put the lid back on and started shaking. As the mixture thickened inside, it made a funny squelching noise, and Ginny found it very amusing and started giggling away. Kaminari cottoned on right away to what was causing the laughs, and he started pulling faces as he was shaking the bottle, which only added to Ginny's chuckles. Kairi put her hand over her mouth to stop the laughter from coming out and quickly pulled her phone out of her pocket, setting the phone to video and recording. She was definitely going to save this adorable interaction for later viewing. Kaminari finished up his shaking and prepared the frying pan for cooking, pulling Ginny in the high chair a little closer so he could interact with her at the same time. He waited until the pan was hot enough and then poured 4 small amounts of batter in and waited. So, Ginny, let me ask your opinion real quick, yeah? He asked to the baby, spatula in hand with his arms crossed across the front of his chest as he stood side on to her, tilting his head to look in her direction. So, there's this chick I really like, he started. Kairi's heart leapt in her chest. I haven't known her long, but she's really cute, and I don't know, babe. I think she might be the one, he said, still looking at Ginny. Dada! Ginny replied with a smile. Yeah, I think so too, Cami continued. I'd love to date her, but I don't know if she'd want me like that. Kairi was having trouble breathing. Am I ready for a relationship? Do I feel the same way about him? Wait, is he even talking about me? Panic gripped her. But I don't want him to be with anyone else. Should I ask Kairi out? Kaminari asked Ginny as he stepped forward and flipped the pancake. Kairi nearly passed out. Oh my god, he is talking about me! Ginny giggled and reached out for Kaminari as he pushed the pancakes around a bit in the pan. Yeah, baby girl, you'll always be my number one, he said, putting the spatula down and pulling the giggling Ginny out of the high chair and spinning her around. I'd love to be a daddy one day, he added quietly. Kairi had heard everything. She was on the verge of a panic attack. She didn't know why, but she just felt overwhelmed by emotions. Kaminari was such a genuine guy, and she didn't feel like she deserved him. She'd been so mean to him, yet he had persevered and kept trying to gently break down her walls and bring her out of her shell. He had always been kind to her and expected nothing in return. All he had asked for was friendship. He'd never forced anything on her. He'd never even backed her into a corner with emotional manipulation or blackmail. She felt unworthy. Slowly she backed away from the precious sight of Kaminari cuddling Ginny as he flipped the pancakes out of the pan and onto a plate. Tears cascaded down her face as she ran quietly back to the master bedroom and shut the door behind her. She placed her back to the door and then slid down to the floor, clutching her knees and sobbing softly. Why was she so upset about this? Wasn't this what she wanted? He'd basically confessed to her. She had the most perfect catch of a guy waiting to be hers, and it terrified her. Shall we let Kairi sleep a little longer, Ginny, babe? Kaminari asked Ginny as he blew on a piece of pancake to cool it down. Ginny bounced in her high chair and reached out to him while whining impatiently for the piece of delicious food. Yeah, okay. We'll save her some pancakes, then she can heat it up a little later, he said with a smile. Then we can all go out together, to the park or markets or something. Pretend like we're a family, he added with a wink. After Kairi had calmed down, she decided that she should probably head down to the kitchen for breakfast, but first she soaked her face in the ensuite basin and tried her best to abate the puffy, tear-induced bags under her eyes. She drank a bit of water too to help rehydrate, and then looked in the mirror. It'll do, she shrugged, and then tied her hair up in a messy bun before straightening her top and walking out of the door. Kaminari and Ginny had just finished up breakfast as she walked into the kitchen, and she tried her best to give Kaminari a warm smile. Hey, he greeted her enthusiastically. Sleep well? Yeah, she said. You? Yeah, like a log, he said with a chuckle. Hey, have you got plans today? Because if not, do you want to come to the markets with Ginny and I? Yeah, okay, Kairi said, trying to sound chill. I'll come. Internally, she was flipping out and freaking out. Is he going to ask me out today? He had only just been talking about asking her out to Ginny like 10 minutes ago. Was she ready? Did she want to say yes? She was excited and scared all at once, but was acting as cool as a cucumber on the surface. Sweet,
Okay, well, let's get Ginny dressed and the bag packed and then we'll head out. We got to be back by 11 a.m. though, because Ginny goes down for a nap around then, so I want to have her home by that time, Kaminari said, getting up and lifting Ginny out of her high chair. Kairi had to look away to hide her smile. Oh my god, he's just too cute. He cares so much about Ginny. In another 20 minutes, Kaminari had Ginny all dressed and the bag packed and ready to go. Nappies, wipes, bottle, snacks, he muttered to himself as he checked the bag over. Oh, and carrier. Carrier? Kairi asked as she leaned down on the table, watching him check through the bag. Yeah, I'm going to wear Ginny in the carrier because she likes it better, he said with a smile. She can see more too. Kairi looked away again with a heart-squeezed look on her face. She just couldn't deal with Kaminari's adorable thoughtfulness. Ready to go? He asked her, not noticing her trying to hide her true emotions. Yep, ready when you are, she replied, turning her face back to him with a smile. God, I can never get sick of that smile, Kaminari said softly, his eyes holding the most gentle look she'd ever seen. She blushed and looked away as he mentally face-palmed and backed away with a grimace on his face. Oh, I'll start packing the car, yeah? He said quickly, grabbing Ginny from the bouncer. Dinky, you idiot, what are you doing? You're going to scare her off with all your forwardness, man. He scowled as he made for the front door and opened it, walking out to the car with Ginny in arms. Whoops, bags, he yelped, and made a quick turn around to get the bag. Kairi was already holding onto it and walking to the door with a slight blush dusting her cheeks. Hey, I'm sorry, Kaminari blurted out quickly. Sometimes I just say stuff and not think about it and it comes out too forward, he rambled. Dude, Kairi interrupted him. It's fine, I know you're just paying me a compliment. Yeah, that's it, he said, nodding profusely. And I mean it too. Kairi smiled shyly. Well, thanks. You're welcome, he said as he gazed at her. There was a moment where they just stood there looking deeply into each other's eyes, Kaminari with one foot in the door ready to come back in, with Ginny in arms, and Kairi in the hallway ready to come out. Dada! Ginny said suddenly, snapping them both out of their little daydream. Kaminari jumped. All right, let's go, he said, and turned back around with Kairi following him out. A few moments later. You want me to carry that? Kaminari asked, reaching out for the baby bag. No, Kairi almost shouted. You have Ginny in the carrier strapped to your front. Least I can do is carry the bag. Oh, okay, Kaminari said, holding his hands up in defence. I was just asking, he said with a smile. I'm fine, I promise, she said as they started to walk to the start of the stalls. Suddenly a charm merchant slid in from the side. Hello, lovely, he said to Kairi with a flamboyant arm movement. My, what a beautiful petite wrist you have, he implored as he reached out and took Kairi by the hand. Hey, whoa, dude, Kaminari said sternly, moving quickly to try and cut the merchant off from touching the somewhat shocked Kairi. Oh, my apologies, sir. Your wife here is just very beautiful, he said with an award-winning smile. Wife? Kaminari stammered. Wait, no, he's not my... Kairi stuttered over the top of Kaminari. Oh, and what a beautiful little baby girl, the merchant continued, ignoring the flustered duo. We must get some lovely accessories for these charming females, should we not? He said, addressing Kaminari directly, who was blushing from ear to ear. Wait there a minute, Bosh, it's not, this isn't... Kaminari was pointing erratically to Ginny and Kairi, trying to explain the situation as quickly as possible. Oh, come now, the merchant said, pulling Kairi towards his stall. Come and see what pretty things I have here for you. Your lovely husband's just dying to adorn you with these sparkling gifts. Husband? Kairi squeaked, covering her mouth with one hand. Oh my god, Kaminari is my husband? What do you think of this bracelet? The merchant asked, holding up a black diamond bracelet with purple gems scattered through it. Oh, Kairi gasped, hands still covering her mouth as the merchant slid the beautiful bracelet onto her wrist. Oh, it's really pretty. Ah, see now come, my man, the merchant said, gesturing for Kaminari to come closer and take a look. It's perfect for her, is it not? Kaminari wasn't looking at the bracelet, though. He was looking at Kairi and how she was admiring the bracelet. Beautiful, he mumbled. The merchant smiled slyly. He was quick enough to pick up that these two weren't married. He just wasn't sure if they were dating or not. The one thing that he could tell, though, was Kaminari was infatuated with this girl, and just the way he looked at her was enough to tell the wise merchant that this guy was interested and needed a little bit of help. How much is it? Kaminari asked the merchant. Kairi's eyes shot up and met Kaminari's. What? I'm asking the man how much the bracelet is, Kaminari said, still looking at Kairi. Ah! The merchant interjected. For your beautiful lady here, I'll cut you a deal. Usually goes for $90, but I'll sell it to you for $25, he said with a wink. Boss, you're most kind, Kaminari said confidently. I'll take it, but just know I'd happily pay the $90 for this item, as the wrist it's going on is far more valuable and I'd pay any price to put a beautiful accessory on it. Kairi blushed and then burst into giggles. You're such a dork, you know that? Kaminari gave her a wink and a flirtatious smile before reaching past her and paying the merchant. Sure, he didn't want to scare Kairi off with his flirty lines, but he was also wanting to let her know that he was interested in her, and hey, it was now or never, right? If he kept on hiding how he was feeling about her, he just wouldn't get anywhere, so he decided to try a bold line and see what happened, and bingo, no backlash, just a cute giggle and dismissiveness. If she had arced up or shrunk back into her shell, he would have backed off, but she responded well, so he was happy. Maybe today might be the day that I confess to her, he thought triumphantly, encouraged by her adorable response. That's the first time in a while he's used a cheesy, flirty line on me, Kairi thought. Maybe he's gathering the courage to ask me out. Oh, and please accept this little bow for your beautiful little one, free of charge, the merchant said with a giant grin, and quickly presented a sparkly rainbow bow to Ginny. She reached out her chubby little hands and grabbed it with delight, giggling as she pulled it to her mouth to take a munch. Kaminari quickly halted her movements and pried the little bow from her hand and clipped it to her hair. Oh, look how pretty you look, he gushed. Kairi was smiling too. The bow was beautiful. They both thanked the merchant and stepped back out onto the street to start their walk again. So, guess you're my wife for the day then, Kaminari leered cheekily, testing the waters again. Kairi shrugged and smirked. Would you really want to be stuck with me for life? Wait, don't answer that. She backpedaled, afraid of his reply. She was sure that he would say yes, but did she want to hear it? Her emotions were all over the place. She wanted him, but didn't at the same time. She was so afraid to be dropped and discarded again. I'm pretty sure that you already know my answer, Kaminari replied with a little smile. Anyway, let's get this little girl something to eat, he said quickly to change the subject after seeing Kairi's hesitation. Do you want something to munch on? Sure, she replied, thankful for the change in subject. The rest of their morning went well, and they had a great time looking at each stall and munching on mochi balls and takoyaki. Oh no, look at the time. We need to get Ginny home, Kaminari said suddenly. Kairi was a little saddened that it was ending so soon, but she wanted the best for Ginny too, so agreed that they should leave. Unfortunately, Ginny passed out in the car on the way home, so Kaminari drove around a little bit to extend Ginny's nap. Kairi and Kaminari chatted quietly while they drove, and even did a McDonald's drive-through in Aussie language we would say do a Macca's run, to get some food while the baby slept in the back. The afternoon continued, and Kaminari still hadn't asked Kairi out. The opportunity just never presented itself, and Kairi was a mixture of relief and disappointment. Has he changed his mind? She thought despondently. Am I not worthy of it, after all? Her heart grew heavy. Ginny woke up after an hour and a bit, and Kaminari headed for home. Hey, thanks so much for coming with me today, he said happily to Kairi. I had a really nice time. Almost felt like we were a family, he thought. Oh, you're welcome. It was fun, she replied. I kind of wish that he'd asked me out though, but maybe I'm happy he didn't. I don't know, she thought. She sighed. Kaminari glanced at her as they pulled into the driveway. He shut the engine off and sat still for a moment. Hey, Kairi? He asked, not looking at her, his hands gripping into the steering wheel. I have a question. Kairi's heart leapt. Oh, crap. Is he going to ask me out now? Do I say yes? Sure, Kaminari. What is it? Kaminari remained silent for slightly too long, and the air in the car grew heavy with tension. Oh, crap. Is this really a good time? Is she going to turn me down? She's had a good day, right? She's happy, right? She should be in a good mood to say yes, right? Oh, why am I so scared?
He cleared his throat. I was wondering if you'd consider dating me. I want to date you, he said softly. Kari was quiet.
Oh, crap, he asked. Oh, hell. What now? I'm so scared.
There was dead silence again. Kaminari still with a death grip on the steering wheel, and Kari, who was staring into her lap with her fists balled up. Kari opened her mouth and then closed it again, and Kaminari stole a peek at her from the corner of his eye. Oh, she's thinking hard about this one. His heart sank. No, she replied softly, instantly regretting her reply and grimacing. Kaminari was devastated. He'd ruined it. His already sinking heart sank right down into his shoes. Oh, he replied quietly. I'm sorry, he added as a lump formed in his throat. Kari was welling up with tears. I'm sorry, I have to go, she said quickly, hopping out of the car and running down the drive and off towards her house. Kaminari sighed once she'd gone and let his head slump forwards and rest on the steering wheel. Man, I blew that big time. Now where does that put me? Back behind the wall? I was so stupid. He pulled himself out of the car and opened the back door to get Ginny out. She smiled up big and giggled when she saw him, which helped cure his aching heart a little. I love you, Ginny, he whispered as she reached out and grabbed for his shirt to snuggle into him. Looks like I might be single forever at this rate. He sighed again. Kari was running blind. She just wanted to get away from that awkward situation, get away from her decision, just disappear. You liked the guy, why did you say no? She screamed at herself internally. You're an idiot, he likes you and you turn him down. Do you want to grow old and die alone? Tears streamed down her face. She needed someone to talk to. But who? Slowing to a walk, she reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone, wiping her eyes and nose on her sleeve. She flicked through the contacts and found her sister's name, clicking the call button. Hey, her sister's voice came through the line. What's up? Kari started bawling again as she tried to explain what happened, and the hideous noise of her crying and trying to talk scared the living daylights out of her sister, who thought something terrible had happened. Babe, where are you? Where are you? I'm coming to get you, her sister yelled in a panic. No, I'm fine, Kari cried. You don't sound fine, her sister yelled back. What happened? Why are you crying? Kari wailed back, her sentence turning to gibberish as she got more and more worked up. What the hell did Kaminari do? Her sister bellowed. I'll kill him! No! Kari bawled. No, it's me! She hollered. Listen, you idiot, you're not making any sense. You need to calm down before trying to talk. Take some deep breaths, her sister yelled into the receiver and coached Kari through some relaxation techniques to soothe her. Okay, she said. Are you calmer now? Yes, Kari sniffed. Sorry. Okay, start again and don't cry, her sister ordered. Kari stifled another burst of tears and talked slowly as she trudged home. Okay. Kaminari asked me out, and I said no, she said, her voice breaking on the end. Okay, first of all, what the hell? And second of all, what the hell? Her sister yelled in exasperation. Kaminari Denki's a really good guy. Why did you say no? I thought you liked him too. I do like him, Kari yelled as she started tearing up. Well then why in the hell did you say no then, you asshat? I don't know, Kari wailed as tears streamed down her face. Her sister sighed heavily on the other end. Listen, you're not making any sense at all. You're ruining your own life perfectly well. Why are you calling me for? Because I need to talk to someone about this, Kari continued in a pathetic tone. Okay, so you said no to Denki, but then you wanted to say yes, and then what, you ran? Her sister asked in an accusing tone. Kari didn't reply. Oh my god, woman. What the hell's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I want to tell him I'm sorry, Kari replied in tears. Then go back and tell him, her sister said with exasperation. I can't, Kari said. I like him, but I'm scared to be in a relationship. Well, then tell him that. You told me that he knows about your past now, so he'll be super understanding, I'm sure. Don't lump him in with your ex. You had a bad experience, but don't let that hold you back from enjoying the rest of your life, her sister preached. Kairi hung her head and sighed. Okay, she said meekly. Thanks, sis. I gotta go. Yeah, I just turned up home. I've just got some thinking to do. She said a quick goodbye and then hung up, reaching for her back pocket to where she kept her key. It wasn't there. Oh, where's my... Oh no, I left it all back at the Kirishima house. Kaminari got Ginny inside and put the bag down sullenly on the bench. One more night to go and then Kiri and Yin would be back home. He sighed heavily. He'd be babysitting alone tonight. Not that he minded, but he was just really enjoying spending time with Kairi. With shoulders slumped, he carried Ginny to the lounge room and flopped down on the couch, letting her hop down off him to go and play with her toys. She happily crawled over to her favourite blocks and started chewing on them. Kaminari pulled out his phone to open messages. He wanted to apologise to Kairi and make things go back to normal again. He started typing out a message when her name suddenly popped up on his screen. She was calling him. He got such a fright that he nearly dropped his phone. Hey! He fumbled out as he hit the answer call button. Hey. Her voice came quietly through the line. Listen, I just wanted to apologise, they both yelled in unison, then paused. Sorry, you first, they both said again at the same time. Another short pause, followed by giggles from the two. I'm so sorry, Kairi said quickly. Listen, can we talk? Sure, Kaminari said, sitting up from where he had fallen on the couch, his spirits rising. Okay, first, I'm an idiot for 2 reasons, Kairi said. 1, I left all my stuff there when I ran, so I can't get into my place, she said with an awkward giggle. Kaminari chuckled. And secondly, I said no to you when I really wanted to say yes. Kaminari's heart was pounding in his chest. Wait, so you're saying yes to dating me? He asked cautiously. Yes, she said softly. If you haven't changed your mind already, she added sheepishly. No, I wouldn't change my mind on that, he said quickly. Kairi, I really like you. I've fallen really hard for you, and as cheesy as it sounds, I just want to spend all my time with you and be able to call you mine. I wish I could give you a hug right now, he said shyly, a blush forming on his face as he fiddled with the bottom of his shirt. Well, Kairi said shyly back, I'm walking back now, so I'll see you real soon. And I'd like that hug, she added. It'll be here waiting for you, he said. See you soon? Thank you, Danky, she said quietly. Kaminari nearly passed out. The sound of his name rolling off her tongue was heavenly. The doorbell rang and Kaminari jumped up to get it. He flung the door open and there was Kairi, looking up at him sheepishly with puffy eyes and mascara everywhere. Aw, Kaminari sighed softly, his heart breaking for her. Come here, he said, gently opening his arms and inviting her in. Kairi smiled shyly and stepped forwards into his embrace. His hug was warm and homely. He smelled amazing, and she buried her head into his shoulder as she inhaled deeply. I need to talk to you about a few things, Kairi mumbled into him. Sure, gorgeous. We've all afternoon and night to chat, he said comfortingly. Unless you don't want to stay tonight, which I totally get if you want to go back home, he said hurriedly, so it didn't look like he was being too clingy. No, I'll stay, she replied, looking up at him. He had to fight every urge in his being not to bend his head down and kiss her at that moment. She was his now, and she was perfect. Kairi gazed up at him, her small arms wrapped around his torso. Her eyes flicked to Cammy's lips momentarily before she pulled away and looked down with embarrassment. Should we go inside? She asked, staring at the ground. Oh, sure, he replied, standing back to let her past. So, what did you want to talk about? He asked as they walked back into the lounge room, where Ginny was still happily playing. Kairi sighed and flopped down on the couch, gesturing for him to come and sit beside her. He did and cautiously slung an arm across the back of the couch, wanting desperately to hold her but refraining. Kairi turned to him and gingerly placed a hand on his thigh as she looked down. Kaminari gulped as his eyes were drawn to her hand. Her touch was so delicate, so tender, it was teasing him. He stayed still and waited for her to speak. She looked up at him, tears in her eyes. "Babe, what's wrong?" he asked with tender concern, a knot forming in his stomach. "I'm so scared," Kari whispered, bottom lip quivering. "You know my past. I don't want to be discarded again when you get sick of me." Kaminari's heart twisted in his chest, and he turned to her and took both of her hands in his, holding them up to his chest. "I swear on Ayama's sparkly belt that I will never hurt you. If anything, you'll get sick of me. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm in this for the long haul," he said solemnly. Who the hell's Ayama?" Kari whispered in confusion. "Don't worry about who he is, but his sparkle will remain forever," Kaminari replied again with a lopsided grin. "What the heck?" Kari whispered. "Kai, I have a serious question for you now," Kaminari said, his expression growing serious and his eyes burning with an unnamed emotion. "What is it?" Kari asked, her hands still clasped in his. Can I please kiss you?" Kaminari stammered, his face flushed. Kari blushed too, as her heart rate increased and she swallowed hard as her mouth ran dry. Unable to speak, she just nodded and waited. Kaminari leaned in slowly, his hot breath rushing across her cheek as his face craned down to hers. Kari tilted her head slightly as her lips came close to his, her eyes closing delicately as he closed the gap. Kaminari shut his eyes and their lips collided, a tingle rushing through him as Kari's warm, soft lips connected with his. He let go of her hands and placed one of his hands on her waist gently and snaked the other one around behind her to caress the back of her neck. He parted his lips slightly and brushed his tongue along her bottom lip, asking for entrance. She opened her mouth slightly and their tongues met briefly before the kiss deepened and a passionate dance began. As their tongues intertwined, their heads swayed back and forth, hands wandering gently. It had been years since Kari had kissed a guy, and her body started heating up instantly with Kaminari's gentle yet commanding touch. His kisses were warm and tender, and she gave herself to him, moving her body towards his. Had Ginny not squealed with delight at something, things would have gotten very heated between the two, but they were snapped out of their little make-out session with a start. "Well, that was awesome," Kaminari said in awe after they broke from the kiss and looked over to make sure that Ginny was okay. "Yeah, it was," Kari said, looking back at him with a wink and wrapping her arms around him, snuggling into his side. Kaminari leaned back against the lounge and sighed happily, running his fingers through her soft black hair. They were content. "Shoto," Jem called out from the bathroom. Could you come here a minute?" "Sure, sweet," Sho called back, making his way up the hall. He'd been back from America for about 2 weeks now, and was happy to be home with his wife and toddler. "What is it?" he asked as he rounded the corner. Jem was all smiles as she held something out to him. "Look at this," she said with excitement as she handed him a blue stick. "Is it a pregnancy test?" Shoto asked, looking down at it. His eyes widened as he read what it said on the little screen. Are you pregnant?" he asked softly, looking up at Jem. She was tearing up with happiness. "Yes," she nodded. "You're going to be a daddy again." Sho smiled broadly. "Oh, Jem, I'm so excited. This is good." He scooped her up in his arms and kissed her tenderly. "I'm happy we're having another baby," he said as he hugged her close to him. "When do you think we conceived this child?" he asked. "Well, I actually think it was on that night just before you left for America," Jem said softly. "You know, that night?" she said provocatively. "Oh," Shoto said. "It was then, was it? Well, maybe we should do a repeat of that night to celebrate," he said lowly, his eyes flashing with a carnal desire. Maybe," Jem whispered as she leaned into his ear. This chapter switches from Jem and Shoto to the Bakugou residence. "Why the hell won't Kiri answer his phone?" Bakugou seethed after trying to call Kiri for the 3rd time in a row, unsuccessfully. "He's on his anniversary weekend," Mrs. Bakugou shot from across the table. "Why are you so desperate to get in touch with him?"
No reason, Bakugou grumbled. He didn't want to admit to his wife that he missed his high school buddy and wanted to have a catch-up with him. Maybe a play date with their kids. Don't worry, he'll call you back the minute he sees all your missed calls, Mrs. Bakugou said sweetly with a cheeky glint in her eye as she got up and walked around to his side of the table. Senpai will notice you, she whispered in his ear, giggling as he growled at her mischievous line and tried to take a swipe at her. Gonna get a good flogging one day. He snarled slyly at her, trying to hide his smile. She turned and wiggled her backside at him. Then spank me, Daddy, she leered playfully. Bakugou leapt up from his seat and dropped his phone onto the table as he chased his wife out of the kitchen. I'm gonna have you walking like you just got off a horse, he hollered at her, chasing her retreating, shrieking form down the hallway. This next part of the story cuts to you and Kiri just after you have done some adult activities on your anniversary weekend. Oh, this weekend has been amazing, he said. Oh, I wholeheartedly agree with you. You agreed enthusiastically with a giggle. We should do this getaway stuff more often, you added with a wink. Kiri smiled and kissed you again. Let me clear some of my weekends so that we can make this more regular, he said with a cheeky smile, reaching for his phone. Whoa, Bakugou's been blowing up my phone, he said suddenly. 3 missed calls and a where are you text. He laughed. Call him back, Sharky, he said as he rolled off the bed to clean up. We can watch some TV and have some snacks after. Okay, sure, Icky, he replied as he hit the callback button. It rang out. He must be busy now, Kiri thought as he sent him a quick message. 3 months later. Hey, bro, Kiri called happily as he entered the bar and spotted Bakugou. Thanks for arranging a catch-up. Bakugou shrugged and leaned back in his chair. It's not a matter of thanking or anything. We just need to meet up once in a while. We're both pretty busy. Agreed, Kiri replied as he sat down opposite him. What's new since I saw you last? Well, Bakugou said with a cheeky smirk. My girl's pregnant again. No way, Kiri gasped. Congratulations, bro. How far along is she? About 10 weeks, Bakugou replied. What? You kidding me, right? Kiri said in shock. Yin is pregnant again too. She's about 10 weeks as well. Bakugou laughed. You've been busy, shitty air. So have you, Kiri laughed. Tell you what though, we had an awesome getaway on our anniversary weekend. He smirked. Does that one happen then? Bakugou leered. Actually, it's probably about the same time my missus fell too. Well, cheers to us then, bro, Kiri said, raising the glass of beer the waitress had just brought over to him. They clinked glasses and drank, happy to be in each other's company once again. And then we cut to Kaminari and Kairi. Kaminari approached the buzzer of the apartment building and scanned the numbers on the list to find Kairi's apartment number. She had invited him over for dinner at her place. It was their 3-month dating anniversary, and although they had had their insecurities and hiccups along the way, they were loving being with each other, and Kaminari was hooked. She was the one for him. He pressed the button and waited. Hey babe, Kairi's voice came through the crackly speaker. Come on up, she invited as the gate clicked open. Thanks, cutie, he replied and pushed the gate the last bit open and headed up to the building door. This was his first time at her place. She was still such a mystery to him, and he loved learning more and more about her. He made his way up to her door and knocked lightly on it. In a moment she answered it, throwing herself into his arms and planting a kiss directly on his lips. He chuckled with his lips pressed to hers and kissed her back, deepening the kiss as he walked through her open door and closed it behind him, carrying her as she dangled from the front of him. He turned her back to the wall and pressed his body into hers to hold her there as they continued to make out, and then he let his hands wander down her sides and grab onto her thighs as he pushed his hips into hers. Oh, eager boy, she chuckled as she took her hands to his cheeks and pulled his face back a bit from hers. Can you play me? Kaminari said lowly, his breathing rate already increasing as his body reacted to their proximity. Easy, tiger, she whispered seductively as she kissed him tenderly again. Kaminari groaned as she slipped out from between him and the wall and made her way down to the kitchen. Come and I'll show you around, she said, changing the subject. Kaminari was trying so hard to concentrate on just being a good boy, but oh how his mind had slipped into the gutter. He followed her in a hypnotic state as she led him to the bedroom. Well, nothing exciting to see here, but this is where I sleep, she laughed. Kaminari stalked up behind her and slid his hands across her hip and around to the front of her pants. Kaminari continued his ministries and snaked a hand between her back and the bed to undo her bra, and that's when she balked, quickly grabbing his arm with her hand to stop him. What's up? He panted, his eyes shooting up to meet hers.
Dinky,
she mumbled as she looked away.
You don't want to continue?
He asked softly. She nodded as tears filled her eyes.
I'm so sorry. I've given you the wrong idea about tonight's agenda, and I led you on.
No. It's okay, babe. Honestly, he said, leaning up and kissing her on the forehead. I'm sorry. I got carried away.
No, please don't apologise. I was getting super turned on, but
She stopped as the lump in her throat blocked her voice. Sweet, it's okay, Kaminari said again softly with a tender smile. Listen, we'll proceed when you're ready, okay? I won't make any more moves like this, I promise. And when you're ready, you can call the shots, yeah? Kari sniffed and looked back into his eyes.
I'm so lucky to have you, Denki. You're so understanding,
she said as she kissed him tenderly on the lips. I really like you, Kai, and I want to show you that you mean more to me than just your gorgeous body, but I mean, like, damn, girl, you're fine as hell, he said, leaning back so that he could get a good look at her topless form. Speak for yourself, you gorgeous god, she said, biting her bottom lip as she ran her fingers down his chiseled torso. I'm sorry I'm not built, though, he said, slightly sheepishly as he looked away. What do you mean? She replied, confused. Well, my mates are pretty stacked, like, big pecs, rippling 8-pack. You mean Kirishima and your other friend, Dynamite? She asked. Yeah, them. They're machines, and I'm perfect, she added quickly, finishing off his sentence. I love your body. It's exactly my type, she said with a grin. I can't get into the whole bulky look. Kaminari smiled gratefully. Thanks, baby, he said as he kissed her softly on the lips. You're welcome, she said as she kissed him back. I was in the middle of starting dinner for us when you turned up. Come and let me show you the rest of the place, and you can help me get the food started. Sounds good, cutie, he replied, hopping off the bed and picking up her shirt before shaking it out a bit and handing it to her. Kari showed him the rest of her small apartment, and Kaminari calmed himself down a bit. He was really smitten with this one, so he wanted her to be comfortable before they took their relationship to the next level. Okay, so I was going to make beef curry for dinner. What do you think? Kari asked Kaminari as they entered the kitchen after she'd given him a brief tour of her place. She had already started chopping some veggies on the chopping board, so it was still out, as well as assorted veggies and beef and knife was sitting there. Sounds good, babe. What can I help with? Kaminari asked as he followed her over to the bench. How about you get some music going? She said as she picked up a knife to continue chopping. Sure thing, he said with a smile and a little pat to her thigh as he kissed her cheek. He looked along the bench and saw the Bose speaker sitting there and reached for his phone. Use mine, babes, Kari said, pointing her knife towards her phone on the table. Just get my Spotify playlist up. Kaminari handed her her phone for her to put her password in and then connected the speaker via Bluetooth. The first song started and Kaminari's eyes lit up. Oh, hell yeah, he said enthusiastically. I love me some Billie Eilish. You only know the artist because you saw her name on the screen, Kari snorted. No, seriously, I love her songs, he said, humming along to the tune. The second verse started, and suddenly it was a guy singing. Wait, what? Hold up, is this a remix? He said, reaching for the phone to have a look. Kari quickly jumped in his way and blocked her phone. Who's singing now then, smarty pants? She asked cheekily with an eyebrow raised. I want to see if you know your artists. Kaminari thought for a minute, listening to the voice. Wait, is it Biebs? Who? Kari asked. Biebs. Justin Bieber? Kaminari asked. Oh, whoa, you got it right. Kari laughed in surprise. I told you, babes, I'm across it all. I'm so up to date I'd put you to shame. He leered mischievously. Oh, is that so? She replied cheekily. Prove it then. Okay, catch this, he said, reaching for her phone. He quickly typed in a song and hit play. The music started. Kari deadpanned. This is the Get Up Challenge song, she said as she watched Kaminari back it up a bit. "You're not going to do the dance, are you?" But it was too late. Kaminari had launched into a perfectly choreographed dance routine, doing all the moves perfectly. Kari burst into a fit of giggles. "Wait, you can actually dance, babe?" she said with surprise. Kaminari winked and threw in a floss dance move just for good measure. "That's not part of the dance, you goose!" Kari yelled at him. Kaminari did a few fortnight dances as the song continued. "No!" Kari hollered while laughing. "What are those? Who fortnight dances in this day and age?" Kaminari just ignored her and continued to dance, hitting the wall and ending in a T-pose just for good measure. "Oh my god, you're so embarrassing," she groaned playfully, covering her face to hide her smile. "Don't you know them all?" he huffed as he breathed heavily to get his breath back. "I'm embarrassed and impressed all at once," she giggled as she threw her arms around his sweaty neck and kissed him. The rest of the night went beautifully, and they had a great time dancing, singing, eating and laughing. Kari was falling more and more for this blonde-haired goofball. He was a bit of everything. A little bit cheesy, a little bit charming, a little bit shy, and a little bit dominant. The night wore on, and before they knew it, it was 2 a.m. "Oh, crap, I'd better get going," Kaminari said as he looked at his phone. "It's getting late." You could stay if you want," Kari said shyly as she looked down at her feet. I don't want to overstay my welcome," Kaminari said with a smile and a pat to her head. "Plus, I don't really trust myself alone with you," he admitted. "You're so sweet, Denki," she whispered as she wrapped her arms around him and buried her face into his chest. "I feel safe with you though, and it's lonely here on my own. But if you'd feel more comfortable going, then I completely understand. Look, I can stay, but I'll need to sort myself out first, if you get what I mean," Kaminari said sheepishly. Kari giggled. "Well, you know where the bathroom is," she said in a cheeky tone. Kaminari laughed. "Okay, I'll be back. You're welcome to come if you want to watch," he said with sly playfulness. I'm good," Kari laughed as she held her hands up in defence. A few minutes later, Kaminari returned, looking very relaxed. "All better now?" Kari asked with a wink. "Oh yeah, super chill now," he said with a laugh. "Well, did you want to crash in my bed with me?" she asked shyly. "No worries," he said confidently. "I'll be sleeping in my boxers though, if that's going to be a problem." Nah, not at all," she replied dismissively and led the way to her bedroom. "Man, I'm stuffed. That was such a good night. Thank you for coming over," she said with a sleepy smile. "Pleasure's all mine," he said grandly as he flopped down onto her queen-size bed. "Now close your eyes while I get changed," she demanded. "Aw, no fair," Kaminari pouted as he buried his head into her covers. Kari changed quickly and jumped into the bed beside him. "You can look now," she said as she kissed his lips as he lifted his head and opened his eyes. He smiled. "Cute PJs, babe." "Thanks," she said and crawled in under the covers, making room for him. He crawled in and snuggled up next to her as she flicked the bedroom light off. She rolled over towards him and they instinctively intertwined legs and bodies and settled down. "Thank you so much for being you," Kari said softly as she kissed his arm. "I could say the same thing about you too, babe," Kaminari replied, kissing the top of her head. Kari felt her body melting as sleep crept up, but the throbbing between her thighs was begging for a bit of attention, and she sleepily arched against his leg. Kaminari noticed her movements and remained still. He had promised that he wouldn't make any moves on her. She needed to initiate it, if she wanted it. Kaminari and Kari flopped into bed and slept till 2 p.m. the next day, utterly exhausted from last night. Kaminari had cuddled her all night, always making sure that an arm was around her or a leg was touching hers. She loved it. Her ex had always just rolled away after sex and didn't want to cuddle, which had always left her feeling empty inside. After getting up and having a shower together, Kaminari made breakfast. Kari felt complete, not in a weird clingy way, but in a way that made her feel like Kaminari completely understood her and was happy to be there for her on so many different levels. She was smiling and laughing again, Her world was full of colour. I'm thinking of going back to my original hair colour, babe, Kari said as they were eating breakfast together. Original? So you're not a naturally black-haired beauty? Kaminari asked with a wink. No, actually, I'm blonde, she said with a giggle. As blonde as you. You kidding? Kaminari deadpanned. Dead serious, she said with a laugh. I just have a good hairdresser. You got pics of what you looked like before? He asked, shoveling another mouthful of food in. Kairi nodded and pulled her phone out to flick over some older pics. Kaminari just stared at her picture as the phone was handed to him. Whoa, he breathed. It was short. And even your piercings are gone. Yeah, Kari giggled nervously. I kind of went off all the deep ends after the divorce, let my hair grow out, got it dyed jet black, got piercings, all the usual FUs. Yeah, I can see that. Kaminari laughed as he looked back and forth between Kairi in the picture and the Kairi sitting adjacent to him. Well, you're hot in either form, so you do you, babe. I'm down for any version, he said with a wink as he went back to eating. Kairi was elated. She was loving having a supportive boyfriend. This was all so foreign to her. She leaned across the table and kissed his cheek. You're amazing, she said with a giant grin. No, he said with a cheeky, cheeks filled with food grin. Kairi snorted and shook her head as she laughed. Later that week, Kaminari was itching to get to Mother's group because, well, his girlfriend was going to be there, and he was dying to see her again. She had told him she was having a haircut and colour, so he was dying to see what she looked like. He helped Kiri get Ginny out of the car, and then carried the little toddler to the front door, and then put her down. Little Ginny was standing and walking now, and absolutely loved Daddy and Akodeki, as she called him. Kaminari was like a second father to her, and she was always at her most happiest when she was with the two of them. How's Yin going with pregnancy this time around, dude? Kaminari asked Kiri as the redhead walked up beside him and pushed the door open for Ginny. Yeah, really good, bro. It's a bit harder on her body this time around, as it's twins. Both babies doing really well, and 2 boys, might I add. But she's such a trooper, he gushed with a smile. You are close to 4 months of pregnancy now, and super happy to be having twins, and boys at that. Ginny was about 1 year and 3 months now. She would be about 2 years old when the next babies arrived, so you were looking forward to having Kaminari and Kairi help out a bit, which Kaminari was elated to be tasked with. You heard much from Bakugou? Kaminari asked as they entered the building. Kiri chuckled. You can ask him yourself. He's coming to Mother's group today. His missus isn't the happiest in pregnancy and hockey is a handful, so she's kicked them both out for the day so she can sleep. Kaminari laughed. Serves him right to get kicked out for a bit, he said. Suddenly a blonde bombshell caught his eye and he stopped in his tracks. Kai? He called. The blonde turned. It was Kairi, with a long pixie cut. Her piercings were gone, save 2 beautiful earrings, and she just looked fresh. Hey babe, she said shyly. Kaminari was spellbound. Come here, he said with a smirk as he lowered his head seductively. Take a look at this, babe, will ya? He whispered into her ear as he pulled her in for a hug, grabbing a handful of her ass in the process. Kairi giggled happily. Stop it, she chided playfully. Suddenly the door burst open, and Bakugou marched in with Hockey in arms. The unsuspecting mothers of the group nearly died. There were now 3 big-name heroes in the room. Red Riot, who they all knew well and loved to gloat about his presence at their mother's group to their friends. Chargebolt, who they would swoon over and accept all of his affections and care for their babies. And now the hot-headed, hot-bodied hero, Dynamite, with his little boy who was a spitting image of his dad. All eyes were immediately on him as he marched over to Kiri with a sharp jolt of his chin up and a quick eyebrow raise accompanied by, "Hey." For the second time in Mother's group history, panties dropped at his presence. How does he do that? Kaminari chuckled as he turned his head back to Kairi. Do what? She asked curiously, still with arms wrapped around her man. Ignore the ladies and get their immediate attention? Kaminari laughed. The more he ignores them, the more turned on they seem to get. Hockey had seen Ginny and toddled over to her, eyeing her dubiously before sitting down on the floor next to her. She looked up at him and smiled. Hockey blinked a few times as he stared into her eyes. He seemed to be almost mesmerized. Ginny looked at Bakugou, and then her dad, and then pointed to Chisuki.
Pity,
she said with a giggle. Pity? Bakugou shot angrily. You pity him? No, bro. She's saying pretty. Kiri laughed. Is he pretty, baby? He asked softly, turning to Ginny as she nodded and giggled again. When? She exclaimed happily. Kiri looked up at Kaminari, and they shared a little grin about what could possibly be going on here before the door opened again, and a gasp rippled through the women present. Kaminari turned his head to see who had walked in and smirked. Of course he would get that kind of reaction. Shoto, Todoroki and Sochi had just arrived. Hey bro, Kiri called, waving Shoto and Sochi over. Shoto bowed to the women who were sitting there with mouths gaping open. Thank you kindly for having us, he said politely as little Sochi bowed beside him. Tiku, he said brightly with a brilliant grin. His eyes, one mother gushed under her breath. I know, right? Another whispered. That grey and blue just pulls you right in. Oh, said the first. I was talking about baby Sochi's brilliant orange orbs. Oh, the other mother replied sheepishly. I'm a bit of a Todoroki fan, don't mind me. I stand Daddy Todoroki hard, she said with a fangirl giggle on the end. Shoto strode over towards Kiri and sat down on the other side of him as Sochi toddled over to Ginny. Hey old friend, he said cheerfully. Ginny smiled up big and said her happiest, Hi! Chisuki scowled and scooted closer to Ginny, putting an arm out across her front and staring daggers at Sochi. No, he said bluntly. Kiri had to cover his mouth to stop the laughter from coming out. Chisuki was quite protective of Ginny already. That's my boy, Bakugou sneered. You keep your girl to yourself. Kaminari and Kairi had sat down hand in hand opposite the group of UA boys by now and were having a good chuckle at the amusing interaction of the three hero kids. It was clear that Ginny was going to be the centre of attention from these two boys, and Chisuki had already laid claim to her as his own. Do we start planning the wedding now, or? Kaminari whispered, giggling to Kairi. Do they even make wedding dresses that small? She replied cheekily with a giggle. It's super cute though. I ship Chi and Jin. What about a cute little Sochi? Kaminari said sadly. He's adorable. He needs a girl. Wait, I'll wingman him. Who do you think he'd suit? He asked, taking the conversation on a whole other tangent. Kairi and he spent the next 10 minutes discussing all the other children in the room as to who would suit Sochi the best, and after settling on a particularly gorgeous little toddler, Kaminari decided to have some fun. Getting up from his seat, he knelt down and crawled over to the 2-year-old in question. Hey cutie, he said playfully as she looked up at him. Kami, she said happily. You see that cute guy over there with the orange glowing eyes? Kaminari said, pointing to Sochi. What do you think? Pretty? The little girl tilted her head and gazed at Sochi. Do you want to play with him? Kaminari asked. He looks like he needs a pretty friend like you, he said, glancing at the giggling Kairi and throwing her a sly grin and a wink. The little girl nodded and hopped up, toddling over to Sochi, who was still trying to befriend Ginny, but failing as Chisuki blocked all his advances. Hi, Fuen, the little girl said, approaching Sochi. Toy? She added, holding out some blocks to him. Come play. She took his arm after he took the blocks from her and dragged him over to her mum to play at her feet. Kaminari wore a triumphant grin and fist-pumped the air. Nailed it, he said proudly. There you go, little man. Got your lady all your own now, plus ultra. Kairi had lost it by now and was in a fit of giggles. Kaminari was such a goofball and she loved it. The lengths that he went to get Sochi a little friend was heartwarming. Chisuki and Ginny had well and truly hit it off by now, and a few times Ginny had given him a cuddle, which left him looking super confused, but he never pushed her off. Kiri, Bakugou and Todoroki spent a lot of time talking, and eventually Kaminari joined them and introduced them to Kairi. All five sat and chatted, and Kairi was just so happy with how far she had come. Her sister, the leader of the mothers group, was super happy to see the positive change in her sister too, and was planning on thanking Kaminari profusely at the end of the meeting. Kaminari, the leader called after the meeting had ended. Can I have a word with you? Kaminari stood up, and Kairi stood up too, but her sister shook her head. Just Kaminari, please, she said. Am I in trouble? Kaminari asked Kairi nervously. I'm not sure, but if she even dares tell you off about anything, I'll be down her throat in an instant, Kairi seethed. Oh, Protect squad activate? Kaminari laughed. I still remember the first time I met you. If you could have killed me on the spot, you would have. He gave her a kiss on the cheek. But now you'd kill everyone else for my sake. Damn straight, boy, she replied triumphantly. You've changed my life, she added with a heartfelt smile. I'm grateful. Kaminari smiled and kissed her again. Anything for you, gorgeous girl. He squeezed her hand one last time and then walked over to the leader. What's up, Teach? He said candidly. What have I done now? He chuckled. Only good things, she said with a smile. I just wanted to thank you so much for all you've done for Kairi. She's so much happier these days, and it's all thanks to you. Oh, no need to thank me, Kaminari said with a defensive hand wave. I really like her. She's beautiful inside and out, and I just want to show her how special she is. Treat her like she deserves to be treated. Kairi's sister smiled. You're a charmer, but I know you mean everything you said. She's lucky to have you. I'm the lucky one, he said with an award-winning smile, turning to head back to Kairi. The leader smiled as she watched them embrace again. She was so happy to see her sister had found Mr. Right. The months and years flew by, and all the babies were growing up. You had your twin boys by cesarean, both beautiful little bundles with their daddy's red eyes. You had 3 children, to your Kiri now, and it was madness at the beginning, but with Kairi and Kaminari's help you managed to stay sane. Ginny loved Auntie Kairi and Uncle Denki, and spent a lot of time at their place as she grew up. Kaminari loved her like his own daughter, and yearned for his own kids, but never pressured Kairi into having children. He knew the time would come when they were both truly ready. Ginny loved her baby brothers too, and would keep them in line as best she could. She was now 4 years old, and they were 2. She was excited to be starting pre-K soon, and was doubly excited that she would be attending the same school as her best friend Chisuki. She had already told you and Kiri that she was going to marry him when she grew up, and you both thought this was very cute. Mrs. Bakugou had had baby number 2 2 days after you had had your twins. She also had a boy. He looked nothing like Bakugou though this time. He had any choice of eye colour that you choose and any choice of hair colour that you choose, but he had Bakugou's cunning nature. Poor Mrs. Bakugou had her hands full with the 2 of them and couldn't wait to send Chisuki to school. Jem and Shoto were also considering sending Sochi to the same school as Ginny and Chisuki. He had started pre-K already at a different school, but he missed his childhood friends and wanted to be in the same school as them, so a transfer was on the cards. Sochi was a sweet boy and had a very soft spot for Ginny, but Chisuki would always block his efforts at making friends with her, so sometimes Shoto and Kiri would organise secret play dates with just the 2 of them so that they could play without Chisuki getting between them. Jem had had her second baby too, a beautiful little girl. She was now almost 3. On Chisuki and Ginsey's first day of pre-K, you organised for all the mums to have a catch-up over coffee after dropping the kids off. It was on that morning that you found out that Sochi had indeed transferred to the same school as your Ginny, and he happily trotted up to Ginny and Chisuki. Hi, Ginny, he said shyly as he dug the toe of his shoe into the ground. Hi, So, she replied happily, giving him a hug. Chisuki crossed his arms and scowled. Hi, Hockey, Sochi said as he looked over Ginny's shoulder as she hugged him. Okay, that's enough, Chisuki said, ripping them apart. You glanced at Mrs. Bakugou, who was smirking. Looks like your boy is a little jealous, you leered at her. I'll say. Chip off the old block, though. The apple hasn't fallen far from the tree, she laughed. You watched with amusement as Chisuki guarded Ginny like a prized possession. Every little boy that came up to her to say hello would be promptly marched on by the fiery blonde. You knew little Ginny would be fine, and with heartstrings being pulled, you left her there at the school for her first day. The 4 boys, Kiri, Bakugou, Shoto and Kaminari, had offered to take the younger kids for the morning so that you mums could have a little chill time and catch up. So you each kissed your respective husbands goodbye and left as a group to head down to the cafe. Oh, God, I've been needing this so badly, Mrs. Bakugou said with a relieved sigh. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love my boys, but oh my God, do they test me daily, she said, throwing her hands up. You and Jem laughed. Oh, I don't know how you manage, babe. I know what Bakugou is like, and I can only imagine what it would be like with 2 smaller versions of him running around the same house too, you said with a sympathetic chuckle. You're doing so well, lovely, Jem added as she patted Mrs. Bakugou on the arm. This is why I've organised this morning so we can all get away for a bit, you said happily. The cafe doors loomed ahead, and you pushed it open for the other two women. I need a double shot, Mrs. Bakugou grumbled. Do they put whiskey in these coffees? Jem laughed. Ladies, I think we need a night out next time. Oh, let's, you said. We can paint the town like old days. Back when I was young and full of life, Mrs. Bakugou lamented. You're still young and full of life. What are you talking about? You said. You're gorgeous. Speak for yourself, she shot back at you. You don't even look like you've had 3 kids. What's your secret? Being married to Kiri, you said with a wink and a giggle. He's such a good daddy. He's so helpful. Oh, same with my show, Jem chimed in. He's so attentive to his little ones. It's so heartwarming. Okay, so Bakugou screams at the kids daily and they scream back, so screw my life, Mrs. Bakugou groaned. You and Jem chuckled. You couldn't deny that this probably wasn't far from the truth. Hey, Yin, Jem said suddenly, I've been thinking, don't you think like all 3 of us look really similar? Like we're almost the same person but on different timelines of life? You froze and looked at Jem, then Mrs. Bakugou. Oh crap, she might be right. Nah, Mrs. Bakugou said. Your hair colour and mine are slightly different, she said looking at Jem. But they're both still the same hair colour, you said, squinting suspiciously. And we all have the same colour eyes, Jem added. Half of the world's population have this eye colour, Mrs. Bakugou snorted. It's not special. There was silence for a bit, as you all eyed each other curiously. Nah, forget it, Jem said with a laugh. It was just a random thought I had. And that was it. But deep down, you felt like maybe she had pointed out something that might be true. You ready for school, Ginny? Kiri called up the stairs as he waited at the bottom. Yep, Ginny called back happily. I'm just making my hair pretty for Chisuki, but I'm coming, Daddy. Kiri chuckled. Ginny and Chisuki were really close, and it was heartwarming to watch. Finally, she bounded down the stairs, with her hair pulled into 2 pigtails either side of her pretty little face. You look beautiful, baby, Kiri commented. Chisuki's going to love your hair. Oh, I hope so, Daddy, she replied, reaching out and taking his hand. I always want to look special for him. Hi, Chi, Ginny called as she saw Chisuki hopping out of the car with Mrs. Bakugou at the school. Good morning, miss, Kiri said politely. Mrs. Bakugou gave a polite greeting to Kiri as she dropped Chisuki off, giving him a quick kiss on the head as he took off running towards Ginny. Hi, Ginny, Chisuki called with a smile. Do you like my hair? Ginny asked, wiggling her head to make her pigtails flick around. Yeah, they're cool, Chi replied with a similar smirk to his daddy's. Hi, Ginny and Chi, a little voice said from the side. It was dear little Sochi. Hi, So, Ginny said, turning to the shy boy. I have a flower for you, he said quickly, and held it out to Ginny. It's pretty, like you, he said as he stared at the ground. Oh, I love it, Ginny squealed. Thank you, So. It's the bestest flower I've ever seen in my whole entire life, she said solemnly. Chi scowled. That flower is dumb. Could get Ginny better things than that. Chisuki! Ginny gasped as she spun to face the mini Bakugou. That's mean. Don't say that. But it's true, Chi huffed as he crossed his arms across his chest. Ginny turned back to Sochi and saw with sadness that he was tearing up, and his outstretched hand that had been holding the flower out for Ginny was now hanging limply by his side. So, she whispered softly, don't listen to him. I love your flower. She stepped forwards and hugged the crestfallen Sochi. Chi seethed. He's doing that sad thing on purpose to make you like him more than me, he growled. No, he's not, Ginny replied angrily. You're not my friend anymore if you keep being mean to people, she shouted as she stared him down angrily. Come on, So, she said to the sniffing boy. Let's go and play somewhere away from this meanie, she said, turning her head back and poking her tongue out at Chi. She led Sochi away and wiped his tears as she told him all of the kindest things that she could think of. Chi watched from a distance, heartbroken that Ginny was mad at him. Tears filled his eyes as he saw her hug Sochi again and smile at him. In a fit of 4-year-old rage, he stormed off to the other end of the playground and threw his bag on the ground. Why can't she just play with me and me only? Why does that dumb Sochi always have to be around? He thought angrily as tears spilled down his cheeks. I need to talk to her. he resolved, sniffing his tears away and wiping his face before he stormed back to Ginny. "Oi," he said in his most commanding tone, imitating his dad. "I need to talk to you. I need to tell you something important. Meet me in the tunnel." The tunnel was a spot where the kids would discuss all kinds of important and secret things. If you were told to meet in the tunnel, then something big was about to go down. Ginny stiffened. "The tunnel? He must be serious," she thought. "So, I have to go and talk to Chi, but I'll be back, okay? Wait for me," she said with a smile. So nodded shyly and watched as Ginny followed Chi to the tunnel. "What did you want to talk to me about, Chi?" Ginny asked once they had crawled inside. "I don't want you to be friends with anyone else, just with me," he said bluntly with a scowl on his face. "That's a mean thing to say, Chi, and I can be friends with whoever I like," Ginny said sternly. "Well then, if you do something special with me, then you don't do it with anyone else, so that I know we're special friends," he said slightly bashfully as he heard his own words. "Like what?" Ginny asked dubiously. "Like, I don't know, maybe holding hands?" he said quietly as he looked away, his face turning bright red with apprehension. Ginny gasped and blushed. "But Chi, only mummies and daddies hold hands," she squeaked. "Isn't that a naughty thing to do?" "No," he said sheepishly. "It's okay, you're not going to have babies or anything, it just means we're special friends. But you can't hold anyone else's hand, okay? Just mine. It's our secret." But, Ginny stammered shyly. "Does that mean we love each other?" Chisuki recoiled a bit. Had he been too bold? Now what? Yeah, he said, trying to be brave. "Yeah, it means we're in love but no married." "Oh," Ginny replied as her blush deepened, her heart beating wildly. "Okay," she said finally. "But we can't hold hands where people will see us, okay? We need to do holding hands when we're hiding." "Yeah, okay," Chisuki replied. "After school, meet me here and we can hold hands." Both kids were bright red in the face now, overwhelmed with emotion. Chisuki, his first confession, and Ginny, her first love. They smiled at each other and backed out of the tunnel, running over to the other kids. "Are you okay, Ginny?" Sochi asked the little girl as she approached him. "Yes," she squealed. "I'm in love with Chi, but don't tell anyone," she whispered excitedly. "Oh, can you be in love with me too?" So asked hopefully. I'm sorry, Sochi, I can only be in love with Chisuki at the moment, but we can be real best friends," she replied, hugging Sochi gently. Okay," he said, slightly saddened. Tell me when it's my turn to be in love with you, okay?" "Okay, I will," she said with a smile as she looked over to Chi and giggled. He was watching her with his brilliant red eyes and her heart fluttered. That afternoon, Ginny was a bundle of nerves. Chisuki had been watching her all day, and usually they would play together, but the nerves of actually admitting their feelings had them shook up and shy. The final bell rang to signal the end of school, and Chisuki nodded at Ginny as she got her bag from the rack. "Bye-bye, Ginny. I'll see you tomorrow," Sochi called as she dashed for the door, following Chi to the playground. "Bye-bye, Sochi," she called back over her shoulder, waving to the gorgeous orange-eyed boy. Chisuki's heart was pounding in his chest. He was about to hold a girl's hand, and not just any girl's hand. It was Ginny Kirishima's hand. He slowed as he got to the tunnel and looked around. The playground was empty. Ducking down, he crawled into the tunnel, followed by Ginny, who was as breathless as he was. Her little body was shaking with excitement. She was going to hold Chisuki Bakugou's hand. He crawled all the way into the tunnel and then turned around so that he was sitting side on to her. Ginny crawled up next to him and sat beside him, staring at her hands in her lap. "Are you ready?" he asked quietly as he mentally prepared for the handhold. Ginny nodded. She hadn't caught her breath yet, and her mouth had run dry. Chi lifted his hand and held it out to her, waiting for her to lift her hand into his. She stared at his hand as she gingerly lifted her own and placed her palm against his. It was warm, soft, and slightly sweaty, but so was hers. She blushed as he locked his fingers around hers, intertwining their digits as he held on. Ginny could have died. So this is what love feels like? She thought as she stole a glance at Chisuki. He was blushing and looked the other way. This was so embarrassing, but he was loving it. The buzz he got from holding her hand was like nothing else that he'd ever experienced before. He determined right there and then that he would marry Ginny when they got older, but he never voiced it out loud. Suddenly a voice pierced their bubble of innocent love. "Chisuki! Where are you?" A stern masculine voice called out. "That's my dad," Chisuki yelped and quickly let go of Ginny's hand. "I better go." Okay, Ginny said in a panic. "See you tomorrow?" "Sure thing," he said as he scrambled out of the tunnel and ran off dragging his bag. Ginny squealed to herself and looked at her hand that had held Chisuki's. She wasn't going to wash this hand ever again. Smiling, she crawled out of the tunnel and came face to face with her dad. "Oh!" she squeaked. "Daddy, you scared me." "Sorry, beautiful." He laughed gently. "What were you doing in here with Chisuki?" Ginny panicked and blushed. Nothing," she stuttered. Kiri cocked his head to the side and looked at her. Okay, if you say so," he said gently. "But you can tell me anything, you know. I'm always here for you." Ginny nodded and stared at the ground. Was holding hands a bad thing? Should she confess to her dad? On the way home, Ginny was very quiet. Kiri kept looking up in the rearview mirror at her to check if she was okay. "You okay, honey bunch?" he asked softly. "You're very quiet." Ginny's eyes welled up with tears. "Daddy, I think I did a naughty thing today," she said, bottom lip quivering. Kiri's heart sank. "What is it, sweetheart?" he asked tenderly. Chisuki said that we loved each other now, and then he held my hand," she said sadly. "Oh, baby," Kiri purred, trying to hold back the little chuckle. "Did you not want to hold his hand?" "No, I do," Ginny cried. "It was nice, but is it bad? Am I going to have a baby now?" "No, baby, you're not. It's okay to hold hands with someone you love," he said gently with a giant grin. "Holding hands is a nice thing to do." "Oh," Ginny breathed, relieved. "Okay." "So you love Chi, do you?" Kiri asked with a slight smirk. "Yes, Daddy, but we're not married, you know. We're only a little bit big, not a big bit big," she said with indignation as she wiped her eyes. "Oh, okay," he said, nodding with great understanding. "Can I tell Mummy that you love him and that you held hands?" "Daddy!" she gasped. No, you can't say that. It's a secret that we're holding hands. It's our secret sign." "Secret sign? What do you mean by secret sign?" "That we're in love," she exclaimed emphatically. "Oh, right. Okay, well, I won't tell Mummy then. Cross my heart." "Thank you, Daddy. You're my best friend. A little bit more bestest than Sochi," she said as she looked out the car window. "Oh, speaking of Sochi, does he know that you and Chisuki are in love?" Kiri asked, glancing back at her again. "Yes, Daddy. He said he's going to wait for his turn to be in love with me," she said in all seriousness. Kiri had to look the other way so that she wouldn't see him chuckling. "Okay, sweetheart. I'm glad he's being patient and waiting his turn." "Oh, yes, Daddy. He's very good at waiting," she replied. "Poor boy, he's going to be waiting forever," Kiri muttered under his breath. "I don't think she ever plans on backing out of this one." "Mum, I'm going to marry Ginny when I grow up," Chisuki announced proudly as he marched through the door. "You're effing what?" Bakugou hollered from behind the pint-sized blonde. "Language, Daddy!" Mrs. Bakugou shouted at her husband. "Does Ginny know that you're going to marry her, sweetheart?" she asked Chisuki. "Well, we're in love right now, but I'm going to tell her that we're getting married when we get a little bit older. I'll tell her when we're 10. That's plenty old." Bakugou roared, laughing. "That's because you can only count to 10, you midget." "Katsuki!" Mrs. Bakugou growled. "Well, like your determination, buddy," Bakugou continued, patting Chisuki on the head. "You tell her what she's going to do. You don't let anyone get in your way." Mrs. Bakugou groaned and rubbed her temples. "Oh, Lord, give me strength," she breathed. A few weeks went by, and Chi and Ginny would find time to sneak away and hold hands. This was their little thing to show that they loved each other, and it calmed Chisuki down. Whenever he was feeling overwhelmed or jealous of Ginny playing with the others, he would ask her to hold hands in secret for a bit, and then he'd be okay again. He just needed that reassurance. Sochi was really loving being with Chi and Ginny, but he loved being with Ginny the most. She was gentle and kind, and he thought she was wonderful. One afternoon he felt a bit strange. His hands would go really cold all of a sudden, and his palms would itch. It scared him a little, so he pulled Ginny aside at lunchtime and told her what he was feeling. I don't know, so maybe we should tell a teacher, she said. Don't know what to do. But I'm scared, he said as he looked at his hands. Ginny, I can feel it happening again, he said, panicking. It's okay, so it's okay. She reached out and hugged him. Look, he said with fear. Look at my hands. They were turning blue. Ginny, please help me, he cried. Without thinking, Ginny reached for his hands and held them in hers. They were stone cold. Just then, Chisuki walked around the corner and saw Ginny holding Sochi's hands. He froze and then turned and fled. Ginny just saw the back of him as he took off in the opposite direction, but she didn't understand what had caused him to run. She was more worried for Sochi. I'm taking you to teacher, she said in a panic as Sochi's hands got colder, dragging him back towards the classroom. No, wait, he said, yanking his hands away and pointing his palms at the ground. Ice-encased jewels fell from his palms and Ginny screamed. Her scream was loud enough that the still running Chisuki heard it and immediately stopped in his tracks. That was Ginny. I have to save her. He turned back and bolted towards her cry. Ginny backed away from Sochi. So what's happening? She called to him. I don't know, his terrified voice called back as more iced jewels fell. It's making my hands feel better though. Is it your quirk? Ginny called back, suddenly having a light bulb moment. Just then Chisuki arrived on scene and jumped in front of Ginny, squaring off with Sochi. You can't steal her from me, he roared. She's mine, we're in love. Ginny stumbled back and fell over on her backside. Chi, what are you saying? I saw you holding hands with Sochi, he called over his shoulder angrily to her. But I'm not letting him take you away from me. No, Chi, I was helping him. Something's happening with his hands, Ginny yelled. Chisuki looked at Sochi's hands and suddenly realised there were ice and jewels scattered all over the ground in front of him. Oh, he gasped. What is that? I think it's my quirk, Sochi replied, hearing Ginny say it. I need to get a teacher, Ginny said to Chi, standing back up and placing a hand on his shoulder. Please stay here and watch Sochi, I'll be back. Chi nodded authoritatively and Ginny ran off. Oi, Chi growled at Sochi. You're not allowed to hold hands with Ginny, okay? Well, why not? Sochi asked, balling his hands into fists. Because it's our sign and our sign only. We love each other and you can't love her. But I do love her, Sochi replied angrily, his confidence boosted by the power that he felt in his hands. I'll punch you if you do it again, Chi threatened. And I'll punch you back, Sochi said, narrowing his eyes. Chi seethed. Sochi was standing up to him? This had never happened before. Chi felt hot, his anger at Sochi's defiance and the fear of losing his love, Ginny, pushing his emotions to the limit. Suddenly, everywhere that had become sweaty from his run burst into flames, crackling as small explosions leapt from his pores. Sochi screamed in terror and threw his palms out towards Chi instinctively. Iced jewels hurled towards the exploding blonde, hitting him in the arms. Chi screeched and jumped back as the freezing cold ice connected with him. The heat of his explosions melted the ice instantly, but exposed the rough-cut jewels as they sliced his skin like a knife. Chi deactivated his quirk and grabbed at his arm where the jewels had cut him, just as Ginny returned with the teacher. Boys! The teacher gasped. What is going on? Jewels and puddles of water surrounded Sochi and Chi. Chi was holding one of his arms as the other one bled. Ginny gasped and ran to his side. Chi, what happened? Why are you bleeding? Sochi threw ice and colour stones at me, Chi pouted angrily. I didn't mean to, Sochi cried. He turned into fire. The teacher was highly confused. Okay, please come with me to the nurse's office and we will ring your mummies and daddies, she said, taking Sochi's hand and walking him away. Wait, Sochi said, pulling his hand from hers and bending down to pick up a gem. Ginny, this is for you, he said, holding out a deep red stone. It's my very first pretty stone that I made,
and I want you to keep it.
Ginny gasped and took it gently in her hands.
Oh, it's so pretty, Sochi. Thank you.
Chi was seething again. Why did Sochi always have to give her special things? He grabbed for Ginny's hand and held it tight. Ginny squeaked and her eyes shot up to the teacher.
Oh no, he's holding my hand in front of people's. What will happen?
The teacher smiled and asked them to follow her as she re-held Sochi's hand. Chi marched behind the teacher and Sochi, holding Ginny's hand tightly. He wasn't scared anymore. He needed to show off their love proudly. As all three waited for their parents to come and pick them up, Chi pulled Ginny aside. I don't want you to have that pretty stone because I didn't give it to you, he said angrily. Ginny scowled and gripped the jewel tighter.
No,
she said defiantly.
I'm not throwing it away. Why do you have to be like this, Chi? You're so mean to everyone else but me, and you get angry about silly things, she pouted. I thought we were in love, but I can't love you if you're going to be mean to people all the time and get angry about silly things.
Chi was shocked. Was she saying she didn't love him anymore? He had to do something about this.
I don't want you to have that stone because Sochi's mean and he cut me with it, he said, changing his story slightly. How did he cut you?
Ginny asked dubiously.
He said he was going to punch me and then he threw that at me and it cut my arm,
Chi said dramatically, pointing to the stone. Ginny was perplexed. That didn't sound like Sochi at all, but she didn't think that Chi would lie to her.
I'm going to ask Sochi,
she said as she walked over to where Sochi was.
Sochi,
she asked as she approached the boy.
Did you say you would punch Chi? And then did you throw this at him?
She asked, pointing to the gem in her hand. Sochi looked at the ground and nodded sadly.
But... Sochi,
she interrupted him.
That's mean. Why would you say you would punch Chi? No, but he... No, Sochi, I'm very sad at you. I didn't think that you were like that,
she said as she handed the red gem back to him.
I don't want your stone if you're gonna hurt someone. No, Ginny, wait, I can tell you everything,
he said in a panic. But Ginny had turned and walked off back to a very smug-looking Chi.
See, told you he was mean,
Chi said with a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Ginny was torn. Why would Sochi have threatened to punch Chi? It didn't make sense. Can I hold your hand again now? He asked softly.
Yes, you can,
Ginny replied, reaching out and taking his hand in hers. Just then, all three parents' cars turned up in convoy. Jem jumped out of the car and ran over to Sochi, who was sobbing into the crook of his arm.
Sochi, sweetheart, are you okay?
She asked gently.
No, me,
he sobbed. It's okay, sweetheart, it's okay. We'll chat in the car, okay? She said, lifting her little boy up and cuddling him as she carried him to the car. Kiri and Mrs. Bakugou walked over to Ginny and Chisuki as they quickly let go of hands and looked bashfully at the ground. Kiri smirked. You ready to go, Ginny? She nodded shyly and said a quick goodbye to Chi before following her dad to the car. Why is Sochi crying, Hockey? Mrs. Bakugou asked. She had this feeling that he knew why and that he was the cause. Ginny gave him his red stone back, he said proudly. Mrs. Bakugou cocked her head. Red stone?
Yes, he made it with his hands,
Chisuki said nonchalantly.
Oh,
did his quirk manifest? She asked excitedly. Chisuki shrugged. Maybe, he said dismissively. Mine's way cooler, he added smugly. Wait, yours manifested too? She asked with surprise. What does your quirk do?
I can burst into flames,
he announced proudly. Mrs. Bakugou rolled her eyes and laughed. That sounds about right. Okay, come on, we need to celebrate and tell Daddy. She lit up with a big smile.
Does that mean I'm a big boy now?
Sure does, Mrs. Bakugou said with a smile. Sochi sobbed the whole way home, heartbroken that Ginny had returned his gift and called him mean when she didn't know the whole story.
Sochi, baby, tell me what's wrong. Did Chisuki hurt you?
Jem coaxed gently from the front seat as she drove him home.
No, Mummy,
he wailed.
Ginny said I was mean and she gave me my red stone back. What red stone, sweetheart?
She asked softly.
The one I made from my hands,
he sobbed. Jem nearly swerved off the road.
Your hands?
Honey, did your quirk manifest today?
Sochi nodded. Jem pulled into the driveway of their house and hopped out of the car, walking back to where Sochi was in the back seat and opening the door.
Do you have the red stone with you, sweets?
Sochi nodded again and opened his hand slowly, revealing a rough-cut red stone. Jem tried not to get too overly excited, but she also didn't want Sochi to feel like it was an unimportant event, so she smiled and told him it was beautiful.
We need to celebrate and have your favourite food tonight, then tell Daddy about it. This is a special day, she said with a warm smile. No, it's not special, Mummy, because Ginny's mad at me, he sniffed. These red stones are bad and stupid.
Trying not to freak out, Jem gently lifted him out of the car seat and set him down on the ground. She didn't want him to hate his quirk because of a misconstrued perception.
Okay, let's go inside and you can tell me the whole story of what happened, and then we can call Ginny's mummy and talk to Ginny and sort it all out,
she said softly, crouching down and wiping away his tears before giving him a kiss on his chubby cheek.
Ginny's a very kind little girl. I'm sure she'll forgive you.
Sochi nodded sadly and held his mummy's hand as she led him inside. So, what happened today? Kiri asked Ginny as they drove home.
Well, Daddy, she started in her best gossipy tone. It was just crazy, she said with a flamboyant arm movement. Soshi's quirk manifested today.
Manifested? Kiri asked. Wait, what did you say?
Quirk? His quirk manifested? Yes, Daddy, that's what I said, she said with an excited giggle and an eye roll.
Oh, cool. What can he do? Kiri asked curiously.
Well, he makes ice and pretty stones from his hands, but he threw them and it cut Chi's arm, so it's a bad and mean quirk and I don't like it, Ginny pouted.
Wait, that doesn't sound like Sochi at all, sweetheart. Did you see him do it?
No, Daddy, Chi told me, she said.
Kiri frowned. He hummed. I think you might need to check that story, darling. Chi might not be saying everything that happened. Sochi tearfully told his mummy everything that happened and had just finished his story when Shoto arrived home. Hey, little man. Shoto greeted him with a gentle hair ruffle. Oh, why are you sad so? He added when he saw his little one was upset. Sochi told Shoto again everything that had happened and showed Shoto the gem. You have a very special quirk, my boy, Shoto said softly. Your quirk is perfect. What isn't perfect is the way Chisuki misconstrued the story, he said darkly. Trusted Bakugou to be at the heart of the problem, he said coldly as he looked at Gem. Okay, sweetheart, let's just take a few deep breaths, shall we? Gem said to Shoto lightly as she saw her husband seething over the incident between his boy and the Bakugou's boy. I will ring Yin and have a chat with her about what's happened. Then we can rectify things between Ginny and Sochi. Shoto nodded with his lips pursed. Now, Sochi, my love, what would you like for dinner? This is a special day, remember, so you can pick anything you want. Sochi sniffed and looked at the floor. I'm not hungry, Mummy. I just want to be friends with Ginny again. Gem gave Shoto a sympathetic look and sighed. Okay, darling, let me call Ginny's mummy and fix things with Ginny. Sochi looked up at her with a hopeful look in his eye. Will she be happy at me again? Yes, my sweet boy, she will, Gem said as she crouched down and hugged her soft-hearted son. I'm so happy, Mummy. Thank you, he said happily, wiping the last of his tears away. Sochi, may I have the red gem, please? I'd like to look at it, Shoto said. Sochi nodded and handed it over happily. But I want to give it to Ginny when she becomes my friend again, he said. Shoto nodded and looked at the gem, holding it to the light. Garnet, he said to Gem. She nodded excitedly. Pyrote garnet, the common garnet. The pyrote variety is red, unlike my hessonite, which is orange. Shoto nodded excitedly. Makes sense, since the garnet is the January stone, and he was born in January. Okay, let me ring in and sort this whole thing out, Gem said as she reached for her phone. Okay, yes. Thank you for the call, Gem. I'll see you soon, you said before saying goodbye and hitting end call. What was all that about? Kiri asked. You gave him a brief recap of today's happenings and he groaned. I knew Hockey had changed the story, he grunted. Just didn't sound like Sochi to lash out for no reason.
but out of fear because of Chi bursting into flames makes more sense. I'm going to get Ginny in here. Are they coming over? Yes, Sochi won't eat until he's fixed things with Ginny, you said with a heart-squeezed look on your face. So precious. Kiri chuckled. Okay, let's explain everything to her and then Sochi can tell her when he gets here. Where's my hockey? Bakugo hollered with a giant smile on his face as he walked through the front door that afternoon. Oh, here is the next top hero. Chisuki came bounding down the stairs. I'm going to be better than Pro Hero Deku. Of course you are. You're going to be better than that useless nerd ever was, Bakugo roared. Mrs. Bakugo just face-palmed in the kitchen, overhearing the whole conversation. Can you show me how cool your quirk is? Bakugo asked Chi, crouching down in front of him. Yeah, sure, I'll try, Chi said and concentrated hard, but nothing happened. It's okay. What happened when your quirk first manifested? Bakugo inquired. Well, I was having a fight with Sochi, Chi said. Wait, hold up. You never told me you were having a fight with Sochi, Mrs. Bakugo said, rounding the corner. Why were you fighting? Because Ginny... Wait, no, Chisuki said, fumbling for words, trying to remember what he had said to paint Sochi in a bad light. Ginny? What about Ginny? Mrs. Bakugo questioned. I love her, Chisuki said quietly. Were you fighting with Sochi about her? She probed. Well, he said he loved her too and it made me angry and I burst into flames, Chi said quickly. Mrs. Bakugo narrowed her eyes. Something wasn't adding up with this story. Just then, her mobile rang. It was Yin. Perfect timing. Yin is calling me, Mrs. Bakugo said, looking at Bakugo, who was still crouching down in front of Chi. Time to get to the full story, she added, clicking answer call. Okay, buddy. Let's go outside. You can show me your quirk when you think about being angry at Sochi, okay? Bakugo said with a smirk. Ginny waited impatiently at the window, her little hand holding the curtains back, watching and waiting for Sochi to arrive. You watched her affectionately, suddenly remembering yourself at her age, in the exact same position, looking out at the van that had just moved your now husband, Sharky, in next door. He's here! Ginny gasped and yelled when she saw the Todoroki car pulling up in the driveway. You and Ginny reached the front door at the same time, and she dashed out as you opened it, making a beeline for the car. Sochi! Sochi! She called as she got to the side of the car. Sochi was already crying and babbling again inside the car, trying to get all of his explanations and apologies out at once. Sochi, it's okay. My mummy and daddy told me what happened. Did she hit you with his fire? No, Ginny, but it was all so scary, he said with a sniff. Please, can we be best friends again? His eyes were sparkly and hopeful. Yes, of course we can, Ginny said brightly. Sochi beamed and lunged at Ginny to hug her. I'm so happy now, he said with relief. Come on inside, everyone, Kiri called from the front door. Shoto, Gem, Ginny and Sochi all looked up and walked towards him with a smile. We're getting pizza for dinner, Kiri added. Sochi gasped. I love pizza. This is the best day ever. I have pizza and my best friend Ginny. Shoto and Kiri smiled to each other. It's the simple things in life, Kiri sighed, happy that Sochi and Ginny had made up again. Pizza arrived and Kiri carried the box of Sochi and Ginny's favourite pizza up to her room. The two kids had built a pillow fort on the floor and Sochi had asked to eat dinner in there with her. As far as he was concerned, he was living the dream. Here you go, Kiri said happily. Your yummy pizza. Thank you, Daddy, you're the best, Ginny squealed. Thank you, Mr. Kirishima, sir, Sochi said politely. Oh, you're most welcome, Kiri replied as he set the pizza down just inside the fort door and let them be. Ginny and Sochi hooked into their pizza, giggling and eating happily side by side. Oh, Ginny, please have my red stone. It's very special, and it's my happy birthday stone, he said, trying to repeat what he had heard his parents saying about the gem. Oh, Sochi, Ginny cooed. It's beautiful. Thank you. It's very special. I'll keep it by my bed so I can always look at it, she said, crawling over to the back of the fort and putting her hand out the back and placing the gem on her bedside table. Does she give you pretty things? Sochi asked curiously. Ginny shook her head. No, but the special thing we do is hold hands, she said with a smile. Ginny,
I know you told me you would let me know when it's my turn to be in love with you, but it's taking forever and I just want to hold your hand like she does, Sochi said with a matter-of-fact yet solemn tone. Ginny pulled a thinking face. Well, she said, I am a bit angry that she's a liar, pants on fire. Sochi nodded hopefully. So, I guess it's okay for us to do love hands for just tonight, she added, crawling back over to Sochi. His heart was beating wildly, and he was flushed in the face. Here, Ginny said with a bright smile, holding her hand out to him. Sochi hesitated. Oh, I'm about to hold Ginny Kirishima's hand. He reached out gingerly and took her hand gently. A warm, exhilarating sensation coursed through him. Ginny was surprised. His hand was friendly and soft, but she didn't feel all fuzzy inside like when she held Chi's hand. Why does it feel different? She wondered quietly to herself. Sochi was on cloud 9. This was the best day of his life. He was elated. This feeling was like nothing else on earth. Ginny waited a bit, watching Sochi curiously. He looked happy. Why didn't she feel the same tingly sensation with him as what she did with Chi? She went to pull her hand away, but Sochi tightened his grip. Please, a little more? He asked shyly, averting his eyes. Ginny smiled softly and scooted closer, cuddling up next to him. This was nice, just like best friends. Sochi was almost sweating. His heart was beating so hard. Ginny seemed so calm, cuddled up next to him with her hand in his. Why didn't she look like she was about to die, like he felt? Does this feel nice? He asked softly to her. Oh yes, Sochi, she said, smiling as she turned to look into his eyes, their noses nearly touching. Sochi stiffened. Can you hold my hand always? He asked, his breath tickling her lips. She shook her head slowly. No, just this one time. But don't tell Chi, okay? This is just a special day because we're friends again and you got your quirk. Sochi's heart fell and his grip loosened. Oh, okay, he said sadly. Do you want some pizza? She asked, pulling her hand away and picking up a slice. He shook his head. Appetite had disappeared. Are you sad that I'm not holding your hand anymore, Sochi? She asked, noticing a change in his mood. He nodded glumly. Okay, fine, we can hold hands for the rest of tonight, okay? But only tonight, she said sternly. Sochi weighed up his options and then conceded. Okay. He nodded with a small smile and reached for her hand again, instantly feeling better. They ate more pizza hand in hand, chatting away and giggling at silly things. Meanwhile, downstairs the parents were having a conference. It seems like your Sochi has a little crush on our Ginny, you said slyly to Jem as you sat around the kitchen table eating pizza. Oh, no doubt about it, Jem replied, but I think there's a love triangle going on here. Yeah, I can confirm that, Kiri piped up. Ginny told me Chi confessed to her and they were now in love, but not married, he chuckled. I'd watch that Chi, though, Shoto added. He's a chip off the old block. Jem nodded. I spoke to Mrs. Bakugou and it sounds like she has a very strong feeling towards Ginny and is possessive and jealous. Sochi stood up to him and she did not like that in the slightest, she chuckled. Well, I don't mean to meddle in our kids' lives, but maybe our Ginny needs to stand up and put these boys in their place. No offence to Sochi, Kiri added quickly. But if she keeps picking sides and going from one to the other, it's only going to cause problems. The other three parents nodded in understanding. Jem glanced at Shoto, and he gave her a look before clearing his throat. There's something we want to talk to you about while we're here, Shoto said. Due to the nature of Sochi's quirk, we might be taking him out of school for a bit to do some specialised training. Oh? Kiri asked. How long for? Shoto paused and scratched the back of his head. Possibly 5 years. 5 years? Kiri spluttered, nearly choking on his pizza. Why so long? It's a little hard to explain, Jem said softly, but it's because he possesses the gem quirk. There are so many rules and regulations surrounding gems that it will take a while to train him on how to use it without breaking laws. Kiri shrugged and made the, okay, fair enough, face as he chewed. So when will you be taking him out of school? You asked Jem. Oh, not for a while yet, but maybe when he's around 10 years of age. We just wanted to let you know so that if Sochi and Ginny get close, we can work out a way to deal with it when it comes time for him to leave, Jem replied. Oh, what a night, hey? Kiri groaned as he walked back into the kitchen after putting Ginny to bed later that night. The night had ended well. Sochi seemed happier, Ginny was happy, and the parents got to have a chat about the future of their kids. Had a chat with our popular little girl too, Kiri chuckled. I think she'll have a chat with the two boys tomorrow at school. She did something strange tonight though, he said with a comical expression on his face. What did she do? You asked with an anticipatory giggle. She asked me to hold out my hand and then she went, okay, thank you, Daddy. It's the same as Sochi's? He let out a confused laugh. I have the hands of a 4-year-old? You gasped. Wait, she said your hands felt like his? Yeah, why? He chuckled. That means that she held his hand, right? You said, putting the pieces together. And she said she only holds Chi's hand, yes? Oh, Kiri said, catching on. Oh, okay, so she's not in love with Chi anymore? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but it's about to go down at school tomorrow if Chi finds out that she's been getting around holding hands. You laughed. What a little player, Kiri snorted playfully. I blame Kaminari's influence. He laughed. He's basically raised her as much as I did. The next morning at school, Ginny was pumped. She had a very serious face on and almost forgot to kiss her daddy goodbye. Oh, sorry, Daddy, I'm just thinking of the important things I need to do today, she said with confidence. And what's that, sweetheart? He asked. Make Sochi and Chi not fight over loving me and making us all friends, she said bluntly. It's so hard, Daddy, she added dramatically with an eye roll. Why do they both have to love me? Kiri stifled a laugh and raised an eyebrow. Well, my princess, it's because you are beautiful and lovely and kind, and it makes people want to love you, so remember to be kind and lovely when you're making them not fight, okay? You need to be the one in charge of both of them, Kiri said, kneeling down for the pep talk. Ginny rolled her eyes dramatically. Okay, she said in exasperation. I'll sort 'em out, she said, copying her daddy's words. Good girl, Kiri chuckled. I'll see you after school, okay? You can tell me all about it. Okay, Daddy, she said, kissing him on the cheek before running off. Kiri chuckled and stood up, turning to walk back to his car. Sochi was the first to spot Ginny as she entered the classroom, and he ran over to hug her. Hello, Ginny, he said brightly. Thank you for letting me hold your hand last night, he said happily with a little bounce up and down. What? A voice behind Ginny said. She spun around. Chi was standing there with his mouth open. Chi! She squealed. She was blushing, heart racing. Can I talk to you? Meet me in the tunnel at recess, Chi said coolly. Ginny waited impatiently for the recess bell to ring, her stomach churning with guilt. She kept stealing glances at Chi, but he refused to look at her. Meanwhile, Sochi kept turning around to throw love-struck glances at Ginny. He was dying to hold her hand again. The recess bell rang suddenly, and Ginny jumped. She stood up, ready to face Chi and everything he had to say. She saw Chi run for the door, and followed slowly after him. Sochi followed her too, a little way back, as she made her way to the tunnel. Chi disappeared inside the hole, and she swallowed thickly as she reached the tunnel entrance, crouching down to enter. It was dark inside, but she thought she could hear soft sobbing and sniffing. Chi? She called tenderly. Are you crying? There was no reply. Chi? She asked again as she crawled in. Sochi saw Chi enter the tunnel with Ginny following after, and his heart sank. Oh, are they going to hold hands again? His eyes welled up with tears. Why can't it be my turn to love Ginny? He stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Ginny blinked in the dim tunnel and tried to make out Chi's face as she crawled towards him. Why don't you love me anymore? He asked through heavy sobs as he tried to conceal his disappointment by burying his head into his knees as he sat hunched in the tunnel. Ginny's heart was breaking. She didn't think it would hurt him that bad, but I guess it had been their only special sign of love, and she had betrayed that.
She almost caved until she remembered that she was supposed to tell Chi off for lying to her.
"You're a liar, pants on fire,"
she blurted out. Chi's head shot up and his tear-filled eyes met hers.
"What? You didn't tell me everything that happened yesterday," she continued. "I do love you still, Chi, but you need to be nice to Sochi, and I'm going to love you both at the same time."
Chi was about to object, but Ginny crawled closer and threw her arms around his neck and buried her face between her arms and his neck.
"Please don't fight anymore about loving me," she whispered.
Chi reached his arms around her and pulled her into him, letting his knees fall out of the way as he held her little body close to his. Ginny felt really fuzzy inside being held by Chi. This was the second time that she had felt a different feeling with him than with Sochi or anybody else. Just then Sochi arrived boldly at the end of the tunnel that Chi was closest to. He crouched down and looked in, crestfallen to see them hugging tightly in the darkness.
"Chi, I want to talk to you," he said sternly, his little voice coming out surprisingly strongly.
"No!" Chi growled as he looked over and tightened his arms around Ginny.
"I won't let you take Ginny from me." "Chi, stop it!"
Ginny barked, trying to pull back from his grasp.
"I won't let you go!"
Chi wailed.
"Sochi, help me!"
Ginny called, struggling desperately. Sochi crawled in and did his best to free Ginny and avoid any hits or kicks from Chi, who looked to be on the verge of activating his quirk. With difficulty, Sochi managed to get Ginny out of the tunnel with Chi still holding tightly to one of her legs. Chi, upon exiting, jumped up and lunged at Sochi, tackling him to the ground as he punched him repeatedly.
"Chi, no!"
Ginny yelled, grabbing his shirt and tearing him off Sochi. The scuffle continued, with Ginny desperately trying to calm Chi and protect Sochi.
"You both just need to stop it!"
she hollered at the top of her lungs, grabbing both Sochi and Chi's hands. Just then her quirk manifested. Thick glue oozed quickly from her fingers and locked her hand against each of the boys. The glue hardened instantly, and they were now completely stuck together. This sudden and strange occurrence stopped the fighting instantly, Sochi still lying on the ground and Chi standing up with Ginny kneeling on one knee between them. All was silent. Then Ginny screamed.
"What?"
she wailed.
"What is this?"
She tried to pull her hands away from both boys, but it only pulled them into her. Chi crashed down on top of her as she fell backwards onto Sochi. In a panic, she wriggled and yanked her hands, trying to break free from this weird hardened glue.
"Ginny," Sochi called. "Ginny, stop moving. It's okay. Don't be scared. You'll only hurt yourself if you keep moving."
Ginny calmed slightly from Sochi's words, turning her head to look into his orange eyes from underneath her. Chi sat up and rolled off her, his hands still clasped in hers, locked solid with glue. "Let's go to the teacher," he said frankly, helping to pull Ginny up. Ginny had her left hand and Chi's right hand glued, placing Chi on her left side. Her right hand was connected to Sochi's right hand, unfortunately, so the poor boy had to walk backwards as they made their way back to the classroom. The teacher looked up with amusement when she saw them enter. "Hello, children," she said in a friendly manner. "What game are you playing?"
"It's not a game," Ginny pouted. "We're stuck with glue," she said, wriggling her arms.
"Oh, I see," the teacher said, thinking the little girl was playing make-believe. "And how did this glue get there?"
"From my quirk,"
Ginny said with gusto. And that's when the teacher took a closer look. "Oh, goodness," she exclaimed. "Let's get you to the nurse's office." Sochi had remained quiet this whole time. He was so happy to be holding Ginny's hand, he didn't care if they were stuck like this forever. The teacher led all three out of the classroom and down to the nurse's office, Sochi happily walking backwards, while Chi and Ginny walked easily side by side. "I'll just call your mummy, Ginny," the teacher said as she ushered the kids into the nurse's room.
"What have we here, train?"
the older nurse chuckled. "Are you stuck, my lovelies?"
"Yes, nurse, we are," Jenny sighed. "It's my quirk, it's like mummy's."
"Well, congratulations on getting your quirk, my sweet," the nurse said, clapping. "We'll get some solvent and get you all unstuck, shall we?" Chi and Ginny nodded. Sochi didn't reply. He was still facing the other way. The nurse made up a solvent solution, but it didn't work, so she tried a different mix. It still didn't work. You arrived as soon as you could and made your way quickly to the nurse's office. "Ginny," he said brightly, looking at your little girl attached to her two boyfriends.
"You have the same quirk as Mummy,"
she said excitedly.
"Yes, I do,"
Ginny replied with a bright smile.
But we have one problem, Mrs. Kirishima. None of our solvents have worked, the nurse said, perplexed. Ah, that's why I bought my own, you replied with a smile, pulling a small bottle out of your bag and handing it to the nurse. Ah, wonderful, she replied. This should do the trick. She poured it on and waited a bit. Still nothing happened. That's funny, it should have worked by now, you mumbled with your brows knitted. God does answer prayers, Sochi whispered quietly with his eyes wide in wonder. You heard him and smirked. He was obviously praying that the glue wouldn't come off so he could hold Ginny's hand for longer. Another hour passed and still nothing was getting the glue off. Everyone was starting to get worried. Sochi was quietly elated though. I'm just going to call in the hero Insight. She's here on campus at the moment and she'll be able to tell us all about Ginny's quirk, the nurse said. Insight was a well-known hero who had the ability to be able to learn everything about a person's quirk just by touching them, from their top capabilities to their drawbacks. Everything you needed to know about someone's quirk, she could tell you instantly. Another 15 minutes and she entered the small nurse's office. Hello, beautiful, she said softly to Ginny. Do you mind if I touch your hand? Ginny nodded and Insight placed her hand on Ginny's for a second. Ah, so that's what's going on, she said excitedly. The nurse had debriefed her on the phone, so she was aware of the current situation. You have a mix of Mummy and Daddy's quirk, darling, she said excitedly. What exactly does that mean? You asked the hero. Your husband is Red Riot, correct? Insight asked you. You nodded. His quirk is Harden, correct? You nodded. Well, your daughter possesses the glue quirk, but like Red Riot, she can switch it on and switch it off, meaning she has her own solvent built in. She can turn the glue soft again and suck it back into her hands. Wow, you said in awe. I can't do that, so that's an upgrade of my quirk then. Correct, Insight replied, turning her head and attention back to Ginny. Sweetheart, I want you to think of happy things for me. Close your eyes and think of things that make you happy. Ginny scrunched her eyes closed and thought hard. That's a girl, Insight cooed. Now think of all those happy things going to your hands. It feels tingly, Ginny whispered. That's okay, that's a good thing, Insight said, watching Ginny's hands. Keep thinking happy things, beautiful, she coaxed. Suddenly Ginny felt her hands lighten and she let go of the boy's hands. I'm free, she gasped, looking at her hands. She jumped for joy and waved her hands around, whooping and hollering. Sochi looked defeated, the poor soul. Chisuki, sweet, can I please touch your hand? Insight suddenly asked the ruby-eyed blonde. Okay, he said, holding his hand out to her. Insight touched his hand and nodded. Okay, darling, thank you. Any reason for wanting to touch his hand? You asked Insight quietly as she stood up. Dynamite's boy, yes? She asked you. You nodded. Same quirk as his dad, just been activated once before. Okay, so Sochi's story does stand correct, you thought. He can burst into flames, yes? You questioned. It's a bit more in-depth than that. He possesses the explosion quirk, but can detonate it all over. Wherever the sweat glands are, he can detonate it. Unlike Dynamite, who appears to only be able to use it from his hands, she said. The kid has some serious possessiveness and jealousy issues, and they will cause him some trouble with his quirk if he doesn't rein it in, she said with a click of her tongue. Much like his dad, you chuckled. You said it, Insight said with an eye roll. God bless his wife, poor soul, she added. Anyway, I'm off now. Be good kids, and Ginny, remember to think of happy things in your hands when you need the glue to go away, okay? Okay, Ginny replied with a giant smile. I will. And that's basically how the relationship between Sochi, Ginny and Chisuki sat for the next few years. Ginny became the mediator, calming Chisuki and protecting and encouraging Sochi. She treated them as equally as possible and did her best to remind Chi that he didn't own her and couldn't keep her away from Sochi, and made every effort to make Sochi feel validated and strong. Shortly after Sochi's 10th birthday, he had to move to America for special quirk training. He was excited to go, but at the same time he really didn't want to leave Ginny. When will you come back to me? She asked him tearfully as she stood in the driveway, giving him one last hug before he left to go to the airport. I don't know, Ginny, but I'll always remember you, and when I come back, I'll come and find you straight away, he said solemnly. Ginny burst into tears. Don't forget me, okay? You're my best friend, Sochi,
I won't forget you, I promise. I could never forget you, he said, hugging her tightly. Can I hold your hand one last time? He asked shyly. Ginny grabbed his hand and leaned into him, wrapping her other arm around him and burying her face into his chest. Sochi was blushing madly. His parents were right behind him, but he just wanted that one last touch. Sochi, baby, we need to go, Jem called from the passenger car door. Sochi nodded, but didn't look at his mum. Ginny, I need to go now, he said sadly. Ginny bawled as he pried his hand from hers and bolted to the car, tears streaming down his face. I'll miss you, Sochi, she wailed as he hopped into the car, and Shoto reversed it out onto the road. Ginny chased the car down the street, not wanting to lose sight of it, but before long she couldn't keep up, and it disappeared into the traffic. Chisuki was so excited that Sochi had left for America. This was his chance to get Ginny alone, but something had changed. She was still happy, but at times she'd just go quiet and just sit and zone out, staring sadly at her feet. It made him feel mad that he wasn't able to fulfill her every wish and desire, and he slowly started to drift away from her, finding his own friends and becoming their ringleader, much like his father had been at his age. Ginny made friends with the other girls in her class, and over time the ache in her heart of not having Sochi or Chi close to her eased. She had heard from Sochi a handful of times, and it sounded like he was doing well over there. She was happy for him. She saw Chi daily at school, and they were on good terms, but nothing special like what they had as young kids. But she was content. Time was flying by, and before she knew it, she was having to apply for entrance to high schools. Daddy, I want to go to UA, just like you and Mummy did, she said one night over dinner. That's fantastic, honey, Kiri replied. What course would you do? The hero course, she replied emphatically. Kiri jumped up and roared. That's my girl, he said, running around the table to pick her up and spin her around. Daddy, she giggled. I'm 14 now, you can put me down, I'm not a baby. Sorry, honey, I'm just so excited. He beamed, his sharp teeth glistening in the light. Do you know where Chi wants to go? Kiri asked as he put her down. UA too, I think, she mused. I'll ask him tomorrow at school. Chi did indeed want to go to UA. Someone had to be the next top hero, he had said. It's going to be me. Ginny had rolled her eyes and laughed. He had really developed a strong sense of self-confidence over the years, but that's what she liked about him. He was confident, strong and cunning, not to mention pretty good looking. Those piercing red eyes and blonde hair really set him apart from the other boys, and Ginny had to admit that deep down she still had a little bit of a crush on him that she had harboured as a kindy kid, and often wondered if she would still get that butterfly feeling in her tummy if she held his hand. But she hadn't held his hand again since that day that her quirk manifested, and she certainly wasn't going to just march up to him in the middle of school and hold his hand right there. How embarrassing. And so the day came for the results of the UA entrance exam. Kiri and Yin sat at the kitchen table as Ginny nervously opened the envelope and scanned the letter, her strong heartbeat pulsating her vision. I got in! Oh my gosh, I got in! She squealed with delight. Kiri and Yin jumped up from their chairs and screamed, running around the table to hug her. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Ginny, her mother cried. Oh, and to think my baby girl's going to UA, her dad wailed. Wait! Oh my god, I need to ring Chi! She screamed, reaching for her phone and pressing his name on speed dial. Chi, did you get in? She cried. You bet I did, he hollered. Why was that even a question? You knew I'd get in. Yay! She yelled down the receiver. I got in too! Oh, sweet as, he replied. You can be second hero. Excuse me, I'll be the number one hero, she replied cheekily, knowing it would get a rise out of him. I think not, he snorted. Ginny cackled manically. Anyway, congratulations, Chi. I'll see you there when we start. Yeah, cool, thanks, he replied in his usual flippant way. Chi got in, she said to her parents as she hung up. Yes, we heard, Kiri laughed. Oh, and I hear Sochi's coming back. Sochi? Ginny yelped with excitement. He's coming back to Japan? When? When school starts, Kiri said with a twinkle in his eye. And he's been accepted into UA on recommendation, he added slyly. No way, Ginny gasped. UA is in the same UA as me and Chi? Kiri chuckled. Is there another one? Ginny covered her mouth with her hands. I can't believe it. He's coming back. Do you think he remembers me? Because I remember him, that's for sure. she said emphatically as she half mumbled into her hands. I'm sure he remembers you, gorgeous. You two are so close as kids. Yes, I know. I'm so excited and nervous. It's been so long, she said with a nervous giggle. It'll be fine, honey. Don't stress about it, Kiri said as he hugged her and kissed the top of her head. For now, let's celebrate. Now we fast forward to the first day of UA. Ginny gripped the seatbelt in her hand as Kiri approached the front of UA. The giant gates loomed ahead, and she started to feel the anxiety rising. Kiri sensed her tension and reached across to pat her knee. You'll be fine, beautiful girl, he said softly with a gentle smile. Thanks, Dad, she whispered, still looking out the window. She was extremely nervous to be seeing Sochi again, more so than being nervous about her first day at UA. Kiri parked the car out the front and hopped out, walking around to her door and opening it. Well, your journey starts now, Kiri said with a light chuckle. Ginny slowly unbuckled her belt and hopped out, giving her dad a hug before straightening her bag straps and facing the gates. People were streaming in from all directions, and her eyes darted left and right looking for Sochi's white hair, but she couldn't see him. She sighed and smiled nervously up at her dad. I better get going, I guess, she said with hesitation. Good luck, gorgeous. I'll see you this afternoon, Kiri said, leaning back on the car as she walked slowly towards the gates. Kiri sighed. There goes my baby, he thought, slightly saddened. Memories of her as a baby flicked through his mind. A tear rolled down his cheek as he also remembered his time at UA. It was such a good experience. A presence beside him pulled him out of his daydream, and he looked to his left to see Bakugou had joined him, leaning up against the car. Can't believe it's starting UA, he grunted. I know, hey, Kiri sighed. It's gone so fast. Bakugou nodded. Cheese spotted the back of Ginny first, his eyes travelling down her legs. He thought, the uniform looks good on her, that short skirt. Their primary school uniform had been very modest, with loose top and longer skirts that went below the knee, but this uniform was a little more form-fitting and the skirt just a touch shorter. She definitely liked the look of Ginny from where he was following from behind. Oi, he called to her. She turned. Chee! She replied happily and stopped, waiting for him to catch up. He looked cool and collected despite it being his first day of high school, sporting a black jumper that brought his eyes out, and she eyed him as he approached. He was a good-looking boy. She'd always thought that, but for some reason today he looked even cuter. Carbon copy of his father, he almost looked like a reincarnation, except that he had a softer look on his face and didn't sport the permanent scowl like his dad always did. Ready for today? Ginny asked Chi as he stopped beside her. Are they ready for me? He sneered back. I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. They'll be thanking me for coming here, he said with a confident smirk. So cocky, Ginny thought with a scoff and an eye roll. Ginny? A male voice asked from her right, and she looked over to see who it was. Sochi Todoroki. She nearly fell over. 5 years had done wonders for little Sochi. He had grown a lot, and my God, his face, he was gorgeous. He had an air of quiet confidence about him, and his beautiful orange eyes made her heart flutter, especially the way he looked at her. How have you been? He asked with a gentle smile. Sochi? She gasped with delight, taking a few running steps before throwing herself into his arms. Sochi was surprised and stumbled back a bit before returning the hug. Sochi, I missed you so much, but you came back and you found me straight away just like you promised, she cried into his neck. Yeah, he stuttered. Ginny had grown into an unbelievably cute girl. Yeah, he thought she was adorable as a kid, but man, he was not expecting her to be this gorgeous. He blushed as she kept a tight hold on him. Oh, and you're here too, Chi, Sochi said frankly as he looked over Ginny's shoulder. Chi scrunched his nose at Sochi. Yeah, hi, he said bluntly back. Ginny groaned as she pulled back from Sochi. Are you guys going to play nice, or do I have to glue us all together again like in kindy? Oh, I'll be fine, Ginny, but little Chi might need you to hold his hand so he doesn't get overwhelmed, Sochi said in a teasing tone, smirking slightly at Chi. Ginny's eyebrows shot up and she stared at the gorgeous white-haired boy. Was this the same Sochi that she knew as a child? The Sochi she remembered was reserved and sweet. This Sochi had a witty tongue on him and definitely didn't take Chi's crap. Chi snorted. No thanks. I'll be fine. I think Ginny will need to console you after you get scared of my quirk again, he said slyly. Quick as a flash, Sochi shot his hand forward and detonated his quirk. An ice belt formed instantly around Chi's waist. It looked exactly like a belt, complete with what looked like a buckle. How'd you do that? Ginny gasped, eyes fixed on the belt around Chi's waist. Do what? He asked, looking at her. Make the belt into an actual shape of a belt, she said in awe, looking back at him. Oh, it's a facet of my quirk, he said with a smirk and a wink at her. Ginny blushed. That wink! Oh my god. I made it especially for Chi, Sochi continued, to hold up his pride when he realises when the belt melts, it'll look like he peed his pants. Ginny covered her mouth to stop the giggle escaping and looked at Chi. He was pissed. Don't think I won't blast you from here to next week, you asshole, he growled, trying to break the ice off. I welcome it, Sochi said with a shrug. Ginny couldn't believe her ears. Who was this new Sochi? She looked back at him, staring deeply into his bright orange eyes. She was intrigued and attracted. His wit and confidence were drawing her in. Chi finally broke the belt off with minimal melting and grunted. Well, I'm going, he said stiffly as he marched towards the doors of the building. Ginny looked at Chi, then back at Sochi. He was gazing softly at her and she blushed, looking away quickly. I'm glad we're together again, Ginny, he said tenderly, taking her hand to get her to look at him again. Her heart leapt. Sochi Todoroki was holding her hand. She gave him a nervous giggle. Yeah. Oh, she said quickly, pulling her hand away again, reaching into her pocket. I still have this, she said, producing the little red gem that Sochi had made her as a child. Oh, wow. My garnet stone? He said with excitement lacing his voice. You kept it all this time? Mm-hmm. She nodded with a smile. It's my good luck charm. He blushed and coughed, quietly stoked that she had kept it and valued it so high. Well, let's hope it brings you luck throughout our time here at UA too, he said softly. Well, I have you back now too, so I'm doubly lucky, she added. Sochi was bright red. Yeah, he stuttered, tugging on his fringe to cover his eyes. Ginny grinned. Come on, So, let's go. She grabbed his hand and tugged him towards the building as she looked to see where Chi had gone ahead. She was content. She had her two best friends with her for high school. She was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Ready to face her future. And there ends the completed book of Future, BNHA Boys, ex-female listener. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you in the next book.